This is Central Florida, flat, featureless, and far from the crowded coasts. Downtown here, Spanish moss hangs from the limbs of 100-year-old trees, and shuffleboard is every day's game. But once a year, at the airport 5 miles away, there's competition of a different sort, a 12-hour race that has made this unassuming town famous around the world. The town, Sebring. It's a race, but also a happening. Hardcore fans making annual pilgrimages to be part of a history that stretches back 60 years. College kids deserting the beaches, flocking inland for a day of excess, of hot sun and cold six-packs, the thrill of vicarious danger, a day of shattering noise, barbecues, orange blossoms, and motor oil that is the Sebring experience. 12 hours, day into night, glaring noontime light softening at sunset, then folding into a velvet blackness as the race rushes toward its climax. Dynasties have come and gone at Sebring, each defining the race in a different way. The Ferraris and Maseratis came first, bright red against the white concrete runways and the impenetrable blue Florida sky. Next, it was Porsche, winning its first major race here and following that with 17 more, a dominant force without equal in the sport. Today it's Audi, with 10 wins in the last 13 years, destined to be remembered for the menacing silence of their diesels. Those are the prototypes, as unobtainable as they are unforgettable. It is the GT class that is crowded with cars that connect with the dreams and aspirations of the crowd. In the early years, Jaguars, MGs, Austin Healys. Today, Corvettes, Porsches, Ferraris, and BMWs. Sebring, renowned from the beginning as a tough track, reconfigured and reinvigorated in the late 1990s under the inspired leadership of Don Panos. The rough runways still tear at your drivetrain. The notorious last turn is still bumpy, fast, and maybe just wide enough for 3 abreast. The Mobil won 12 hours of Sebring, the longest half day in racing. Next.
There is nothing like it elsewhere in motorsports. A crowd of over 100,000 has gathered. They partied through last night. They will party through the day and into the night as they and you enjoy one of the world's great motorsports events here on Speed. Welcome to our live coverage of the 61st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, fueled by Fresh from Florida. A field of 42 cars in 5 different classes has gathered here at Sebring International Raceway. And trust me, no one is understating the challenge about to come. And it begins with the racetrack. Hello again, everyone. I'm Bob Varsha. On behalf of all of us at Speed, welcome to what is for us a very big event. We have a cloudless sky, very warm temperatures, and that will make life difficult on the drivers. Around me, the pre-race ceremonies continue. Under my feet, the concrete laid in 1942 and unchanged since then. While the likes of Fangio and Moss and Gurney and Andretti and Christensen and McNish have driven to glory here. As Sam Posey just told you, dynasties come and go here at Sebring, and the current dynasty is Audi. They bring the first diesel-electric hybrid to this race, going for their 11th victory in 14 tries, but it will not be easy. Back on Thursday in practice, 4-time Sebring winner Alan McNish was caught out on cold tires, and his Audi crashed heavily into the tire wall, suffering extensive damage. But as they always do, the crew stepped up and had the car ready for qualifying. And in qualifying, McNish pushed his teammate Marcel Fessler to the pole position. It will be Audi 1-2 across the front row. Let's hear from our pole sitter now with Jamie Howe.
It is the ultimate test of the 12 hours of Sebring that has prompted Audi Sport to bring not one, but 2 of the R18 e-tron Quattros here for the 12-hour classic. Marcel Fessler set not only the pole time, but also a new qualifying lap record. Marcel, you've won the last 2 years of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You won the World Endurance Championship. What does it mean to be able to pace the field for the 12 hours?
Yeah, it means a lot. This is a quite great race for us to come to Sebring, because Sebring is well known since years in Europe. So I never had a chance to win this race, so I try to do this today.
He will be trying with his normal co-driver Benoit Trullier and joined by Sebring rookie Oliver Jarvis.
Thanks, Jamie. There's a beautiful view above Sebring International Raceway. Now, working against Audi will be an astonishing array of driving talent in the field. Take a look at the accomplishments of the group. Leading the way, IndyCar champion Ryan Hunter-Reay and his colleague Simone Pagenaud, who arrived here very late, but appeared to be fully up to speed at this point. But it's one of their former colleagues who will lead the way in the P2 class for lighter, less powerful prototypes. That driver is with Chris Neville.
Reigning P2 champion Scott Tucker has brought a collection of IndyCar stars here to try and grab victory. He's got the champion Ryan Hunter-Reay. He's got the IndyCar Rookie of the Year Simon Pagenaud. He's got this man, last year's pole sitter at the Indy 500, Ryan Briscoe, who put the 551 on pole yesterday. And Ryan, you've run at a lot of iconic races, Indy, Daytona, and Sebring. What's it like for a young driver to win a race like this?
Oh, it's huge. This is such a great event, so much history. So many fans here. Just look at this this pre-grid, and it's just awesome. So really proud to be here with Level 5, doing it for Honda HPD. They've put together a great little machine here, and I had so much fun yesterday qualifying the car. Great battle with Ryan Hunter-Reay, and anyway, we've got 12 hours ahead of us now, and it would certainly be something really special to take the checkered flag.
Good luck today.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Now let's have a look at the production-based GT classes, and there is much that is new. Among the headlines, the return of former champions Risi Competizione and their Ferrari. Of course, we know Corvette and Porsche will also be strong, and keep an eye on those Vipers beginning their first full American Le Mans Series season. Risi Competizione will start from pole for this race. 3 consecutive poles for Jimmy Bruni, and he is with Kelly Stavis.
Jimmy Bruni is one of the lucky few who knows how it feels to get victory here at Sebring. He won it back in 2010 in a Risi Ferrari. Since then, he's put together 3 consecutive pole positions, 2 with AF Corsa, but now he's back with Risi in a Ferrari F458. Jimmy, what does it mean to have a victory at Sebring on your resume, and how badly do you want to add to that today?
Yeah, we deserve it. I think all Risi competition deserve this, and I think it was a very good comeback for Risi. Yesterday, a big start of the season. Now we have to show what the really Ferrari can do it now for race pace and consistently for this very heavy and tough 12 hours.
Well, Jimmy will be going for number 2 with teammates Olivier Beretta and Matteo Malicelli.
And now that we've heard from a couple of drivers about to race Sebring, let's talk to a couple who have raced this ancient concrete before. Johnny O'Connell and Justin Bell on our broadcast team. Johnny, your 8 victories lead all drivers. What does it mean to win the 12 hours of Sebring?
Bob, you know, for me personally, this place is huge. There is no more significant sports car event in North America. You know, I can vividly remember my first laps around here, the goosebumps, the nerves, and then every lap falling more and more in love with this place. Just for a driver to get to start here is a huge achievement, but to be able to win it, you can't even put into words what that means to you personally.
And it really isn't that easy. In the 61 years, over 3,500 drivers have tried to race this race, and only 111 have actually won. And here's something mind-staggering. 2.4 million miles traveled around this old airfield circuit, which is 100 times around the globe. So you could say if you win here, you certainly are on that global motorsport map.
Well, we're about to add to those awesome numbers. We'll be back to Sebring International Raceway with more coverage of the pregame here at Sebring. Stand by. And in case you don't think this place hasn't changed much, take a look at these pictures. In 1953, 60 years ago, the first World Championship endurance race was held at Sebring. The race featured 51 starters, and only 2 European teams were on hand, Aston Martin and DB. In the end, an all-American team carried the day. John Fitch and Phil Walters driving a Cunningham powered by a Chrysler Hemi on Firestone tires. Back at Sebring International Raceway, the crowd is rocking. We're just moments away from the start of the 61st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Time to go topside and hear from the men who will call the start.
History here is unbelievable. Well, thank you, Bob. Brian Till alongside Calvin Fish and Dorsey Schrader, both former winners of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. And we heard Bob Varsha talk about the history of this event. Johnny O'Connell talk about the emotion and what it means to a driver to put a victory here on his record. And I think in historical terms, we tend to think about great battles between drivers or manufacturers here at Sebring. But to me, when I look back, I think it's as much about drivers and manufacturers battling the circuit itself and not just the competitors on the racetrack.
Absolutely, Brian. I mean, Sebring is unique in every sense of the word. A lap around here is more physically demanding on the driver than any other race circuit in the world. And for the race car, it is the ultimate test of endurance. 12 brutal hours of racing here today. It'll be really hard to survive without a single problem here today, Dorse.
There's no racing surface these cars race at anywhere in the world that is as rough as Sebring. With that, a lot of driveline failure. I mean, shock absorbers go through millions of oscillations. The car comes off the racetrack, engine free winds and slams back down. It shock loads everything. Axles snap, gearboxes fail. To call Sebring tough on a racetrack, well, that's an understatement by 12 hours.
Yeah, by 12 hours indeed. Sebring International Raceway located right in the heart of Florida, just a short drive from Disney World or the beautiful Florida beaches. It's 17 turns, 3.74 miles around. And when you look at Google Earth, you can drop in on the racetrack and you can see how it continues to utilize parts of the runways and the taxiways. For more on the GT Challenge class, let's go to Andrew Marriott.
In GTC, the all Porsche class, and the Tully's coffee car is on the pole. A great job by Andy Lally, but that puts enormous pressure on the team owner and of course his co-driver, none other than Patrick Dempsey. Oh, this is going to be tough for you.
Oh, I think it's tough to begin with. Just being here at this race is an extraordinary thing, the history. Andy did a phenomenal job yesterday in qualifying. We were 7th when he went out. I think there was less than a minute, adjusted the tire pressure, and he just laid one down that was phenomenal. It was a really great effort, and we found ourselves on the pole. So, you know, we're lucky to be here. It's a new team. They've been working hard all week and just not getting enough sleep. So it's a long race. We got to stay out of trouble and see where we are with the last 2 hours of the race.
Well, two-time champion and Sebring winners in Prototype Challenge Core Autosport looking to start the season strong, and Colin Brown did that just yesterday by smashing the track record by 2 seconds. Now this team, their core still in place from last year. Not a lot of new faces on this team. However, there is one big difference. This tire, the new Continental tire, spec tire for this class. All these teams having to learn a new tire, but initial reactions from the engineers, the drivers, big thumbs up, something Colin Brown proved yesterday in qualifying.
Well, and that Continental tire, relatively new. They didn't get to do the winter test on it, so these teams and drivers really coming to grips, pardon the pun, with the Continental tire in Prototype Challenge. Now, nerves, you guys have been there. You're in that car going down the back straightaway towards turn 17. You know, the green flag awaits. What are you thinking? What are you feeling as a driver right now?
Well, your heart's up in your throat right now for sure. You're trying to get your best game face on. You want a good start here. You can be aggressive at the start and gain position here at Sebring. On the other hand, if you're in the middle, mired in the middle in a different class car, you have to look way ahead and make sure you give yourself room in case the inevitable does happen.
Don't make a mistake. It is really bumpy through this final turn. You're going to try and gain traction, try and get the launch off this final corner to shoot down this front straightaway. It's all about keeping it clean.
Benoit Trillier in the #1 Audi. Tom Christensen, TK, with more wins at Le Mans than any other driver in the two. And we are racing. The 61st Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring is underway.
Great start by Trillier there, taking the lead from TK. Then there's a sandwich with the Muscle Milk and the 2 Rebellion cars. Then you see the 2 Level 5, the leaders in P2.
Want to get it sorted out down this short straightaway as you head toward turn 3. You want to be single file if possible, if you can make it happen.
The two
look at this, the Corvette in the middle of the pack, trying to wedge his way down the inside of one of the Astons.
Oh, it's already argy-bargy, as you would say, Calvin. In GT, we expect this, and you look at the different manufacturers involved. You saw the Viper, the first time we've seen it back here at Sebring for a while. 3 American Le Mans Series events in 2012, and great to see a full season effort by Viper with 2 cars in 2013.
Beliki looking for an inside line there on Klaus Graf for the defending champions in the Muscle Milk car. Then you see the Dyson car there in the picture, followed by the 2 P2 machines.
Trillier out in front, beginning to pull away. The all-wheel drive of that Audi e-tron Quattro really coming to play here. And streaming back through, this is where you've got to remember, I've got 11 hours and 59 minutes to go. How hard do you press right now? You want to make your point, but you can't throw it all away.
Well, the GT guys will answer that question for you. They're right at it. Those guys are really running hard.
They are really pushing hard. And look to me like Ollie Gavin, who qualified on the front row, has got around the red Ferrari, the Risi Ferrari. And there you see him. He is leading GT right now. A great start for our defending champion in the GT class.
And you talk about defending champions. We're being told on the radio that perhaps the 81, the prototype challenge entry with Pierre Caffer behind the wheel, has a problem with the right rear. Caffer, a former overall winner here with Audi, already having problems on lap 1.
Look at those bumps. That's what we're talking about. Torturous on the drivers and the drivetrains coming through turn 17. But look at the start that Trellier has got over his teammate Christensen, who follows. Then we see Heidfeld, Graf, Baliki.
It's really David versus Goliath as you watched the coupe followed by the open top prototype of Muscle Milk Racing. Those cars are going to be battling all year long and all race long for the win. Now back to prototype 2. And man, this is going to be great.
Looks like our IndyCar champion, Ryan Hunter-Reay, has got around his teammate Scott Tucker there. Tucker drops to 3rd, then the Greaves Motorsport entry is up to 2nd. Then we see the ESM machines in those beautiful Patron colors.
These guys are going to put on a show of their own, no question about it. Very competitive. When we look at the lap time, that whole field right there, separated by right at a second.
Tom Kimbersmith wants the lead. Dunlop versus Michelin. Michelin there on the level 5 machine. Hunter-Reay runs wide. Here comes Kimbersmith for the lead.
On the long way around with the S here, it's flat out with both cars still side by side.
Oh, and he's not going to give it up easily this early on. They're pushing hard. Heavy braking.
12 hours of racing. We're in the opening laps, and these guys are duking it out.
Good opportunity up ahead here, the brake zone. See if he pops the inside. No, he's going to let it go.
You ride on board with Ryan Hunter-Reay. It is a Honda chassis with a Honda power plant chasing the Zytec chassis with a Nissan power plant right out in front, and they have been so close throughout practice and qualifying. And if this is an indication of what the next 11 plus hours are going to be like, it is going to be intense. And for those manufacturers, even though P2 is not a manufacturer series per se, they will brag about a Honda or a Nissan power plant winning in P2 at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring.
The 2 ESM machines, 4th and 5th in the picture right now, starting to put the pressure on Scott Tucker. Anthony Lazzaro dives to the inside on the brake zone for 17. Side by side, almost trading pain.
Now watch here, the bumps. The car's going to get airborne, and you got to watch it. You don't land right in the lap of the guy next to you.
David Bradman, the second of the ESM machines, has a little bit more experience than these boys in these types of cars. He takes his time. Tucker to the inside. Tucker looking for his 3rd consecutive Sebring victory here.
Good stuff. The competition already heating up, and it is not the most number of cars we've ever seen at Sebring, but I really think that the talent and the skill level amongst the competitors throughout the classes here is going to give us a great race all day long. Extreme Speed Motorsports moving up to P2, and plenty more from Sebring yet to come here on Speed. It's the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. The weather is perfect. Wish you were here, but make sure you stay with us right here on Speed.
Hello, guys.
Challenge car.
That's our pole sitting car, qualified by Colin Brown yesterday to a new track record. Started the race by his teammate John Bennett. He was in the mix of that GT battle, the lead pack.
I was about to say, I know what happened there. He was right in the middle of a war that was going on. You see right here, here he is. Watch his Corvette.
He may be rudely he's rudely removed from competition there.
Now, he was holding up the GT cars, unfortunately, and those guys were really at a war.
Well, and here's the question. I mean, obviously he was moved and put off the racing surface by the Corvette. Will Paul Walter, who is the race director, bring that Corvette to pit road?
Well, you have to call it the same as if it would be a car within your class. Here we're on board with the Garcia now as we head down towards turn 13, the tower turn.
You know what I'd like to see is behind the Corvette, because remember, there's about 6 cars behind him. I'm not too sure he didn't have a little help getting into that car.
I don't think that was intentional, though. It just looked like John Bennett checked up a little bit sooner than Garcia, who floats a bit more speed through that turn expected, and there was nowhere for him to go.
Well, John Bennett, a very talented driver, but at the same point in time, he is not a professional driver. And so you look at it and you go, perhaps just caught out there a little bit was the Corvette because of the braking, maybe going to the brake just a little bit early, and it kind of surprised him, and he nudges him right there, and we'll have to wait and see what the
there was
race
so much
director says.
pressure from behind. It wasn't just Garcia's car. I mean, look right behind it right now. I mean, it's still all stacked up.
Yeah, you just lose your rhythm. He didn't know where to go. He's trying to get out of the way. He couldn't get the rhythm and get the pace of his car where it has its strengths. And suddenly, he just found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. But this is a fierce battle in GT. We expect to see it all day long. Look at this Aston Martin and the new 2013 spec. They've lightened the car. They've taken that ballast and put it low down in the car. It's got a lower center of gravity, new electronics, new fly-by-wire technology in terms of how it drives the engine. And the guy saying it's got great potential.
But what's impressive is that's Pedro Lamy in the 007 running in second place right now. So Darren Turner, obviously with a problem a little bit earlier in the 97, isn't quite up there where we thought he would be. The 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari with Jimmy Bruni behind the wheel has been shuffled back from his pole to run third in class right now. And the number 4 Corvette, Ollie Gavin in it, is beginning to check out a bit, and the Delta Wing to pit road with a problem, perhaps. I do like the livery better with the silver than the black that we saw at Petit Le Mans. To the marks, and Andrew is there.
Yeah, the Delta Wing here, Andy Merrick at the wheel. It's definitely all changed. They're just topping off the fuel. That's all they're doing to the car. I'm not quite sure the reason for that. But now they are going to do some work. Now, they are looking in the rear end. Remember, we've got a brand new engine here. But this engine is a turbocharged Elan motor. It's only taken them 6 weeks to build this engine. We've got new tyres with Bridgestone. We've got a new team with Dave Price running that. We've got, of course, the new drivers, a new silver livery. We're in a new class with LMP1, and a coupe is going to come as well. But they're just getting the rear deck off at the moment, and I believe they have some sort of engine problem. So there we are. Problems for the Delta Wing so early. Fans love it, others hate it.
Well, the other thing that's new, that Bridgestone tire on the Delta Wing. So Dr. Don Panos continuing his development of that, and talk about continuing development. It's the battle in P1 is on. The Audis have checked out a little bit as we thought they might. It is David versus Goliath. The petrol-powered prototypes that you see right here, the white Muscle Milk entry, followed by the coupe from Rebellion. We'll see this battle all day long. Will the petrol cars have anything for the diesel Audis? We'll find out. Let's head down to Kelly with more.
Yeah, well, while the Audis are the clear favorite to win the P1 class and overall, there is a lot on the line to be the best of the rest. The top finishing full season ALMS entrant, whether that be Muscle Milk, Dyson, or Rebellion, will be awarded first place points. And this is a points-rich race. So while the championship won't be won here today, it certainly could be lost. 2 years ago, Muscle Milk won the most races in a season, but issues here at Sebring cost them valuable points. They ultimately lost the championship to Dyson. So even as the Audis check out here today, be sure to keep a close eye on those battles that follow.
It's great to see Rebellion in for the season at the American Le Mans Series, the Toyota power plant in that Lola chassis, but this is a little bit of a moment.
Yeah, Bleaky took it in really, really deep. I'm looking at that thing, and that's not going to work as he was chasing down Graf. Heidfeld has been dropped down to the 5th place position, but that was a scary moment. You can do some damage in that corner. And here we see how the passes took place. That's Heidfeld in front at that point. He gets a little bit wide. Graf gets on the power early and gets that position, and Beliki takes advantage as well.
It's coming off the hairpin, and you had a little bobble there, got up to the outside. You can't put power down out there because there's so much dirt.
And wow, look at Klaus Graf in that open cockpit, the white prototype there from Muscle Milk Picket Racing. He has been able to stretch that lead over the Rebellions after the mistake by both Heidfeld and Beliki, and beginning to pull out a little bit. Now, interesting, they were going to run a new configuration front end on this Honda chassis, but they decided against it here, Cal.
Well, they did some testing with it. It's the wider front Michelin tire, similar to what the Audi and the big diesel prototypes are running over in Europe. They feel there are some gains to be had, but they just said it's too difficult to work with. The kickback through the steering wheel, Klaus Graf showed me his hands. He still had blisters from a test that he ran here earlier in the week, and he just said, we just feel it's too problematic. We don't have a handle on it. The power steering has given us fits. So they've switched back essentially towards their specification from last year when they won the championship. And for a 12-hour race, you don't want any unknowns.
Timo, owner Greg Pickett said exactly that. He said, you know what, we know this other system, and we don't have trouble with it. We've got a new system we're having trouble with. Why, Bob, take it off. Let's go with what we know. I think that's a smart move.
It's a smart move. They had little niggling problems that almost cost them the championship last year, so they want to remove that. We understand now. We saw Antonio Garcia with the collision with John Bennett in the prototype challenge car earlier, and we're now being told Garcia will serve a penalty for that contact. Stop plus a 60-second hold.
And that is such a long penalty. 60 seconds, 1 minute sitting on pit lane. That's after you've slowed up, got down the delta of the pit lane. You got to consider and just sitting there. That is just huge.
And we also heard earlier that Pierre Caffer had a problem with the right rear on
If
his
he gets over 200, you need to shut it
prototype
off.
challenge car. Here's the crew reminding him of Garcia of the speed limit down pit lane. We understand the 52 and the 81 may have gotten together. That incident is under review. A lot of argy-bargy already here in a 12-hour race.
Well, the key for the crew, Danny Binks on the radio, the crew chief on this number 3 machine, is the driver will be frustrated. You can see the chest pounding there. Antonio Garcia will probably be frustrated by that. It was traffic, someone who shouldn't have been in the mix there in that GT lead battle. But you got to calm him down. You don't want to compound the issue with a penalty by speeding on pit lane.
Antonio Garcia behind the wheel of his Corvette. Will be back to more action from Sebring. In each race, they will measure how fast the competitors go, how efficient they are, and how much environmental impact each of those teams has per weekend. And they'll hand out a Michelin Green X Challenge Award to the prototype and GT winners. And then they'll hand out a Michelin Green X Challenge Award at the end of the 2013 American Le Mans Series season. Somebody clean, fast, and efficient right now is Bruno Junqueira in the number 9 from RSR. In the prototype challenge category, the Continental tires new. And this team really seems to have adapted to it, but it'll be interesting to see the setup that Bruno Junqueira has put on this car. Will that work for his 2 teammates? It was a little edgy in qualifying, Calvin.
It was, and talking to the team and people around the team, they said Bruno's done the majority of the setup work on the car. He likes the car that's a little edgy, little free, little loose, and his teammates, Alex Popov, who's the defending LMPC champion, and Duncan Endy, who are like Pro-Am guys, but very good ones, they're struggling with that setup, so it'll be interesting to see. Bruno's got a great pace right now. He's currently running second, trying to chase down this man, Pierre Caffer, who's a previous overall winner here at Sebring for Audi back in 2004, but you need a car, Dorsey, that is working for all 3 guys who are going to rotate through.
Absolutely right, Calvin. And if it's edgy, you know, right now, early in the morning when it's relatively cool out, it's going to be darn loose later on when that sun comes around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Pierre Caffer continuing to hold down the lead in prototype challenge.
And I talked to Pierre Caffer on the grid, and he said this has really been quite a fun weekend for him. He didn't know what to expect when he signed up to do this race in a prototype challenge car, but he said it drives a lot like a P2 car. He said it's been a lot of fun. The team this year, we can expect to see them at least 4 races, definitely, of course, here, Long Beach, Laguna, and possibly Petit, maybe more, but Pierre said that team, they're nothing but professional, and it's been quite a fun weekend.
Well, the team run by Elton Julian, who is a spectacular race car driver in his own right, and he said earlier he was going to hang up his helmet, but he raced throughout the winter. But now this is his team, Dragon Speed, in conjunction with Michi Motors. We understand the Delta Wing is going to go behind the wall. We'll see if it will return to action later. But Elton Julian putting a team out the same way he drove, with precision, with excellence, and it shows. We saw the Delta Wing heading behind the wall. The good thing about these endurance races, sometimes you can get back out.
A devastating blow for this team. Only 3 cylinders are working at the moment. One of the cylinders has dropped out. They're really not sure why at the moment. So they're going to take it behind the wall, investigate it. Remember, this is a brand new engine. They only started building it 6 weeks ago. It's a phenomenal effort to get it on the track. It uses a master cylinder head, but otherwise it's an Elan engine. But yeah, they're going to try and work on it, see what they can do.
We see Benoit Trillier working through traffic. And one of the things about that Delta Wing, it is the old wiring harness on a new power plant, so it could be simply an ECU or an electrical issue as we head back to GT Challenge. Dempsey Del Piero Motorsport, brand new to GT Challenge, but Greg Cates and the guys have done a great job, and they have fielded these two GT Challenge Porsches, and Andy Lally on the final lap of qualifying yesterday put it on pole, showing just what a job this team has done.
They've done a brilliant job, and I tell you what, this is going to be a fierce battle in this GTC category here this weekend. When you look at some of the teams that are campaigning cars this year, Flying Lizard have switched from GT to GTC. You've got Alex Job Racing, TRG, along with guys like Dempsey Racing, JDX. Then you look at some of the drivers in these cars, Dorsey. Unbelievable lead drivers like Andy Lally, Jerome Bleekemolen.
I was about to say, yesterday's qualifying was so fascinating, and you looked at that sheet of times and look at the names of those drivers, and you went, what? You know, that's how competitive this thing has gotten. And like you said, Calvin, right at the end on the last lap, here comes Andy Lally and pops one off and got everybody by surprise.
Well, Jerome Bleekemolen in the white number 22 WeatherTech Porsche, and there's a look at Alex Job Racing. Alex told me the other day, you know, they just won at the Rolex 24. He said the last time we won at the Rolex 24, followed it with a Sebring win. So they've got their fingers crossed that maybe they've got some good luck going their way. And Jerome Bleekemolen behind the wheel of the 22, he'll be in there with Cooper McNeil all year long.
Alex Job has got 8 wins already here at Sebring, so I mean, he's no rookie to it. It's a very, very well-prepared team and really nice race cars.
Bleekemolen is the ultimate teammate. He drove for 4 different teams last year in this category, had 3 wins in a second. He's the go-to guy.
A hired gun, to say the least. And there's Jan Halen, the number 11 JDX entry, that beautiful gold livery that we've seen for the last year or so. And Jeremy Dale puts out a great program, so close to being on the podium on multiple occasions last year. In fact, finished first at Mid-Ohio, I believe, and that win was taken away because of some drive time issues. But Jan Halen doing a great job. That team continuing to turn out good product, and I think the good product is going to be GTC all year long.
All year long is going to be sensational, Dorsey. I mean, Chris Cumming, Michael Valiante nearly had victories for that team last year. They've got a really good driver. I mean, Jan Halen being a silver-graded driver, that is something else. Silver guy in that gold car is going to be spectacular.
Audi continuing to lead here at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. You ride on board. You can witness one of the greatest endurance events in the world, the 12 Hours of Sebring, the race pushing man and machine to the limit and beyond. Don't miss the American Le Mans Series 12 Hours of Sebring. Exclusive live coverage continues today, 1 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed. There, a look at your 5 class leaders.
Here's your boy working on Mr. Sellers' car.
Darren, drive the car back to the tent. You'll hear on the radio if you have to turn it off because it's overheating.
Woody, can you ask permission, please? Ask permission from the official.
What was that, Cal? Yes. Yes.
This number 1 machine is last year's spec in 2012, and when you look at it there, you see the rear wing configuration. It looks pretty normal. When you get another look at the number 2 car that Christensen's behind the wheel of right now, you'll see some extensions to that. So they've increased the downforce on the number 2. Talking to Alan McNish after qualifying yesterday, he drove the number 2 car. He said, I was a little bit faster through the corners, but the number 1 car does have more straightaway speed, which will play out better in traffic. Do you clear the traffic on the straightaways, or do you need that downforce in the corners will be the key today?
It's definitely safer to pass on the straightaways, that's for sure. I like that down the straightaway faster than everybody, Neil.
Well, and make no mistake, Audi wants to win this event. I mean, especially with the historical significance being the last American Le Mans Series sanctioned Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. They want to win it, but they use this race every year as a test and a tune-up for Le Mans. You can see the different wing on the back of the number 2 Audi that you were talking about.
Yeah, well, you can see it right there. There's like these little extensions, and they're not an extension on the rear wing itself. They extend. There you see it from the onboard. Look at that. It actually comes off the rear fenders, so there's kind of a little trick around the rules there that Toyota brought into play last year. Audi said, we like that. We don't agree with it totally, but that's okay. We'll just copy it next year.
And they did so. You can see right there, dual plane on the verticals, and it's coming off the body. It's not actually connected.
Right now, Tom Christensen behind the wheel of the 2, and one of the things about the R18, whether in the pure diesel configuration or in the hybrid configuration that they're running here, is visibility out of that car. Here's some contact.
Christensen again. He's been in the wars today, so Tom there just playing it nice and easy, not forcing the issue. You can certainly throw it away at this stage of the game. You cannot afford to damage one of these race cars. You see how high-tech they are. All the little fins and widgets on the bodywork. If you start damaging that, you're either going to have to spend time in the pits to fix it, or you're going to lose the performance of the race car.
And when we were on board the number 48 GT Porsche a little while ago, you could tell the speed differential between the classes. You saw it from Tom Christensen's point of view, and you saw it from the number 48 of Marco Holzer in the Paul Miller Porsche. You're right on board right now with the number 4 Corvette. That is your leader in GT. Ollie Gavin behind the wheel right now, the number 4.
Had a great start, immediately put this Corvette to the front where he likes to be. And Jimmy Bruni right now is about 2.5 seconds behind in the Risi Competizione Ferrari. So Ollie Gavin is on the march right now. This team has really gelled. When they did the driver switch a couple of years ago, everyone kind of questioned what they are up to, but I tell you what, Milner and Gavin are a great pairing. They got Richard Westbrook on board for the Enduros. They're going to be tough to beat.
Takes the pressure away from you. When you get a lead like that, you can see he's the only one on that back straightaway. You can get your head in the game and just really calms you down.
Audi beginning to slice its way through prototype 2 traffic. See the black open cockpit prototype. That is the 552 of level 5, and Ryan Hunter-Reay, the reigning IndyCar champion, on board. And then the Ferrari, it's so strange to watch the Risi Competizione Ferrari pass the Flying Lizard Porsche because you think it's class against, class, but it's not. It's GT versus GT Challenge, with the Flying Lizards making that move to the GT Challenge class. So many years in GT.
Yeah, no new Porsche for this year. There's a brand new GT Porsche that was tested here actually last month and will be out next year. So Flying Lizard have decided to take a sabbatical from the GT ranks. Going to run 2 cars for the year. Seth Nyman will be involved as a driver and owner again once, as we've seen before. But he has a neck injury right now he's trying to recover from, so he's going to skip the first couple of races. There you see Jimmy Bruni. His car does not look hooked up, Dorsey. A little bit of a slide there going through 5.
Yeah, that car was edgy. We've been watching it all weekend, and I think as this racetrack gets more slippery with guys dropping off and bringing sand on, that configuration of car is not going to be too happy here.
Pedro Lamy having a fantastic run in the 2012 spec Aston Martin. We expected the 97 to be very quick. It has been, but when you look just behind that Ferrari, there is the 97 Aston Martin. And it's not windshield wiper fluid going on the windshield right there.
He's pushing a lot of water out. That's overheated pretty badly, so they'll have to see what that's about.
And they've taken the 97 behind the wall, but a pretty stellar driving lineup for Aston Martin here at Sebring. Andrew?
Yeah, well, the problem with the 97 is there's been a bit of contact and there's a split water radiator, so they're going to have to repair that. The man who's going to jump in the car a little later is Bruno Senna. A year ago, Bruno, of course, you were driving for Williams down in Australia, the Australian Grand Prix, so making a debut for Aston Martin, a little bittersweet.
Yeah, of course, but I'm enjoying myself here very much. This is super competitive, and it's the first race for me this year. so I'm trying to give these guys the best. Unfortunately, I haven't been particularly well in my health, but today I'm back to human, so hopefully we can get back from our problems now and get good results.
Darren Turner told me he was so impressed how you just managed to put yourself into sports car mindset.
Well, it's I think every car is a race car. You have to get into it, but you know, they helped me a lot. Really helped me to understand the car and trying to set up the car, and I think that made me learn much faster. So you know, we'll see sometime later today what's really it is all about.
Thanks very much, Bruno. Of course, he's going to have to play catch-up.
Well, driving the car has never been a problem for drivers coming over from whether it's IndyCar or Formula One. They've got the speed, they've got the talent behind the wheel. It's some of the nuances like setting up a car for 3 people to drive or driver changes that they're not used to.
Well, race car drivers are traditionally selfish, right?
Yeah,
you want it all your own way, so we haven't compromised in any way, whether it's the seating position, the gauges that you're looking at, the logistics around the race car. I mean, it's all really a thing that you like to hone to what your preference is yourself. But when you're sharing it with another driver, you've really got to put that out to one side and just really think about the team and what is ultimately going to give you the best performance for all 3 drivers over the course of a race.
Well, in the number 91, the Viper of Mark Goossens has gotten past the 007 Aston Martin. Plenty of history here. We've talked about it. We will all day long. As we go to break, let's look back to 1963. 1963, 50 years ago, the Corvette Stingray wows the world and makes its Sebring debut. It's been a common theme, whether it was Corvette or Cobra, the Americans upsetting the Euro orthodoxy. Since that 63 debut, Corvette has claimed 14 class victories at Sebring.
Allowed everyone, ourselves included, but also other manufacturers and sponsors, to focus all of their energy on a single target. I think the fans are going to get a best of both worlds experience here, and that's going to be across the board. You know, taking the best of the Grand Am, the best of the American Le Mans Series presented by Tequila Patron, putting it together. You think about the schedule, opening up with the 24 hours of Daytona, going to the 12 hours of Sebring, finishing up at Petit Le Mans, and then the middle going to places like Indianapolis, Circuit of the Americas, Watkins Glen, and no doubt others. You know, I'm a fan, first and foremost, of sports car racing, and I can't wait for this.
I think as the fans have watched this merger unfold and the information is being put out in a timely manner, it's been really calming for both the teams, the manufacturers, and the fans to see where we're headed. And as we look down from the helicopter, the Audis are beginning to come to pit road. Last year it was 22 to 23 laps on fuel, a little earlier here this year.
There's also a little bit less room on pit lane. The teams only have 25 feet. That's about 3 feet shorter than what they're used to. So the Audi's coming in early. This is going to be beneficial. That means they won't be in traffic when they're leaving. Looks like both drivers, Benoit Trullier will stay in the number 1. Tom Christensen will stay behind the wheel of the number 2. And we talk about how brutal the Sebring race circuit is. After the end of the 12 hours today, it's not the end for Audi Sport. They're staying. They're going to test for another 18 hours on Sunday and Monday just to make sure that these cars are ready for Le Mans. The team owner, the team doctor, Dr. Ulrich, he said, if you can survive 12 hours here, you can certainly survive 24 hours at Le Mans. It was a much faster stop for the number 1. It'll be tires on the number 2, and we are starting to get some split strategy already. 2 different cars, 2 different strategies. Brad Kettler gives Tom Christensen the go-ahead. Both Audis back out.
Yeah, they told me yesterday, Jamie, they should be able to double stint, but again, they probably just want to get a read. It's early in this race. It's all about getting the notes done early, allowing those tire engineers to get a really close look. They're allowed to go over the wall and take a peek, but when you get them off the car, that allows you to truly evaluate what sort of tire wear you're getting early in the going.
Takes the stress off, too, to get those cars in there when the pit lane's not crowded. Get that a real slow pit stop. It looks like a slow pit stop, but in actuality, they're just taking their time to get the information they need.
Once again in this series, you cannot do any servicing whilst the refueling is taking place.
In GT Challenge, there is a look at the number 30, the third place car, Sean Edwards behind the wheel. Another one of these guys who has been driving extensively over the winter. He was at the Rolex 24. If there's a race on a weekend, he is there. He doesn't sit at home on the couch. He won the 24 Hours of Dubai back in January with Jerome Bleekemolen. And it was his second Dubai win in a row, and then gets on a plane and goes to Daytona and runs the Rolex 24.
Yeah, he just loves it, and finished third here last year, qualified on the polling class last year. I think he did about 8 24-hour races in 2012. So if you want someone with an endurance history, he is your man right now.
Look a little bit further back. There's the 11, Jan Halen, and then the Flying Lizard, number 45. Number 10 in there as well, the second Dempsey Del Piero entry. And this is, you know, we've talked about it, and I know we've said it before, and we're going to continue to say it all year long. It is going to be a great class to watch. Andrew Davis behind the wheel of the number 10, Spencer Pumpelly in the 45, Jan Halen in the 11, and there are those names that we talked about earlier. Those are the guys.
This class has really stepped up. I mean, you look at the list of names of the drivers on these cars, and then this is the cream of the crop for GT.
And two guys who have duked it out in the Grand Am series as well. Right here, Andrew Davis going after Spencer Pumpelly. This is the second of the two Dempsey cars there, so they've got a really good handle on their race setup here.
And you see the number 62 Ferrari beginning to work through GT Challenge traffic, and now P2 entries are hitting pit road.
David Brabham is in first in P2 and the number 01 from Extreme Speed. He does have prototype experience. The team, though, not so much. I was talking to Robin Hill, and he told me it was on February 7th, so just over a month ago when they decided to make this switch up to P2. This car here that David is in right now, this is the car that won the P2 category in the World Endurance Championship here at Sebring last year. So the car is tried and true. The team getting experience. It was fuel only for Extreme Speed. Andrew?
Rebellion has come in and gone out. They are double stinting the tyres, and a very good and slick stop from the Surrey-based team in the UK. This, of course, is a Swiss-backed company. Just one thing you guys ought to know about this team. Why is it called Rebellion? Well, Rebellion is a Swiss upmarket watch company. Once a year, they produce 10 watches that sell at $913,000 each.
I'll have two.
Yeah, not inexpensive by any stretch of the imagination. Well, Fox Saturday Baseball returns with 3 great matchups as the Yankees battle the defending American League champion Tigers. Angels outfielder Josh Hamilton returns to Texas to take on the Rangers, or the Cardinals take on the World Series champion Giants in a rematch. Should be awesome. Fox Saturday Baseball right here. We'll be back to more from the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring right after this.
Seconds go, watch your man. Ready. Get ready. Straight, 1 Audi pit straight.
back at the 61st Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, where the defending ALMS champions, Muscle Milk Pickett Racing with driver Klaus Groff, making their first pit stop. It was fuel only. They are being able to double sit these Michelin tires in the early goings.
Further than the Audis. Now, the Audis were probably going to be a little bit conservative on that initial run, but remember, their Audis are diesel-powered cars. They only get 58 liters of fuel. These petrol-powered cars, Brian, get a lot more.
Well, there have been some changes this year. The hybrid diesel actually gets 58 liters. If it were just a standard diesel, it would be 60. But the other thing is they have a smaller fueling restrictor, so it takes longer to put the fuel in the car, and the Prototype 1 entries that are non-diesel have an extra 5 liters of fuel than they did last year, so that delta is going to be greater. And the question is, will the petrol-powered cars be able to make enough mileage? Will they get one stint further? Will they have something at the end of the race? Will the Audis have to pit late?
Well, that's when it becomes significant, is when you suddenly get a yellow, you get stacked up, and if you're on that lead lap and suddenly the Audis, need to pit a little bit earlier, and the Muscle Milk guys can stretch it. I mean, that is a big, big advantage to have in your hip pocket.
That's something that's going to play out, obviously, as we go into the back half of the 12 hours. As they make more and more pit stops, the Audi's going to have to make X amount of more pit stops than these petrol-powered cars.
On board here with one of the new BMW Z4s, currently driven by Bill Oberlin. 2 cars in the field. This is the black machine. Really sinister looking as he chases down Pedro Lamy in that Aston Martin. There you see his line taken away, and then at the same time, this is what these drivers are dealing with. Slower traffic up ahead, yet faster traffic coming through when you're in the GT cars.
We've got 3 different classes right there. The Flying Lizard Porsche, the silver and red car is GT Challenge, the Aston beside it, GT, and then the Prototype 1 category Muscle Milk car behind it. And looking a little further back,
this is huge. Look at this, Corvette squad already sending back to the tent where they can have more hands on deck to try and get this car fixed.
And obviously looking at the telemetry, didn't even stop in the pits, I don't believe, just said, take it back. We know it's going to be a lengthy repair. Take it straight back.
10 seconds away.
10 seconds away.
And this race is so essential. There's 20 points for a win here, but everyone who scores points here at this length of race gets a 4-point bonus. Doesn't really matter if all of the top teams are in the points, because everyone gets that 4-point bonus. If you do not score, digs a big hole in the championship.
Back to the truck. Back to the truck.
And here comes the crew. You look in the left corner, you see him on what we call a tugger. And they will meet Antonio Garcia, who is already stopped underneath the tent at Corvette Racing, and they will go to work on the number 3 Corvette. So Antonio Garcia in the garage, the crew will go to work. Jamie, what was the problem?
Antonio Garcia reporting back to the team that he is stuck in gear, so they went ahead and take him back to the paddock so they can get to work on the car. It's about to get pretty busy in pit lane because the sister car, the number 4, is getting ready for its first pit stop.
Well, that's going to be a lengthy repair, and it makes you almost wish back to the days of an H-pattern gearbox. These paddle shift electronic gearboxes can get gremlins that you have to really get inside of them to get them taken care of.
And it's this racetrack I talked about at the beginning of the show, transmissions.
Well, welcome Bob Varsha to the booth. Bob, so far?
So far, I'm pretty bad luck for Corvette, it appears. Obviously not something electronic that they could just change out the steering wheel and get things going again, and that's bad news for a car that has done so well here over the years.
These have gotten so complex. These are non-interrupt. You go full throttle. You never get off that full throttle position, and you just click gears. And there's a servo in the back, and it's operated by vacuum, and it has a servo that opens and shifts that gear for you. When it doesn't work, though, you got problems.
Well, it's like on the Ferrari, we saw the pneumatic pump that controls the actuator, the gear actuator the other day when we were looking over the 458 at Reese, and any of those things that go wrong, it's like I said, it makes you long for the days when it was just a direct linkage to the box and you move the lever.
The gearbox is something you don't want to have to fix. I mean, even though they try and make these cars as serviceable as possible, to get into that gearbox, if it's an ancillary, maybe they can do a quick fix, but if they're getting into the gearbox at all, that is 20 to 30 minutes minimum.
That's at the back, that's a transaxle car, so its problem is at the back. Now, if it's an electronic issue or something mechanical on the outside of the gearbox, that's a quick fix. However, like you said, Calvin, if it goes into the gear bag part, it's a long fix.
You ride on board the number 1 Audi as they continue to lead. It's going to take strategy to get the petrol-powered cars up front. Right now, the Audi's out in front.
Tomorrow it's time for a throwdown in Thunder Valley. Find out why the Bull Ring has always produced road rage and celebrate the drivers who've dominated the world's fastest half mile. NASCAR Race Day live from Bristol tomorrow, 10:30 Eastern, and only on Speed. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back to more from Sebring, and when we come back, Bob Varsha will join Calvin and Dorsey in the booth. We'll see you then. In the early 50s, Florida businessman Alec Ullman fell in love with the world's greatest endurance race, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. From that passion, the 12 Hours of Sebring was born. 45 years later, another visionary, Dr. Don Panos, also fell under the spell of the French Endurance Classic. At the time, American sports car racing was in disarray. Panos bet his reputation and personal fortune that a tie to Le Mans could help bring order to the chaos. His vision set the course for a revival of track facilities, new technologies including green racing, alternative fuels and hybrids, and the very first running of a new FIA World Endurance Championship.
There's not many people come into motorsport with no history, no background, and actually can lead people and lead manufacturers in a direction.
It was really great at that moment that someone like Don that had the vision of the American Le Mans Series was able to just get things done, and it just set the scene for what has been an incredible journey for everybody involved.
In 2006, Panos realized a dream when a Panos Esperante won the Sebring GT category, giving Don victory in a race he helped revive.
Good to see Dr. Panos around the racetrack this weekend, watching over his baby, as it were, as it evolves into something new next year, where the American Le Mans Series and Grand Am Sports Car Racing will combine to form United Sports Car Racing. We'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. Now, right now, you're looking at Tom Christensen in the number 2 car. Word from the corners is that he had contact with the 02 P2 car in the hands of Anthony Lazzaro. Off the corner onto the back straightaway.
Didn't really see it there. It must have happened a little bit earlier in the corner. Let's take a look from the onboard with TK. Anthony Lazzaro up ahead. Oh yeah, there's definitely a little touch there.
I don't think I'd draw any kind of penalty. I mean, it was car-to-car contact, but you know, you never do know.
Finally clears him, and he takes off. Look at that hybrid diesel. About 185 miles an hour they reach down this back Ullman straightaway.
With the help of that electrical push at the 2 front wheels. It's an amazing technology and a debut here at Sebring.
Electrical pull, actually.
Drives those front wheels. We talk about these wider front tires that has really become in vogue with these prototype cars. Sometimes the downside of that is that it's very hard to keep these tires generated in terms of like a live optimal tire pressure. They also have a tendency to pick up rubber and create problems under caution. Well, with those front wheels being driven on this Audi, Dorsey, it actually allows the driver to clean them up a little bit. It's not developing huge power, just over 100 horsepower is being delivered when they actually get to that phase of the race circuit where they utilize the hybrid power, but it's enough to create a little bit of force through those front tires and keep them clean.
On board with the new face at Viper, Jonathan Bomarito, getting his first taste of Sebring in the SRT Viper.
Really fast in that car too. Jonathan really adapted well, jumped in there and taken the reins of that car, and the car's really doing well this year, it looks like.
The number 4 car that's dropped down the order a little bit after their pit stop, but still looking really strong, and Corvette still thrashing away on the 3 car back at the tent, back at the awning on their transporter to try and get that car back in the fray.
These beautiful Millennium yellow cars that have achieved so much here at Sebring, they will be a part of the new order in sports car racing. Here's Jamie Howe.
We did see the number 4 car come in. They made the first pit stop. They did do a driver change. Oliver Gavin got out. Tommy Milner didn't get behind the wheel. We know that this is the final year of the C6. So I found Taj Junkter, who is the chief engineer for Corvette. Taj, we saw the 2014 Stingray unveiled just a couple weeks. Tell us about that new car.
Well, the Corvette C7 Stingray has been introduced here at a public raceway for the first time, and we do it with a racing background because racing has had such an influence on Corvette and actually Chevrolet throughout its history. Chevrolet was founded by Louis Chevrolet, a renowned race car driver and race car designer. Corvette, throughout its 60 years, been involved in racing, and nowhere is the technology transfer between the track and the street more evident than in the 7th generation Corvette Stingray.
Well, we can't wait to see that new C7 on the track. And if you want to find out more about the progression of the Stingray, you can log on to www.2014stingray.com. Thank you, Pat.
That's it. We understand the race car is actually going to be tested sometime midsummer, maybe July, in preparation for the new 2014 season. So exciting times ahead for Corvette.
15th year for the Corvette racing team. Neatly dovetailing with the 60th anniversary of the Corvette, America's sports car. There you see your leaders in class. We've got another break coming up. We'll return to the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring live here on Speed, taking you to the top of the hour, when we'll check in with the NASCAR action in Bristol. Stay with us. out in Sport and Muscle Milk. The top Muscle Milk Picket Racing, the defending champions of the Michelin Green X Challenge. Last year, Corvette took honors in GT. There are the GT standings at the moment. As a part of the overall environmentally sensitive approach to racing in the American Le Mans Series, there are 5 different forms of energy or fuel available to the teams. Of course, the ultra low sulfur diesel that we see in the Audis, and various ethanol blends with fuel. Now there's the 552 P2 car. A moment ago, bit of a moment.
Ryan Hunter-Reay driving.
Up on Tristan Nunez, I think. Oh, just got on the power a little bit too early there. May have run the right side up on the curb. And I lost traction there trying to.
Well, that's more than a moment.
Outside. Yeah.
Just saw him take a tear-off visor and throw it out. Now I know why.
Yeah,
oh, he's lucky he didn't get it stuffed into the wall backwards.
Yeah, it's easy to get into the guardrail on that side of the racetrack. Looked like he didn't track all the way out in anticipation of taking it around the outside of that LMPC car. So scary moment there for Ryan Hunter-Reay. We'll have to see if his tires are clean and he's good to go.
The team has been on the radio with Ryan Hunter-Reay telling him, just calm down, you'll get back into your groove, don't worry about it. They have looked at the telemetry and they don't see any reason to come in at this point in time, so Hunter-Reay will be able to get back there and just get back into the groove. GTC battle is heating up and we're going to start seeing some pit stops from those guys coming up.
Picking up the action in the GTC category. Riding on board the number 30. You can see the speed differential between the prototypes and the GT cars. The class leader in GTC, Jerome Bleekemolen, in the number 22, is in the pits. Here's Jamie.
And Jerome Bleekemolen now out of the car, handing duties over to his co-driver, Cooper McNeil, who is also the defending GTC champion. There's not a lot of work that can be done on the GTC cars. That's one of the beauties of the classes. Everyone's running the same equipment, so the team and the drivers are who make the difference. The team has worked tirelessly on the pit stops. Let's not forget Alex Job Racing. They are coming off of a victory in the GT category at the 24 Hours of Daytona, so endurance racing is certainly something they're familiar with. They said, watch our pit stops this year because they're going to be impressive. So far, everything going to plan. It was tires, it was fuel. Taking a couple of extra seconds here, and the stop is complete.
Yeah, tight there to the pit wall. Makes it really difficult for those right side tire changes to get the work done. But nice and clean, they finished. They not only won here last year, they finished 1-2. So Alex and his team just has such a tremendous record here at Sebring. They certainly know how to get the job done.
These are shorter pit stalls this year than what we've run in the past as well. So it's more important than ever to get that car exactly properly placed so that you don't have the fuel hose stretched too far, or like you said, Calvin, the guys changing the tires on the inside have room to do their job.
Talking to the drivers who run these GTC cars on a regular basis, they say the real key is keeping those Yokohama tires in their operating window. They're great tires, but you can't abuse them. You've got to recognize that point when you're just going over the edge a little bit, bring it back in. Don't expect to see in the heat of the day those guys double stinting too much, but maybe when it cools down tonight, they'll try and save those precious seconds on pit lane by double stinting to the finish.
If you took a close look at that Alex Job car in the pit, you might have noticed the Buffalo logo of the University of Colorado. Cooper McNeil is an undergraduate at CU Boulder.
Certainly had a tremendous season last year, really mistake-free, and that's what it takes when the class is so competitive as the GTC category. Certainly has some great teammates, but Cooper's a really fine young man, and I know he's looking at maybe expanding his racing horizons, and certainly Europe is in his future as well.
With a hairpin and off on the backside of this 3.7-mile circuit. Tonight, the superstars of Supercross will battle it out in Indianapolis. A win here takes the victor one step closer to a possible title. Get down and dirty with Monster Energy Supercross from Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis tonight, 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed. We'll celebrate another anniversary now with a look back at the race in 1973, a back-to-back victory for a very prominent team. In 1973, the world thought the Sebring event was dead. But John Bishop brought his fledgling organization IMSA to the airport circuit with 72 cars, and Sebring was back in business. Driving this Porsche RSR, the winners were Peter Gregg, Dr. Dave Helmick, and Hurley Haywood. Haywood claimed another win in 1981 and started the race a record 28 times on his way to Sebring's Hall of Fame.
Oh, we got trouble. One of the Dyson's cars slow right there. I was going to say, that was a really cool piece. That's my first year here at Sebring 73.
Yeah.
This car slowed. It's on the outside of the sweeper onto the back straight, I believe.
It's okay. It just shut itself off and now it's all right. Copy that, Chris. No. It just shut itself off again. Coming in now. Chris, we're going to go back to the trailer, go to the end of pit lane, make a right turn.
Synthetic motor oil brand, Mobil 1. Welcome back to Sebring. Here's a contender in the P1 class. Chris Dyson brings the number 16 Lola Mazda into the pits. The engine has been cutting out. Jamie Howe is there.
Speaking with the team, Chris Dyson was reporting a misfire. He did reset the ECU, and they thought that everything was going to be fine. He radioed back to the team and said, no, it just shut off again. We thought they were going to head back to the garage, but they went ahead and brought it to pit lane. Looks like they might take a look at it and plug into the car. They see a lot more telemetry by plugging into the car than they can see transmitted through the signal, so they're going to do that. Went ahead and fueled it. Chris is going to stay in the car during this process. He did overshoot the pit box just a little bit, but they're going to be sitting here for a little while just to see what they can find before going all the way back.
Car shut completely off twice, not just a misfire. I mean, it went completely dead.
And that's pretty scary, because when you're being followed by some of those faster prototypes and suddenly it just shuts down the power, you can't get out of the way quick enough. Now we see the 3-car back on track. It was stuck in gear before and seems to be having the same problem.
Or it's not going up to speed.
Definitely.
See what they say about that. I think you're right, Calvin. It's probably locked itself down into one gear. It's never one gear.
Hit this lap. Hit this lap. We changed the boxes. I don't know. There's some electrical. Everything has changed.
They changed everything, but some electrical gremlin is preventing that.
Maybe the steering wheel, I don't know.
to decide. If they haven't changed the steering wheel, of course, it's got the paddles on it.
I can hear is demanding the gear, but
Tony was saying it's asking for a gear but not changing.
It's got to be incredibly frustrating as you grab the paddle and ask for the gear and the car just stays.
For the old age pattern to be
See his left hand working that paddle. Here's a battle for position. Third place in GT, Ferrari versus Viper.
Viper has done such a great job with that car since last year. They just stripped it completely down to bare frame and really went to work on making everything meticulous to make it a competitive car, and it really is. I mean, they're showing it now.
I think they're going to be a contender. I mean, they've really done their due diligence, and last year they debuted mid-season, learned a lot. As you said, Dorsey went right through the cars, really tried to eliminate a lot of the little niggly problems so that they got more track time. That's the biggest thing. They'd have problems, and that negated them getting on track for certain sessions. They said, now we're executing. There's a really good, calm feel amongst the team. All of the drivers get along very well. Great chemistry there. I think they're going to spring some surprises this year.
Good shot right off the roof here. Look at the body fit of the hood. That's one thing they worked on. They had big gaps in their seams on the bodywork. Everything's now meticulous. The biggest gain in speed, talking to drivers, has come from the traction control unit. They've done a lot of work on that traction control, and now it's doing what it should do. It's allowing them to give a lot of throttle. And this is a track right here.
It was a little wide of the apex there. Look at this. Goosen's is all over him.
Oh, this is a tough place to pass.
Very tough place to pass as the road swings left and right. This kind of battling will be going on all day long. We won't let you miss a thing. In a moment, we're going to send you to Sprint Cup Happy Hour on the NASCAR weekend at Bristol. So join us again, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll take you into the evening here at Sebring International Raceway. Right now, let's send you off to Bristol Motor Speedway in Tennessee. Mike Joy leading the team at Sprint Cup Happy Hour. So long from Sebring.
Watch the #1 e-tron Quattro from Audi Sport with Marcel Fassler behind the wheel as he continues to lead from Sebring. Great battles throughout the classes. It's exactly what you would expect in the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, fueled by Fresh from Florida. Live on speed, Marcel Fassler having things pretty much his way as his Audi and his Audi teammates have run pretty much uncontested. There's a look at the 5 class leaders right now from Sebring. Scott Sharp leading at P2, Bruno Junqueira in the Continental Tire Prototype Challenge category, Richard Westbrook in GT, and Cooper McNeil in GTC. Plenty of action from the drop of the green. It was an all Audi front row. Benoit Trillier would start in the #1 Audi and lead his teammate Tom Christensen into turn 1, but an angry mob behind. Antonio Garcia in the Corvette into the back of the Prototype Challenge entry driven by John Bennett. Garcia will serve a costly penalty, a stop plus 60 seconds. He's saying, why? Why? Well, a little argy-bargy. And then later, a problem, a transmission woe for the #3 Corvette, and Garcia would have to drive the vet back to the paddock. Extensive work. Problems for the Delta Wing early on. Electronic gremlins cutting down the power to one of the cylinders. Was not electronics this time. That is mechanical, and that is terminal. The Delta Wing debuting a new power plant, and Bridgestone tires is out. More problems on the racetrack. The 97, the Aston Martin 2 entered, but the 97 in 2013 spec has had some contact on the racetrack, and that leads to overheating woes. They'll work on that. Electronic gremlins for the Dyson Mazda, and the crew would push that car back to the garage and go to work there as well. This racetrack really beginning to take its toll. Even though your teammates doesn't mean you can't fight on the racetrack. The #2 of Alan McNish slips past that silver #1. He got blocked by the GTC entry, the #11, that gold GTC entry from JDX entry, or JDX Racing, I should say, and McNish takes advantage and takes the position. Look at this, down into the hairpin. There's a look from on board Marcel Fessler. We say there's always plenty of action. Simon Pagenaud in the black prototype trying to get past Ed Brown in the 02, that black and green entry from Extreme Speed Motorsports. Both Honda powered chassis, both Honda chassis from on board. And you can see the contact there. So problems for the 02, the 01 team car came to pit road, and Chris Neville is there.
Our overall leader, Marcel Fessler, in pit lane, spoke to this team just about 10 minutes ago why they left this car out on the racetrack during caution. They said they wanted to keep some of the other cars in P1 a lap down. That's why they split the strategy between the 1 and the 2. Alan McNish just went down the front straightaway, so he's taking over the overall lead. And fuel done on this car. And just listening to them on the radio, it sounds like they're having a much better time with this car, the handling of it. I talked to Brad Kettler about 15 minutes ago on the 2 car, and he said they're really kind of dealing with a car that's a little bit loose right now. So on that last stop, they did make some changes to the number 2 car.
So back on track, Marcel Fessler goes, and split fuel strategies for the 2 Audis right now here at Sebring. We take a look at this racetrack. We talk about how challenging it is. 3.74 miles, 17 corners, turn 1, turn 17, turn 7, all good passing areas, but you'll also hear us refer to the corner numbers by names. The hairpin, the Fangio chicane, Gurney bend, but perhaps Sunset bend late in the day is one of the more important ones. That's great to look at it on paper. Let's have a driver take us around with Guy Cosmo in the Patron track map.
It's been a long off season, but we're back. Welcome to the 61st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. I'm Guy Cosmo, and I'm going to show you some of my favorite points around this awesome racetrack. Turn 1, one of the greatest corners in all of racing. Very high speed, very high commitment. The entry is really wide, lots of opportunity for passing on the way in, a blind apex in the center, and on the exit, the road really narrows, which makes it very difficult to see your exit during the nighttime. Lots of passing, but a lot could go wrong in a very quick period of time. We finished the technical corners for turns 3, 4, and 5, and now we are at turn 7, formerly known as the Sebring Sandbox. Drivers are greedy, and we used to cut this corner as much as possible to save time and distance, but we would kick up dirt all over the racetrack, and it used to be filthy. We've got a new curb here to prevent us from cutting corners because cheating is bad. Now, if you hit that curb, you're going to break your car. That will not be good. After one of the longest straightaways in North America, where P1s reach speeds of 180 plus, everyone else about 160, we come to the notoriously bumpy turn 17. Your main objective? Get to full throttle as you wrestle your way over the big bumps from apex to exit to start another lap at Sebring.
Great to see Extreme Speed back in American Le Mans Series competition. Moving to the P2 category, also great to have Johnny O'Connell and Justin Bell joining me in the booth for the next couple of hours. And the battle in GT, and Johnny, I know this is dear to your heart. It is a good one. Right now, it's Richard Westbrook who leads in the number 4 Corvette. Malicelli in the Risi Competizione Ferrari holding on to second place in GT, but some good fights throughout that category.
Some great fights and a really good job so far by the number 4 team there. Having the lead, getting it. Oliver Gavin had a great stop. They're going through the rotation. Tommy Milner followed through, but there's a 62 car. They lost some positions at the start of the race. They have been fighting back. These are the guys that I think are going to be challenging Corvette the most, but there have been several times where you see Viper, you see BMW. I mean, we are so early in the race, and right now the temperatures are coming up, so teams, Justin, they're going to different tire strategies, and it's going to be interesting to see who has the best understanding of their tires as the temperatures change.
And you just said it, the temperature this week is so high compared to today than it has been the rest of the week. And as we watch the BMW, the new Z4, its opening race here, debut in North America, it is a fabulous, I'm really fascinated by this car. I got the chance to really get up and close with it this week, and I really like it. Some challenges for them. They've come into this really with the car only been here a couple of weeks, and even though the Rayolet guys went over there and worked on the car, it was very much according to BMW Germany's instructions on how they put it together. So now they've got a little bit of work to develop it. Remember, they knew the M3 so well. So this is really very much the opening night for them.
And Joey Hand up on the wheel right now, and that Z4, like you said, running well. They still have a lot of work to do. And for the fans around the racetrack especially, the sound of the BMW, very different this year. Still a V8, but it's a 4.4-liter V8 instead of the 4-liter V8 from last year. But more importantly, a different cam, 7,500 RPM, a lot lower RPM, but a lot bigger rumble from that V8.
Well, and you know what? It's BMW. Expect great things from them. We're expecting great things from these guys. The Viper, they've had half a year, all winter off, to develop this car and really to show and learn, you know, what they accomplished last year. I am expecting these guys to really step up their game. And so far for this Sebring, they're doing a super job.
Remember last year, there was the pressure of no expectation on them. And that's the perfect way for a team, a manufacturer with a new race program to come out, low pressure, just get on with learning. But of course, when you do some testing over the winter, you debut at Sebring here. It is Dodge SRT. They were winners in the past. They won NASCAR Championship. I mean, these guys know what they're doing. So they're out here right now, and if they finish, they'll do really well. But I think if they run well, they can almost get up there on the podium, which would be a fabulous result.
Well, and Justin, at this place in particular, because they in all their testing, they ran really well. You see BMW, Joey Hand, they're making a move. Now right there, that's Bryce Miller in the Porsche, in between the Corvette and the BMW. He's been fighting to stay on the same lap. He lost that position to Westbrook. I don't know whether or not that played into that role or not. But Joey Hand, BMW, stepping up.
And Miller off of the road a little bit right there. Joey Hand now trying to get past him. And remember last year, the fight between the BMWs and the Ferraris. You're seeing it again, and we still have a long way to go. Miller not wanting to give up that lap.
Not wanting to, Brian, but when you have a little bobble coming out, he hit the dirt on the exit there. You're going to get the slingshot, and the BMW perform that beautifully. And there is no defending it once you get down there into the braking zone, is there?
Well, and especially this early in the game. Now, Miller there right now, once Westbrook got by him, he's down a lap. He should let these guys continue to race. You know, that's what I always figure would be, you know, good manners. I do the same, fall in behind the Ferrari and try to stay with him. Because right now he's messing up a great battle. But if I'm Joey Hand in the BMW, I'm stoked about this because all of a sudden I've got the leader in my sights and I'm pushing hard to catch him.
Back behind this battle, remember we talked about the Vipers and the development that has been going on there. The car getting better and better. It's been strong. They've had to work on some of the technical aspects, but the engine, it's been very reliable. For more, let's go to Chris Neville.
And during Mark Goosen's stint, we saw him pass the pole sitting Ferrari out there. Mark, Johnny O'Connell and I were watching the car on the racetrack. Looked really good over the bumps, but a little bit twitchy under heavy braking.
Yeah, it's true. The car is a little nervous, especially in the braking zones. But you know what? This car's really great. It's an honor to drive that Viper around Sebring. It's a very bumpy track, and like you said, we're absorbing the bumps pretty good. And I was surprised. I have to say I was surprised with the rhythm that we could keep up as from the beginning. Had a real good start. I got straight into a good rhythm with the other guys. You know, had a flawless run. Car feels good. It's great to be fighting the Ferrari.
The Corvettes have been running up front all day. How is your car compared to the other makes in GT?
Well, it's hard to say because you know what it's like in the beginning of the race. Everybody's fighting each other really hard. But you know what? So far, so good. We had a good comparison with the BMW and the Ferrari, and you know it's the start of the year. It's still a new program for us, but I'm sure we get there.
These guys are pushing hard.
Pushing hard, that 8-liter V10 thundering towards the front, and we talk about the reliability. It's been there for Viper. They just needed to fine-tune. This is how you fine-tune a move around a BMW.
Yeah, that's 17 over the bumps. We were just talking about how good that car is over the bumps. The BMW taking a little bit wider line, and when you're on that wider line, Justin, you know you can get into a bump pretty significant, but right now, you follow them in, out wide, tuck underneath. Good move here, knowing the way the momentum's going to go. It's ninth grade geometry.
Very nicely executed. We're better at this than we were at geometry.
There is no doubt about that. Back there is the number 3 Corvette back out on the racetrack after the work done underneath the tent, trying to get that transmission in order, but the 4 car has not skipped a beat. And there it is, the leader in GT with Richard Westbrook behind the wheel.
Johnny, I want to bring something up for the viewer, which is we saw Jan Magnussen in there just having a little break before he got in the car. The disappointment the pressure on a driver when you're full of anticipation for potential victory at a race like this after such a successful background here. And then what happens is you have your car come out so early on in the race with a problem. You've now got to do 11 hours of hard racing, the same speed, the same pressure, same risks, but really almost for no benefit at the moment. So there's a lot on this, but of course, for the man that knows exactly what's happening on, you got Kelly with Doug Feehan.
Doug Feehan is Corvette Racing's program manager. Doug, bit of a rough start there for the number 3, but for the number 4, it seems like everything's going as planned.
You know, Kel, in this business, the highs are highs and the lows are lows. Right now, we're rocking it with the 4-car. 3-car turned out to be a little electrical problem, a cabling problem. Pin came loose in the paddle shift system, and so it took them a while to diagnose that, but we're back out there running with it. But we'll figure out what the fix will be in the future, and 3-car is going to run to the end.
Let's talk about the competition. You've got an old rival back there with those SRT Vipers and Aston Martin's Risi Ferrari, even tougher than in the last couple years?
This is truly a global competition when you look at the spread of the manufacturers that are participating, and all of them have spent all winter doing one thing, and that's working to take us down from this championship run.
The list of wins you've been a part of is extensive, but to win the 12 Hours of Sebring in its last year under the ALMS banner, what would that mean?
Well, I want to tell you, we had a very precarious start here. This was always our Bermuda Triangle place. We want to capture the last one so we can leave here with a sweet taste in our mouths.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Cal.
Corvette Racing does indeed know how to win at Sebring. Ollie Gavin will see if he and his teammates can pull that off. A lot of history from Sebring. There, a look at your leaders, the 5 different classes. Let's take a look back 30 years. 1983, 30 years ago, saw the race's biggest upset. It was the early days of the fabled IMSA GTP era. The 1981 Daytona 24-hour winning Porsche 935 was converted to a 934 and stole the show, taking the race win in the final half hour. It was the first time a non-top class car won overall at Sebring.
The Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring on Speed is brought to you by Tequila Patron, simply perfect. By Chevrolet, find new roads. By Michelin, a better way forward. And by Mobil 1, the world's leading synthetic motor oil brand, Mobil 1.
Look at the crowd. The weather absolutely perfect this weekend. It's been this way since Wednesday when we got here, really, and the crowd loving it, and the competition intense through all the classes that are running here today. We've had good battles in P2 and GT. There's a look at Lucas Lohr in the number 6 entry from Muscle Milk, full-time American Le Mans Series competitor, reigning champions in the class, but good battles in the Continental Tire Prototype Challenge category from the drop of the green, and those teams doing a great job to get adjusted to the new Continental Tire that they are running this year. Right now, the leader in the category is the number 52, and there he is, David Estella. This is his first sports car race. He's a Firestone Indy Lights driver, been in that series the last couple of years, making his debut in sports cars, and he can pedal one of these Prototype Challenge machines. But Calvin and I spoke about this earlier, guys. when you see single-seater drivers coming into sports car racing, driving the car isn't the problem. It's getting used to all the other things that go with sports car racing, like sharing.
Yeah, and I was chatting with him on yesterday, and you know what I love when you get a driver fresh into our sport, in our area of the sport, is their unbridled enthusiasm. Maybe it's because they don't know what's coming up.
Well, and so many single-seaters come into sports car racing and renew their love for the sport. Now, one of the difficult things that drivers from single-seaters have when they come to the American Le Mans Series or sports car racing in general is the difference in speeds. A lot of these guys have a hard time adjusting to the different classes, okay? And not knowing, understanding that in one moment you could be racing a professional, another moment a guy that's not. So you always have to be on your toes and expect the unexpected.
And that is exactly right, is what is happening right now as you see Estella get around the blue and white entry, the number 7, that's being driven right now by, where did it go on my timing and scoring screen? It looks like it's the 7 entry. It's Mark Wilkins. No, it's Tommy Dreese in that car right now. Just a recent driver change. You can see that there's been body damage to that car. Originally, Dreese's car was all black, why it was a little bit confusing. But Ostella having to work his way through, and the next up is the 05 that's being driven by Mark Wilkins right now. Both of those cars down a lap or 2.
But I'm very impressed by their overall lap times. Generally, across the board, the top guys are only a couple of seconds off the P2 cars. I'm really impressed by the way this category runs, and they look very nice and lightweight, don't they, Johnny? They look perfectly balanced. I reckon it is an absolute joy to drive around here. Probably a little bit bumpy. As you can see, the cars really do sort of oscillate over the bumps there, but I think it's very nimble. It's probably a very good Sebring car.
Well, and running second right now is Bruno Junqueira, who, you know, again, a very solid IndyCar driver, steps into this category, and he got beat up by his IndyCar career. He wasn't having fun. It was hard. You got to bring money, a zillion other things. He finds himself now in a sports car in a great category, able to showcase his talent and you know, again, compete against other top professionals. I mean, it's a great category, and one thing, Brian, that all these guys tell you that drive these cars, they're fun. You know, and we all got into it for one reason, and that was that the fun factor of driving race cars is so high.
Well, absolutely, and it's rejuvenated Bruno Junqueira's career. Ostella has his hands full. Mark Wilkins, that car a couple of laps down because John Bennett had problems early when he had that contact with Garcia. But Wilkins is a very talented driver. He won at Petit Le Mans with this team last year. So it's one of those deals where he's good. He's just been put in a car that's had some problems early on, and he doesn't want to give up anymore. So Estella's going to have to work hard if he's going to put another lap on the 05.
I think it's a case of catching's one thing, overtaking's another, but he's really been gaining on him quite solidly, and I don't think you're going to see the core car defend too hard if he gets in for a pass there.
Well, Wilkins won here at Sebring in the Prototype Challenge class with level 5 back in 2010. Let's take a look. You're on board. This is Bruno Junqueira into 17. And there's Ostella. And now he's gone. I don't see Junqueira around. He's definitely increased the distance substantially, almost 5 seconds.
Yeah, you see Bruno there way, way wide. Now, the interesting thing about this racetrack, you know, is on the line, there's a lot of grip. You start moving a car width and then a car width, you'll lose significant amounts. And it's particularly true in turn 1. We see the 81 car off, early leader. That is in the 9, 10, 11, 12 areas, part of the racetrack.
It's Mirko Schultes in that car from Drag. Oh, man.
Expect the unexpected.
And that is what Sebring is about. And thank goodness the Ferrari, the number 62, that was the Risi entry. Malicelli paying attention as he saw Schultes out to the outside. Oh, and he doesn't see the Audi coming through, and that's what gets Schultes. It's the number 2 with McNish on board.
All right, now based on what we have seen in the past, do you give Audi a penalty? Because they've been throwing out penalties pretty darn easy for contact. That was a high-risk move by the Audi there.
I think that explains why he pulled across the track. He was shaken, not stirred there. Yeah. And I think he just does his, and he's definitely no ball. And I think he just pulled out. I mean, he's like, oh my God, the engine's still going, I survived that. So kind of pretty much a rookie move. But that could have had a horrible effect, actually, for the Ferrari.
And there is a look at David Ostella, the 52 of PR1 Matheson. Not at all uncommon to see them up front. Let's go to Kelly Stavist.
One of Estella's teammates is David Chang. He was born in Beijing, splits his time between Hong Kong and Washington of all places. You're in your second ALMS race, David, but you're watching your teammate in his first ever, and he's got the lead in your category. What do you think of your teammate's work?
I mean, today's a very exciting day, you know, being here at the 61st annual running of the Sebring 12 Hours, and getting this car up into P1. It's absolutely fantastic. Although we still have a long race to go, so, you know, I'm in the car next. We're just going to try to keep it on track, keep it on the lead lap, and when we get towards the end, that's when all the gloves come off and the sprinting comes on.
In such a long race, people are looking for a good, consistent car. Is that what you think you have here with the 52?
Exactly. I think we have this car dialed in. I think our team is strong. You know, all our drivers are experienced, and you know, we'll be going for the win here for sure.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing you get in the car. Thank you, David.
All right, thank you very much.
Well, he says for sure, but nothing is for sure here at Sebring.
You know what, and Brian, I'll tell you, there's so many times when you're competing at Sebring, your car is leading and you're about to hop in it. You are nervous because all you can do is look bad. So, you know, as we get to GT here, we still have a great battle. You've got the BMW 56, Joey Hand there closing on Westbrook in the Corvette. These guys are having a great battle.
One of the things that all of the drivers have said about this new Z4 is that the handling is superb. The introduction of the Michelin tire has certainly been an advantage. Rolling speeds through the apex are good, but they just feel like they're down on straight line speed a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they really are, I think, able to get into the corners very well. When we watch the cars out there, they can get in, they can roll through the center, they can get off well. They're just, you know, nothing that, let's face it, the big manufacturers do not approach racing. Even if it's a virgin race for this car, they're pretty well developed when they get here. So we say it's a new car, but it's not a new team. It's an amazing team, and it comes from BMW in Germany, so we know they're pretty hot when they get here.
Talk about closing down. The 91, the Viper, beginning to close down on the number 62 Ferrari of Malicelli. Farnbacher beginning to take that big V10 up towards the Ferrari, and be interesting to see. It looks like GT Challenge traffic in front of Malicelli, if he can use that down in the hairpin to close even more.
He's actually had the fastest lap out of the top 5 GT cars for the past 3 laps, actually. So, you know, Dominic, I think, is finding his stride. Also, remember, this car, I don't think, at the end of the year last year, we saw that it had pace, but it didn't have consistency, especially through a long tire run. And, of course, with the increased temperatures here, oddly enough, I remember from my time in the Viper, I mean, obviously a decade ago, so it's a very different technology. Once you got the tire settled, it actually was very consistent through the mid to the end of a run. So maybe Dominic is definitely finding the car come to him.
And I think systems have improved on the Viper. One of the things that they talked about was improving the traction control. And Johnny, in the Corvette, you know how sophisticated that traction control is and how important it is to not only a lap time, but consistency. The number 2 Audi now in the pits. They'll change the water bottle. And you can see the different rear wing, the almost double end plates on the back of the rear wing there on the number 2. Different. When you look at the 1, it's a single end plate. They're just trying different aerodynamic principles on those 2 Audis.
Just finishing up fuel on the 2 car. We'll wait and see if they're going to do a tire change. No tire change for Alan McNish here, and I had a long conversation with Brad Kettler about this car. He said the handling was just a bit off, but what they were really seeing was tire degradation. And the way he explained it to me is we've got less cars here than previous years, so the track is not rubbering in as quickly, so that's why we're seeing the tire degradation. And they're just trying to get their arms around that. He said at some point in time, it's going to plateau, and then we're really going to know which compound we want to run the rest of the day and into the evening.
And we just saw a problem for Ed Brown, another problem. He had gotten together with Simon Pagenaud in turn 1 in his Extreme Speed Motorsports Honda ARX in the P2 category. Now a problem out of turn 16 onto the back straightaway, and I don't know if anyone was involved there. We just saw Brown sitting on the side of the road and then refiring and getting back underway, but it has been very busy here at Sebring. Let's take a look, and Brown back underway through turn 1, but let's look back at 16. Nope.
All alone, and you know, a lot of times, Brian, when you have contact with somebody else, it can shake a guy's confidence. They lose their rhythm and go on board.
It's a little loose on power down.
Well, you know what? And one of the things I know that they're trying to work with him on is left foot braking technique, and he could have just carried that brake in a little bit too hard, and it doesn't take much to make these.
Although he was
go
under
around.
acceleration there, so maybe he was left acceleration technique. Well, but I'd like to bring in Brian. The fact he's got maybe there's a problem there. Brake balance, brake bias. He's got fluids on the rear tire. He's got something happening there.
Something's not right.
But let's face it, Ed. I really have respect for him. He's done very well. He's dedicated himself, rather like a Scott Tucker had, just to be a great gentleman driver slipping up the ranks. But they're now in this P2 car. This is very different. Much better visibility, but very hard on the edge.
Or I just didn't want to go over the curve, dude.
We're listening to him there talk about the curbs, but GT cars have a bigger window of compliancy for the driver.
All right, clear. Get on track when you can there.
They're just guiding him out. You need a lot of assistance, but when you are in a prototype, it's much harder because the margin for error on the tires and the error, and there he just turned in again. There's something very odd happening there.
Something doesn't seem right. Both of those spins were at moderate speeds, not high speeds at all, and it looks like the rear end just comes out. And to me, there should be a lot more grip in the back end.
I think he might have done his rear tires. When he had that big spin, he could have flat spotted it too much. Let's take a look.
Well, I just checked with the Extreme Speed team, and they're saying Ed Brown possibly getting a little bit of pickup on those tires, but let's also remember that this HPD motor has that new direct injection, and one of the issues this weekend has been the ECU. That ECU not having enough development time with this new with the engine in that car, and traction control has been way off on both the Extreme Speed cars and the Level 5 cars, something that they have been trying to work on all week. That electronic control unit, the traction control typically very high tech in these cars. Pretty much these P2 cars running only about 75% of what a typical traction control will do in these cars. So maybe that's something that's kind of throwing Ed off too.
Well, and there's some damage to the car. We saw some of the the dive planes up front on the left front in askew. So Ed Brown trying to get the handle on that 02 HPD. The battles continue around Sebring International Raceway. It's the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, and Ed Brown seeing what he can do. Will they bring that car into the pits and make some changes? No, he stays on track. It's Alan McNish in his Audi out in front. Plenty more to come. Just 2 hours and 46 minutes in the books, and a long way to go from here at Sebring.
Hey guys, the way that Jeff Brown was explaining that ECU issue to me is he said when they plugged it into the car, it's kind of like a Mac and a PC trying to talk together. The code was just like different languages. So that's why Level 5 blew up those engines just exiting pit lane. And so they've been having to rewrite code all week.
We've got a stop and go plus 60, avoidable contact with the Corvette. So you can come in this lap, go to the end of the pit lane, engine off for 60 seconds. avoidable contact with the Corvette. But we still have intercom me. Alan, it was just before the pit stop, 2 laps before the pit stop. I'm sorry, I was completely with the yellow LMP. I was completely past him, and he touched my left rear. So the marks on the left rear of my car.
At Sebring International Raceway, Alan McNish in the number 2 Audi e-tron Quattro out in front, but a short while ago we saw him make contact with Mirko Schultes in the number 81 Prototype Challenge entry, and at the time we questioned whether there would be any type of a penalty. Take a look, this is what went down.
You know, and that's a very common place to do an overtaking maneuver, but a little bit of contact, and you know, the new sheriff in town, he's calling everything, so you know, as long as everybody knows what the deal is, that's fair.
And he did call it, and we questioned at the time if it would happen. It has, and Alan McNish brings the e-tron Quattro down pit lane, and he will go to what's known as the penalty box at the far end. He will shut the engine off and sit there for 60 seconds.
You know, Brian, you know, as a fan of the Corvette, I was a little upset earlier when they brought Garcia in that same area for contact, but they are maintaining that consistency. And there's part of me, you know, as a fan of the sport and a participant of the sport, that likes that. Because, you know, when you go back to the original days of sports car racing, you know what? You raced clean. There wasn't this banging into each other or bulldogging your way by. I like the athleticism, Justin, that is needed to race guys clean.
Yes, Johnny, I agree partially. But when we look at that replay, I think he moved across quite generously instead of holding the inside when you have the race leader approaching you.
Yeah, guys, just spoke with Brad Kettler about what Alan McNish was saying on the radio. They took a look at the contact, too, and Brad Kettler just kind of threw his arms up in the air. He, you know, is obviously looking at it as Alan McNish, great driver, trying to work his way through traffic, made a call there. Maybe it was a high-risk call, but he really didn't feel that McNish overly aggressively hit that car. It hit the back end of the Audi, so they're not happy about that penalty, but they told Alan, just put your head down. We still have over 9 hours to go, so let's just get back in this fight.
Well, and he didn't lose a lap to Fessler. He's close to it. As I said, he lost a lot of it and rejoined the fray just about a straightaway in front of Fessler. But, you know, this will be one of those disagreements that a lot of people have, including Johnny and Justin, for the rest of the event. It will continue into the Patron hospitality area later tonight, probably, between the two of you.
But, you know, I tell you, as long as they're being consistent with their calls. Now, it also leads us to one thing as we see the 4-car in. They are reporting.
Or say, watch your speed. Joey Hand in the class lead of GT now as Westbrook falling down the order.
Is it the camera? The dashboard. There was a load of smoke came out and now it's jammed. It says third gear and all the red lights are on. Red, what lights are on? The smoke's gone now.
So you heard him saying smoke from underneath the dashboard, and you can see the red lights across the top. Are those the shift lights, Johnny?
Yep. Well, you know what? And again, is this a repeat of what happened to the number 3 car?
It's electronic. He reported smoke. He said the dash went black for a second, but the dash was back up in the rear view mirror, which is a camera that looks at the back. You saw that screen. But there was smoke in the cockpit, and it was coming from the dash. I think I should go. I think I should go. So the crew going to work, and Kelly's there. I don't know if she can see more.
Well, we can see the crew feverishly looking around here in the dash area of that number 4 Corvette. If you speculate it could be a similar issue to the number 3 car, I don't think it is. In the number 3, they had to replace the transmission, the Megaline gearbox. They still couldn't fix the problem that Antonio Garcia was experiencing in the 3. They finally found something in the wiring that allowed it to finally free up. He was stuck in gear. It was working manually, but they couldn't get their power steering back. Now it looks like they just made a driver change, so I'm going to see if I can actually get in here and find Richard Westbrook and see what he can tell us. We've got Ollie Gavin behind the wheel here. I'm going to try to get to the bottom. In fact, I see Richard right now. Richard, what can you tell me? What did you see there in the dash?
We just had an electrical issue behind the dashboard, and the guys are sorting it out now. Hopefully it's not going to hurt us too much, but just a fuse or something.
Certainly a disappointment. You're out there leading, having some great battles with BMW behind you. Disappointment to have this delayed stop.
Yeah, I didn't hear the question, but yeah, I mean, you know, the car's running great and there's still a long, long way to go, so it's nothing terminal. I think it's just a glitch with the electrical.
Looked like Gavin was ready to get in anyway. Was this close to a scheduled stop?
Yeah, I believe it was. It was pretty close to it, so it's not going to hurt us too much.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay.
Well, and what Justin just circled on the dash was the N. That stands for neutral. He's not in neutral, Johnny, obviously.
Yeah, you know, they got some sort of issue there where the dash is not reading what gear you're in. Now, provided he can still drive this car, they can get after it. I was really interested to see.
Come in for a pit speed penalty. You need to come in and go to the penalty box.
Oh.
Yeah, roger that, roger that. I have no shift light. I have nothing. I have no idea what speed I'm doing. I've got no idea what gear I'm in.
Well, that's when you count.
And let's go old school. Don't be a pathetic driver.
Well, you know what? But here's the thing. You get so locked into that technology. It was interesting because when Westbrook came down pit lane, why did he get a speeding ticket? Well, because he didn't have an indicator. His electronics weren't working. And if you saw his gear, you know, position selector, he was showing third gear. So, you know, obviously it's the electronics. You know, and Westbrook wanted to get back out after it, saying that let's just drive this car.
When it goes boom, 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 shift.
Well, yeah, and you heard the crew saying watch your pit speed when he came in, but if his finger's on the pit speed limiter button, which electronically makes sure that they're at the speed, but the system's not working, the speed is going to be too high, and obviously that's what it is. There is Marcel Fessler. His day has been very good, except for the fact that we're hearing that he may have had an off. It'll be interesting to see, is that something that he did on his own, or was it working through traffic again that has created the problem? Number one started from the pole. Under braking. Down into the hairpin, and the rear just steps out. Now that's electronically controlled. The help on the downshift, let's listen.
He's just fully in there. He's under the brake. You hear the diff locking. I mean, he's fully engaged there. I like this. That's a good indication of just how hard everyone is pushing. They are comfortably 1 minute 29 in the lead right now, but you'd think that McNeish was 6 feet behind the way he's pushing.
Well, yeah, and there's a lot of inter-squad rivalry there. You've got the young guns really wanting to beat McNeish and Christensen and all that kind of stuff. You know, so they are definitely pushing hard every lap.
And now the number 500 is in. David Hannemeyer Hansen behind the wheel of that car. Unscheduled stop, we understand. It's the second stop in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Hannemeyer Hansen was a revelation last year in P2. He shared a P2 entry from Conquest Racing with Martin Plowman, and Hannemeyer Hansen's supposed to be the gentleman driver, but there were times when he was every bit as quick, if not quicker, than Martin Plowman, who is a very experienced open-wheel driver. And he's stepped out, and they've done a driver change. It'll be interesting to see if we can find out what the problem with that 500 is from Performance Tech Motorsports. Car now underway, but Hannemeyer Hansen had a great run. He had led at one point in time in the Continental Tire Prototype Challenge category, and now maybe this racetrack beginning to take its toll. We've talked about it. Now you see him messing with radio plugs, but there's also the driver ID plug there, Johnny.
Yeah, that's so timing and scoring can tell who is in the car. So a lot of times the driver has to change that switch, move that around, got a switch on the dash. A lot of them read it automatically.
Yeah, but it's all part of, right next door to us in our booth right now, we have, I just went in there a bit earlier, there's two gentlemen on computers analyzing exactly that, monitoring what driver's in which car. It's very, very important. It's not just to let us know and the fans know, it's very important for timing and scoring.
Well, the 500 back out on track. Marcel Fessler driving like a superstar out in front. Tonight, the superstars of Supercross will battle it out at Indy, and a win here takes the victor one step closer to the title. Get down and dirty with Monster Energy Supercross from Indianapolis tonight, 7:30 Eastern, live right here on Speed. We'll be back to more of the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. There is a look at your 5 class leaders.
Ollie, ASR 12. Ollie, ASR 12. Copy.
Oliver Jarvis taking over the #1 Audi e-tron Quattro from Marcel Fassler here at Sebring. Car running well in the lead after Alan McNish had to serve a penalty for contact with a prototype challenge entry. So now Jarvis will get his turn behind the wheel of the #1. We just saw the #1 in the pits. Let's check in with Chris and see how the stop was.
Well, that was a pretty good stop by the Audi team. Everything went well, except there was a little problem at the right rear, so about 2 seconds longer to change the tires than we'd normally see for that Audi. And then Jarvis did stall the car exiting pit lane. This young man starting out a great 2013, coming off his first race and first win in the U.S. at the Rolex 24. He's hoping to back it up and go 2 for 2 this year with a win here. So this young Audi driver really doing a great job over on U.S. soil.
Well, and typically we would have seen Andre Lauderer in the car with Fassler and Chelier. That team has won at Le Mans for the last 2 years in a row, but Lauderer had some prior commitments over in Japan, and they just want to get Jarvis some more time before Le Mans. There's Matteo Malicelli in the #62, the Risi Competizione Ferrari. Leading in the GT category, the 56 BMW. Joey Hand had a spectacular run, but has come to pit road to make a stop.
And a clean stop it was for the 56 BMW Z4. Joey Hand hitting his marks. It was fuel and tires, those new Michelins. And this is his sister car, the 55. Jörg Mueller brought it in, but they've made a driver change. I believe it was Maxime Martin that got behind the wheel. You saw a little bit of trouble trying to close that driver's side door there, but Jörg got it done as they move on to those Michelin tires. Michelin, a new partner for BMW this year, and another smooth, clean stop. The 55 gets out just ahead of the 007.
There's so much to learn. I mean, we talked about the new Z4 for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, but it's not just the mechanics of the car, just the driver change is different. The shape of the doorway is different, and that's something for the drivers to get used to as well.
It's actually a much smaller cockpit rapid environment for the drivers to get used to. It has different visibility pickups, for example, on the A-pillars and things for the drivers sitting there. It is taking them a little bit of getting used to. Remember in the M3, they were actually sitting so far back. It looked like the steering column was about 9 feet long, so they could get as far back in the car. Different weight distribution in this car, and as you see, the Ferrari 458 come in right now, battery tender car. Kelly, you're there.
The number 23, Alex Job racing Ferrari in. It was Bill Sweedler, but he turned over driving duties to Lee Keane. Now, these guys couldn't be more excited about this new Ferrari program. Alex Job has just had a grin on his face ear to ear since they started. The challenge right now with these Yokohama tires that were developed for the Lotus, and they made the switch to the Ferrari so late that they're just using those same tires. They said they've worked amazingly well. The tire wear, they're so consistent. Over 47 laps during testing. They only lost 0.4 of a second off their quickest lap. So while they may not have the outright speed of some of the other GT cars, they hope that tire wear will help get them up to the top of the class.
There's probably not a better car out there on tires than the Ferrari, the way the balance is. And the Yokohamas just really kind of came alive. Kelly said it all. It may not be the fastest tire out there right now, but it has certainly been incredibly consistent. That in turn helps the team learn and develop the car, and it helps the drivers get used to it.
Well, and Brian, you know what? I won 3 races here on Yokohama. So that is a company that is completely capable of doing it. But you know what? Again, these guys right now at Yokohama, they've got to be smiling because now they have a car that is a known quantity. Last year with the Lotus, they didn't know what they have. Now they can be compared to the Risi car and know where they stand.
Now, it hasn't been all easy going. Down at the very bottom of the screen from the high shot, you see the Ferrari off there under heavy braking. Either the sound isn't synced up or he was still in the throttle and maybe looking down when the car dropped the wheel and began to get upset because that car was off the road and the throttle was still on. So maybe the sound isn't synced up perfectly, but
well, and then what that was, Brian, is when you come through one, you kind of swing out and set up a little bit for two, as we see the Risi Ferrari now coming in for service. But again, he probably went to the brakes while he was loaded a little bit on the left side, got a rebound off. He was very lucky that was not a big wreck.
Malicelli brings the 458 in. It'll be a driver change for Risi Competizione.
Yeah, Matteo Malicelli having a great first run here. This is his first time running at the Sebring 12-hour, also his first time in a Ferrari 458, so he's really loving the car this weekend. And I checked with the team. We saw Olivier Beretta starting to fall back during his stint. The team said nothing wrong with the car. Olivier was just a couple seconds off the pace as these other two drivers, Matteo and also Jimmy Bruni. So Bruni in for his second stint right now, just finishing up tire change, fuel, and the Ferrari will be back out.
Malicelli, a former Ferrari Challenge champion in Italy, and he's finished twice in the 24 Hours of Le Mans in second place in GT, so he's experienced. It's just he hasn't raced in the United States, and if you haven't been here and you come to Sebring for the first time, it's an eye-opener, and this is an eye-opener as you look at this battle right here. Dominic Farnbacher in the Viper, you're right on board. It's the 56 BMW Z4 right in front with Joey Hand still shown behind the wheel.
And if you're Joey Hand, you're looking in your rearview mirror and you're seeing, holy cow, it's a friggin' Viper. I didn't think they'd get here this quickly. I mean, outstanding job by those guys developing that car. Again, they've done so much testing. Here we get to be able to compare top speed. Looks pretty close.
Well, and that was the complaint or the comment about the BMW. They felt like they were just off on top speed a little bit, and they're going to get split by the 16 from Dyson Racing. Remember, Dyson had problems earlier. They're back out on track, but that is going to split that battle at least momentarily.
Well, when Mark Goosens got out of the Viper earlier, I talked to him about the handling on that car, and he said the handling is very good early in the stint, but later in the stint, the back tire's definitely starting to get some wear. So after he got out of the car, took his helmet off, he jumped on the radio to talk to the drivers that were getting in and said, hey guys, what I figured out is you're still able to get a good lap time. You just really got to relax your hands as you're exiting the corner and going to power. Real light foot on the power because you don't want to burn up those rear tires.
I wonder if that's an indication of the continuing development of the traction control that we talked about earlier. if it's not set perfectly and you're getting more wheel spin than you want, then this aggressive concrete is certainly going to take care of those rear tires. It's going to tear them up. We're being told that the 4 car has a problem with its taillights, and I wonder if that is electronically connected back to the problem in the dash.
And that's the thing. I mean, in all fairness to Oliver Gavin, when I said that jestingly about go old school, Oliver, because imagine a new jet. Picture that. You're sitting at home right now. You know, you can relate to that maybe more than racing one of these. You're on a modern 747. If the electronics fail, you are deep in doo-doo up in the sky at 35,000 feet. On a racetrack, it's not much better, actually.
Oh, look at this!
Oh, look at him. Look at that.
Oh, man. Now Viper moves to the inside, try to make it 3 wide. Oh, we're getting big early.
And Joey Hand saying no, but I'll tell you what, there was enough top speed to get past the 23 Ferrari there. Perhaps not a great run off the last corner, but Joey Hand, this looks like this is reminiscent of the last lap last year here at Sebring as he was trying to hold off Beretta. Joey Hand giving up nothing in the early goings here.
Well, and Lee Keen, you know, driving the Ferrari. We're on board with him now, so we can do, again, a comparison on top speed there, though. He knows he's with the big dogs. He's wanting to be there.
Joey Hand trying to use some GT Challenge traffic to his advantage. He does a little bit, but Farnbacher slips right on through, and for Joey Hand, no rest at all. He cannot get rid of the snake on his rear bumper.
Traction control didn't look too bad there, did it, coming off the hairpin?
One of the things that is very difficult to do is with your, large displacement engines is to get the traction control right there. You see Farnbacher doing a little bit of math, trying to set Joey up. We are in the perfect seat to watch this. You know what race car drivers are doing? They're analyzing their competition, seeing where they're strong, seeing where they're weak. You know, Joey Hand doesn't have to go as fast as he can. He can actually slow down at his apexes, try to control the Viper. But right now, these guys, they're like 2 guys sparring, trying to figure out what the other strength is.
Let's watch the run through 16 onto the back straightaway. This is where we'll see the top speed differentials.
He's really setting it up here. You go through the left, brake nicely, get out wide, use all those. BMW's more road than the Viper. Has Dominic got on the gas perfectly there? I mean, it's very interesting. He's put the Ferrari already in a box, hasn't he? He's put it in a box and said, he is no threat to me right now, so I can concentrate on the BMW. I tell you what, here's the Rebellion car coming down the inside. He really got a really good run. Joey had a beautiful run as they head down into 17. But you know what? It's going to ebb and flow for a while right now.
And you know how it is, Justin. We're still out there racing. And so you know what? When you're in that situation where you have a long straightaway, you make sure you get your run out. If you can get a good run out of the corner, hard for that Viper or a guy that's a similar speed car to get by you. But, you know, if you're right now, if you're the Viper, you're trying to get in Joey Hand's mirrors, force him into that mistake, that's going to ruin his exit.
That time, the speed differential didn't seem to be too extreme there. Joey Hand, at least for now, holding off Dominic Farnbacher. Prototype challenge, you see the 81 there, and then the Extreme Speed Motorsports 02, and the car loose again at the exit of turn 17. The 01 leading, that's the 01 that we're looking at. That's actually the leader in P2. He was loose at the exit of 17.
That car does look a handful to me, guys. It's
it's
wide there. I think that this car isn't good as the tires get old. I mean, I don't know how long ago their stop was, but it looks like really, really hard work.
Was that for the lead? That's the 41 slipping past it was for the lead in the class. And I can't help but wonder, the 01 seems to me to have the same affliction.
6 laps left in the stint.
Seems to have the same affliction that the 02 and Ed Brown had a little bit earlier. Right now, Scott Sharp has his hands full.
I checked in with the team just a few minutes ago as they were leading, and they said the car has really run flawlessly. Their one concern is these warm temperatures. They started out the day on soft tires. On the last stop, they did move over to a harder compound tire, so maybe that's why we're seeing Scott Sharp now being able to put down the laps that he was putting down earlier today.
He's about to be under attack by Simon Pagenaud. He's moving up as well, so right now the handling of that 01, the HPD ARX, not to Scott Sharp's liking, and he's falling back into the clutches of his competition.
Oh, that was ugly in the back there.
Sharp flashes by, then right behind him, Simon Pagenaud closing. You see the Audi, the number 2 of Alan McNish, back in the lead after the pit stop for the 01 when Jarvis took over. And this is the ebb and flow of endurance racing.
McNish pulled out 0.8 of a second on that last lap time. He's really got the hammer down right now. But I'd be interested from the pit lane reporters to know what the track temperature is right now, because it's very hot out there, and the heat soak is starting to come in.
Problems for the number 4, continuing problems. The taillight's not working, and we speculated that it might have something to do with the electronic gremlins under the dash. That seems to be where the crew is trying to effect repairs, and maybe something under there. All those, I mean, we talk about how electronic these cars are. One thing goes wrong, and then your brake lights don't work. And that is required in this series. They think they've got it, and the 4 heads back out. Not good news with the problems for the 3 so early on, and now the 4 suffering as well.
And here's what you do. You soldier on. You push hard. You dig deep because there's a champion.
It's good.
There's a championship on the line, and these guys certainly want to repeat.
And he just said, it's good, it's good, it's good. You can see the dash, the gears beginning to show, lights beginning to show the shift positions. Things looking up for Corvette Racing. While we go to break, let's take a look back at some history from Sebring.
1993 featured the first time the Sebring race was stopped. It was also the last race of the GTP era. Dan Gurney's super quick Toyotas ruled the day, but torrential rains closed in and flooding caused the race's first ever red flag. Despite the conditions, the Toyotas were not deterred. Andy Wallace and Juan Fangio II claimed the win with the slowest average speed since 1952, just 70.699 miles per hour.
You ride on board the number 500, Charlie Shears behind the wheel. He shares that car with Tristan Nunez. Shears and Nunez, both graduates of the IMSA Prototype Lights Championship, powered by Mazda. And Mazda has done so much for so many of these young drivers throughout the way. They've got the strongest ladder system in motorsports.
Well, the 12 Hours of Sebring really is an event. The track's been hot all weekend with support races. John Doonan is the director of motorsports for Mazda, and it's all this ladder system where we see the superstars out here on the track today and looking for the stars of tomorrow.
You're right, Kelly, and Mazda, if anyone knows us, we dream big. We've dreamt big in developing the rotary engine, our latest SkyActiv technology, and the same holds true for young drivers. Joey Hand, John Edwards, Tristan Nunez in that number 500 Visit Florida car, and then yesterday, Neil Alberico, Scott Hargrove in the USF 2000 Championship, all running under Mazda power. And at the end of the weekend, 44% of the cars on track were Mazdas. So we're really proud of that. It's a testament to the reliability of our engines and our cars.
Certainly grateful for everything that Mazda has done in sports car here in the ALMS. Some of those guys that we've seen over the weekend could be up here racing against Joey Hand in the future.
That's right, and sometimes it's difficult because they graduate to another brand, Joey and John and Connor D. Filippi, but we're really proud to have given them the path, always in a Mazda-powered car as they grow their career, knowing that the engine and the car underneath them is reliable and was going to get them to the finish and maybe to the next level.
Hasn't been the perfect day here for the Dyson team. They've had issues early on, but they're pushing through them, and it's a long 12 hours.
We have a philosophy at Mazda: we never give up, and we've done that over the years. It led us to our victory at Le Mans, and certainly the Dyson guys in the four-cylinder Mazda are going to keep fighting, and it's a long season, so this is one step towards the championship.
Thanks for everything you've done, John.
Thanks, Kelly.
And those drivers have moved on to other makes and models, as he said. It's a good thing they don't give up because the 16 coming back to the pits. Jonathan Bomarito, a part of that Mazda program as well. We understand the 99 will have a speeding penalty on pit road. Another driver, Patrick Gallagher, a scholarship winner, competed in the Mazda MX-5 Cup this weekend. This is not a speeding penalty. This is below the speed limit. Problems continuing for the Dyson entry, the number 16 being shown well back.
No, we need 5 guys.
And you hear him say we're going to need 5 guys. Being shown 39th right now, Guy Smith behind the wheel, and the problems continued. The good thing is he did leave just enough space for cars to get into the pits. But if I were the Viper team right now, who occupies those first 2 pit stalls down there in pit lane, I'd want that stricken Lola out of the way.
You hope you're out of there any minute now under, unfortunately, 5 horsepower or 5-man power. But for anyone sitting at home, make no mistake, the level of preparation by the teams over the winter and in the week leading up to the Sebring 12 Hours is extraordinary. When we walk around in the paddock, every component you can see is being prepared to an amazing level of performance with the reliability and the pace of 12 Hours at Sebring in mind. However, the electronics are just so tough to deal with. Mechanical, you could feel, they ratchet it together, get it at the right torque. But the electronics, almost impossible to pinpoint something that's going to go wrong. And as we've seen at least 2 or 3 cars here, and the Dyson guys, I think that's probably one of their problems right now. But just look at that Viper, hot on the tail.
Just when Joey Hand thought he could breathe, and now Farnbacher closing back down. Each one of them seems to have strengths and weaknesses around the racetrack.
Well, and I will tell you, Brian, I have been in both these positions before where I'm leading and I'm the guy on second. And a lot of times when you're the guy in second, you just stay there. You stay there to make that guy miserable. You don't have to go by. There is 8.5 hours now. You know what? You win this race by showing and exemplifying mechanical sympathy, being nice to your car, being nice with the gear changes, not hitting the curbs, taking care of your stuff. You know what? When we get, 10 hours into the race, you've got to have, Justin, a car you can fight with. And right now, I think Dominic's doing a great job. If the opportunity presents itself via traffic to go by, you go by, but there's no reason to push.
I know. And Johnny, what's so funny about this is ironic, I guess. You got Ferrari winner, Petit Le Mans, all through last year. And now what you've got is you've got the 2, and you have the Corvette team monstrously successful. And we've got the 2 guys who are coming here as the the new car rookies for this season, and they're both in the front, the first 2 places. So I think they're both going, you know what, leading's fine, second's fine. I'm just not going to ruin anything. I'm not going to screw up. I'm just going to hold a pace and get to the end of my stint because I'm doing my job perfectly. It's really good.
McNish brings the number 2 Audi to the pits, and there'll be a driver change.
Yeah, Lucas Grassi getting behind the wheel, his first go in the 2 car. They had about a 19-second lead before this stop, but they're going to give it back to the 1 car after this stop. So fuel and tires on the Audi, and I'm going to jump over the wall here and see if I can get with Alan McNish real quick, who already has his helmet off. So yeah, this is perfect time to get Alan. Hey, Alan. Can we talk to you about that penalty that happened there? That looked like pretty light contact.
Yeah, I ran round the outside of the car through turn 11 and 12, and I got a tap on my left rear corner where he came into me. I was right on the edge of the grass, the tarmac, so I was surprised, to be honest with you. But, you know, that's a decision. You can't do much about it once you're sat there for a minute. But it definitely kicked our lead, that's for sure.
Talking to the team, they're saying that you guys are having some tire wear that's a little bit higher than you normally see. Are you getting that under control?
Starting to. The track's rubbing in now, but the concrete sections are still very slippery. And that's always the problem here. You know, you're trying to sort of balance the tire and the car out, not just for the beginning of the race, but also for the end. So right now, I felt pretty comfortable in the car on new tire and used, and lap time seemed to be pretty good and being careful in traffic. And so from that point of view, I was quite happy.
Anything you were able to communicate to Lucas before he got in the wheel?
Yeah, car's good.
The car's good. It's an Audi.
Yep, but I do want to explain something. He mentioned rubbering in. If you're not familiar with some of the vernacular we use, what happens is you can see right now this surface here, it's kind of pretty new after the winter. We've had, you know, it's a pretty hot old dry winter here in Florida, and every day, every lap, cars do, the track gets faster. So that's what he's talking about. The track is now faster.
Looks like a problem for the 551, just leaving the pit lane in the car. Now he's getting up to speed, so some type of a problem. Maybe the pit lane speed limiter was stuck, but look at this. This is the battle for the lead GT. Farnbacher had been stalking Joey Hand. He sets him up with a cut back under. He's going to get the job done.
He's got it. Joey's got to give that position to him again, recognizing that we're still early in the game, but this is going to be really interesting because why are we right now seeing which car is better on tires, which made the better choice for tires? But right now, the Snake looking good.
Yeah, I think Joey could know that was going to happen. He set him up beautifully.
Farnbacher takes the Viper to the lead in GT.
A fantastic pass there by Dominic Farnbacher, but just moments ago, Bobby Rahal had been on the radio with Joey Hand telling him, look, they're giving out a lot of penalties for blocking, so telling him to be careful. Now, that was a little bit ago. Joey held him off as long as he could. Farnbacher made the move and got the pass.
And once he's passed him, we expected this could happen, and you see it a lot. We talked earlier, Johnny, you said maybe the BMW is not as fast, but he's able to hold him back. Farnbacher in front now, beginning to inch away from the BMW.
I'm just impressed with how the Viper looks. It looks easy to drive as we go on board. Let's listen. Down 2 gears. Watch his eyes, where he's looking. Straightens out onto the back straightaway.
And it does look smooth, doesn't it?
And he's relaxed. I mean, you know, again, very nice. He'll check his mirrors maybe one more time. Look at his rear view camera. Now, he's doing a $170 right now, onto the brakes into 17. Gas. Did you see him check his rear view mirror there, or his camera? He's checking to see where Joey is. That's what your professionals do. They're aware of their surroundings all the time.
And the shock package working on that Viper. He looks comfortable. 3 hours, 28 minutes in, and there's plenty more coverage to come. And tonight, exclusive coverage of the 12 Hours of Sebring continues. The nighttime is when it gets exciting. You don't want to miss a second of this edge-of-your-seat racing action. The American Le Mans Series 12 Hours of Sebring continues tonight at 10:30 Eastern, only on Speed. Ollie Jarvis out in front from here at Sebring. There's a look at your 5 class leaders. We'll be back to more.
Okay, we have radio check.
Where's the bloody steering wheel? Now it's all good.
Yeah, okay then, mate. We kind of realised it halfway around. You are clear on pit straight.
You ride with Frankie Ching in one of the Rebellion Toyotas down the back straightaway at Sebring. And they too are trying to win the Michelin Green X Challenge. You got to be clean, fast, and efficient to do it in both prototype and in GT. Right now, the two Audis holding down the two top spots, and then the Rebellion Racing Lola Toyota in third in the Michelin Green X Challenge for the prototype category. Remember, GT at stake as well, and the season-long championship at stake. It's the Viper. Even with that big 8-liter V10 out in front, they're the cleanest, the fastest, and the most efficient right now over Risi Competizione and Corvette Racing. Michelin Green X Challenge each weekend, an award to the cleanest, fastest, and most efficient GT and prototype class car. And this end of the season, there is a championship at stake as well. And like I said, that 8-liter V10, they are doing a good job if they are leading in the Michelin Green X Challenge. A lot of horsepower and a lot of displacement under the hood. Here's a look at the 41 from Greaves Motorsports. Christian Zugel behind the wheel of that P2 entry right now. The red and white car right there. A problem, they had to serve a penalty for too many men working on the car on the last pit stop. And that cost them, the Greaves team, running very well. And Zugel will be with that team at Le Mans. They're also going to run Spa, I believe, and the WEC round in Austin. That car, just beautiful. It is always well turned out. That team doing a great job of preparing the cars, and Christian Zugel spent some time with Elton Julian as a driving partner over the last couple of years. And Zugel, such an enthusiast, has raced in historic racing, has a really nice 962 that I'm sure all of us would like to get behind the wheel of at some point in time. And right now having a good run, just a slight bobble on that last pit stop. It cost him a little bit, but we still have a long way to go. It's Guy Cosmo in the 01 running second in P2, and Simon Pagenaud leading in the 552 from Level 5 Motorsports.
It's great seeing Simon Pagenaud here. So he's such a great guy, and it's been really fun also this week, Brian. Of course, we got the first IndyCar race coming up very soon, so a lot of these guys are using Sebring as a real tune-up. I mean, they were testing last week, and really, and you know, well, that involves single-seater right on the edge, and they come here, and Simon said, there's almost no better way to prepare.
Well, Zugel has his hands full of a prototype challenge car right behind him. Christian a great gentleman driver, but right now that prototype challenge entry seems to have a little bit of speed on him. There is the 02 from Extreme Speed, or the 01, I should say, Extreme Speed Motorsports entry driven by Guy Cosmo. Cosmo gave Mazda, oh no, that is the 02. I was right the first time. It's a little confusing with both of the cars looking so similar, and there he is. It's just the mirrors are different. Cosmo won in the P2 category. He gave Mazda their very first victory in that category back at Mid-Ohio several years ago. So very experienced in that type of car, and there's been a driver change lineup at Extreme Speed Motorsports because of that experience. Chris?
And Scott Sharp just handed over to Guy Cosmo. Scott, you were battling for the lead most of the day there, but those last 20, 30 minutes I was listening to you on the radio, and you were really having your hands full with the tires.
Yeah, you know, it was surprised us a little bit. The David fairly successfully triple stinted, and we were trying to hope to do that, but it just really started sliding around both ends. We made a small pressure adjustment on the front on one of our stops, but on second stop, but just hanging on there towards the end, needed a fresh set of tires.
I also took a look at that front splitter. You've got a broken stay on the lower dive plane. Were you picking up any sort of vibration there?
Not really too bad, no. I mean, the car's got a little bit of understeer in it, but that's as much low speed where that probably doesn't take effect as anywhere else.
All right, great run.
We'll keep going. Thank you.
It's good to see that team step up and have the performance that they've had. Like I said, Cosmo has experience in this type of car, but it's been a while, and it's good to see Guy back in the seat. He missed the Rolex 24. He had to have some surgery on his nasal passages where he had a broken blood vessel, and it actually took 4 surgeries to repair it and get it sorted out, but he is back and back up to speed, and he is loving getting back in this high downforce type car like this HPD. Number 6, Muscle Milk entry in P1, your reigning champion in the American Le Mans Series P1 category, being shown in 5th overall. Dumas behind the wheel right now, and they've struggled a bit. There's Dumas in the 6th. They haven't had the run that they wanted to in the Rebellion cars, the other 2 petrol cars that are out on the racetrack right now in contention, both of them in front of the number 6. You see how he works through traffic. You can see that speed differential between the P1 and the GTC. See if we can get a story on the 6th with Kelly.
Well, Lucas Luhr just handed driver duties over to Romain Dumas, but Lucas, when you got behind the wheel, first thing that happened was you lost one. The right front or the left front wheel came completely off. Omitting the 4-letter words, what were you thinking when that happened?
Well, I can't say you right now what I was thinking, but no, first of all I said, well, that's strange, you know, and then I looked into the dive planes and I saw there's no wheel there. So I drove around as quick as I could, but it's always, you know, very fine line. You cannot go too quick because then you damage too much on the car. If you go too slow, you lose so much. So it's always a little bit balanced. But the car is running good. I think we fired. You know, we did fire it back already. So we are, you know, after the pit stops, I think 30 seconds behind now. And there's still, you know, way over 8 hours to go. So at the moment, everything is good.
Given that bit of a gap you have to make up on the other petrol cars, do you think this is going to become a race in the pits and on strategy, or is there going to be a chance, do you think, that you can go out there with outright speed?
I think we can go there with outright speed, and usually we're a little bit better on the fuel economy as well. So, yeah, at the moment I'm still pretty confident we can get them in speed.
Thank you, Lucas.
Thank you.
Well, there's your answer as to why they are back, and there is the Rebellion entry of the 13. They get one back. Frankie Chang brings the 13 in, that Rebellion. It is a Lola chassis with a Toyota power plant in the back, and the team telling me they've made some improvements last year. Remember, this team, Rebellion, won at Petit Le Mans last year. They've improved the car even more. Very happy with that Toyota power plant. They did not have a single mechanical issue with that Toyota power plant all year last year.
Well, and at Petit, Brian, the reason they won, no mistakes. We go back to Muscle Milk. They were, losing that wheel. Of course, to Lucas, that was a bad moment, but imagine you are the mechanic that put that wheel on. That's the guy that was probably using the 4-letter words.
Yeah, and the pressure in the pits, you know, the Muscle Milk guys right now to keep out on top. This racing is so close. They're so hard in the pits trying to get the most. most of everything, and a mistake does happen.
You know, and you win by not making mistakes. That's the whole thing. You don't always have to be the fastest. You have to be the smartest and no mistakes.
We saw the 16 go behind the wall, so the problems continue for Dyson Racing. Guy Smith still trying to stick it out and stay in that car and get it back on the circuit, but the problems continue. And for Muscle Milk, they need to work their way forward. They're going to fight with Rebellion for the American Le Mans Series Championship, and I know that is a long way away at the end of the season, but every point that you garner helps. You ride on board the number 2, Lucas de Grasse. Relatively new, only ran one race with Audi last year, but just like Oliver Jarvis, they want to get time for him so that when they run their cars at Le Mans this year, he'll have a little more time and type and be better prepared. The thing that's confusing to me about that wheel, though, there are things called keepers on the hubs, and if the wheel goes on far enough, those keepers are supposed to pop up and keep the wheel from coming off. Either they didn't do their job or the wheel wasn't put on even halfway, because it doesn't have to go on very far before those keepers keep that lug nut, that center hub, from coming off. Man, it is tight.
That is so dicey, Brian, watching what's going on here. You have no idea. You know, TV doesn't do speed justice, and in that part of the racetrack, you are hauling.
He really had to weave his way through traffic there, but that was fabulous driving by everyone in in every car, in every category, all the way through there. That was very clean.
And that is what American Le Mans Series racing is all about. Look at that, 3 different classes right there. 2 P2 prototypes having a battle into turn 17. The orange and white Continental Tire Prototype Challenge car, and then the blue and turquoise number 17 of GT. And that is the lead battle in P2.
You know what? And what was sweet about that Simon Pagenaud, he was the one that had contact with the Patron car right there in the turn 1 earlier. He had the opportunity to maybe move inside Cosmo. Discretion was the better part of valor. He certainly learned his lesson. He'll wait till traffic works in his favor and then go by.
Well, Cosmo being shown a lap up right now on Pagenaud, so Pagenaud trying to get his lap back, but that is the intensity of Sebring, and it happens lap after lap for 12 hours. Pagenaud trying to work around the Prototype Challenge entry, who's trying to get past the GT Challenge car.
You've got to remember that. Everyone is in their own race. Someone said something on the pit, so walking by, and they said, congratulating a driver, and he said, well, I only won my class. And we went, no, you won your race.
Yeah.
So, you know, never diminish winning a category. That's why it's so hard right now.
On board with Ryan Briscoe. He had electrical problems earlier. How did they fix it? They simply reattached the steering wheel. Oliver Jarvis continues to lead from Sebring. Cosmo, a great run for Extreme Speed Motorsports in their debut in the P2 category. We'll be back to more from Sebring.
Does not feel great on the pullaway.
Traffic, Ollie. Traffic front straight. Traffic front straight.
on my tires or what?
Once they get you going, my guess is those pits will still be closed by the time you get back here.
We're going to do a driver change.
Affirmative.
Ed Brown continuing to struggle with the handling in that 02 Extreme Speed Motorsports HPD. The P2 class entry, brand new car for this team. Here's what happens out of turn 4 or 5. That's just bizarre to me, Johnny. I hear very little throttle. I hear anything, and the car just wants to turn around. It's a huge transition from the GT to the P2 car. Extreme Speed, they're starting the season with a brand new car, a brand new class, and that is a lot of work. Earlier this week, we had a talk with Ed Brown and discussed his first time behind the wheel of the HPD P2 car.
Well, the car's, it's been really good in testing. You know, we're dealing with some programming issues this week, but it'll be good by the time we get going. But it's, you know, it's a really fun car. It's a lot different car to drive than the GT car. In a lot of ways easier. Mentally, probably just a little more. It's a little more difficult because of the speeds and how deep it'll brake compared to the GT car. But it's good. But I think, you know, it'll all shake out. I mean, I got down pretty quick, easily in the test, and I'm sure once we kind of get the car situated a little bit, it'll come back.
Well, and I like the look on his face. He said it was good earlier in the week. In other words, it was okay early in the week, but we're struggling with it, and you continue to see it. Ed Brown is a better driver than the mistakes that we've seen today. So I believe that something must be amiss. You also heard him say it's an easier car to drive to some extent, and I think it probably is. It's got downforce, it's got carbon brakes. It should stop well, but it's not comfortable today by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, and this is a moment when we were kind of getting into it a little bit earlier with, you know, when we were talking about him. You know, the mental aspect of this game is difficult. It's challenging, and what he needs right now is somebody in his ear telling him, hey, slow down. You're loose because you've got some pickup. Giving him something to claw to, something to hang on. Because right now, I mean, when he went into that area, that was ugly. I mean, he didn't get the right gear. He went up the wrong gear. He did a bazillion things wrong. So again, that's where what any driver needs. Okay, you look at Formula One. Massa got his butt kicked, and so he got a sports psychologist that got his head back in the game. He got back into the game. So, you know, the mental aspect of the sport, you know, is so important right now. Ed Brown just needs the right person saying the right thing.
You're right. All of us have had that flustered moment. I remember, I mean, to my embarrassment, I've gone out and I've made a mistake, or I haven't quite got the tires into the operating range, and I've got a flat, I've got something's broken, and they go, just deal with it. Wait, push harder. You come out the other side and you're like, hey guys, sorry. And I think what's happening for Ed here, in business, this man is a ruthless. He is a 9-time winner of this race in business, equivalent of. But right now he's in a different category, and they just need to talk him through it. As you say, he needs to get back those tires back into their temperature operating range so they are not getting the pickup. Because a prototype car has less roll, has less weight transfer, has less sort of dynamics in the tire, and he's not getting them into the range. Ed, if we are talking out of the back of our trousers rather than you know, our mouths, I apologize for that if you have a real reason for what's happening here, but I have a feeling that that's what's happening.
Well, and it's the snowball effect, just like you said. He's had one mistake. This has been a miserable stint for him. We don't know. He could have, like, been triple stinting these tires. If he's doing a triple stint, that's asking too much of Ed Brown at this point. But, you know, again, we're here to learn, and they're doing a great job.
And you heard him say, we're going to do a driver change this time by, so he sounds a little bit defeated. There, a look at your leaders. We'll be back to more from Sebring. Oliver Jarvis behind the wheel of the #1 e-tron Quattro, the Audi entry in the P1 category from the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring under full course caution for the second time today, talking to his crew, making some adjustments on the radio, getting things set. You know, fans often wonder what race car drivers do in the off season. Well, Patrick Long, he gave us a glimpse of what he did over the winter.
One of the coolest things about being a racing driver is the many different places that we get to travel, but also the great cars that we get to experience. This off-season, Michelin invited 5 ALMS drivers, including myself, out to New Orleans to help launch the new Michelin Pilot Sport All Season 3. I thought it was wild that Michelin took us out, put us into their latest tire that they just launched, up against the best the competition could supply. They took us drivers and the media through a gauntlet of tests, from high-speed slalom sections to dry autocross, wet high-speed and low-speed braking, and a great section on a road course. Aside from all the on-track activity and action that we had, it was great to hang out with the developers and the engineers from the road tire side, to talk to them about what we do on the racetrack and to see the data that we collect and how they apply that to the new consumer models is something really special.
Did you get your invitation to that?
I was actually hosting it.
Did you really?
What a surprise.
You didn't call me?
No, I didn't.
I didn't get to go. Well, it'll be Michelin tires on the Audis during these stops, Andrew.
So this looks like a routine pit stop for the most technologically advanced racing car in the world. It is, of course, the #2 Audi. They are changing the Michelin, just having a good visual inspection around the car. And when it goes out, we'll try and listen to that incredible flywheel at the front. And there it goes. This technology for the front-wheel drive is actually from Williams Formula One. And they're not only developing it for the Audi, they're also developing it for buses and coaches, and believe it or not, even excavators and trains. It's incredible technology. That flywheel spins round there over 60,000 revs a minute. Great racing car, and a racing car having a great race at the moment.
Well, it's far from a bus, but it's interesting that they can use the same technology there. The cars lined up, and we're going to have some great fights on the racetrack, because I know you guys were just looking through the timing and scoring screen, looking at who's where in GT, all stacked up together. It's going to be awesome when we go back to green. Oliver Jarvis was on the radio when we came back. You saw him talking to him on the radio, making some adjustments, trying to get things sorted out so that then they go back to green, he'll have the car that he needs. There he is. Let's take a listen.
An off brake, the car turns quite sharply, so it's very difficult. You're almost going to feel like you're going to go off on exit, and then all of a sudden, as you release brake, you pick up grip.
So interesting, he's talking about corner entry, and when you get off the brake, you pick up grip. It's almost like it's got too much rear brake bias. The car seems to be too pointy, too loose at corner entry.
Well, you know, and he's just looking for help from the engineers. Again, you know, we need to understand a racetrack is always changing. And when you're on a place for 12 hours where you start in the morning and it's cool, the track temperature is cool, and then, you know, you get right now, we're almost 4 hours into this thing, you've got completely different situations. So your engineers need to stay on top of what the car is doing, Justin, how it's behaving, so that they can make tire pressure changes, bar changes, doing what they can from the pits.
And also the yellow flag situation following behind the pace car is a moment of relief. I mean, relief in terms of getting a little bit of time to discuss that with your engineer. The way they have to navigate the traffic, the pressures of driving a car like that, dealing with the onboard systems and things, you don't have a lot of spare time to relay that information to the pits. But right now, you know, when when they're on the radio like that, they can convey that sort of information.
Pits are open, teams are heading in, and drivers are climbing out. Andrew?
Yeah, Ed Brown, you just went to me. That was hard work.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you know, just kind of got hit into one early in that run. And then, I don't know what happened at the end there. The tires, the car really started to push bad, and it pushed, then went snap loose. It was just frustrating because I worked really hard like the last 40 minutes to get back through all the traffic so I'd have some clear running. Oh well, I'll get back in here today and keep on learning.
It's hard to understand so much extra downforce when you're not used to it, and how it works under braking in particular.
Yeah, I mean, you just keep on having to get off the brakes quicker and quicker because that's what the car really likes to do. And if you hold onto the brakes like in a GT car, it just hates it. So we're learning. We're still running, so that's a good thing.
Thanks to Jamie.
In the 91 SRT Viper came off the pit road. Also, there was a driver change. Dominic Farnbacher now out of the car. Ryan DL taking over duties. It was a very quick stop for this team. That was one of the things that they did work on in the offseason, as well as taking a lot of weight out of the car. It was a tremendous stint for Dominic. Great pit stop for the guys. Viper is here to fight, guys.
They are here to fight, and they've got a driver lineup. Ryan Dial climbing behind the wheel. I mean, there is another good bullet in the gun for that Viper team, and you can see GT and GT Challenge cars. It is busy on pit road. You see the 62 Ferrari right behind one of the Vipers coming down the pits. Corvettes, both of them back on track, several laps down because of the problems that they've had. And it is going to be a war when we go back to green. It'll be interesting to see who got an advantage on the stops. And the 93 sitting there with no left rear wheel. Jamie, what's going on at Viper?
Well, while it was a clean and perfectly normal stop for the 91, anything but for the 93, you see the metal shavings. They went to put the new wheel on, and all of this just fell completely off. This 93 SRT Viper is going to be sitting on pit road for quite some time.
It's odd. Metal shavings in the back. Looks like the wheel didn't seat correctly on the hub.
Well, no, I think it's actually the wheel studs are broken off.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to replace that whole assembly there. You know what, on the Viper, I don't think it does have a quick change assembly on it that they are looking to try to institute for Le Mans. We were talking to them earlier today, but not there right now. And this is going to be costly. But how lucky are they? It's under caution. They might be able to get this done and beat the pace car when it comes around.
Not good news for Kuno Whitmer, Tommy Kendall, and Jonathan Bomarito, who had been so impressive. Bomarito, especially in the 93. They'll work on this and try to get it back out.
I want to talk about something real quick when it comes to that Viper team. Ryan Dial. Okay, if you can put a guy in your car that is winning, it's the funniest thing in the sport, Justin, you know it. You start winning, keeping winning is easy to do. And Ryan Dial, that guy's been on a tear winning and everything he's done. Now it's a completely different style as we look at him right there. What he's searching for, I think, is to get his arrows on his helmet plugged in. These cars get very, very hot. But again, put a lucky guy in your car, the odds are good things can happen.
Well, lucky, yes, but extremely good. But you're right, the luck is with him. I mean, you look at the victories that he's had, and, you know, winning here, winning at Daytona, in the Rolex 24 a couple of years ago, at Le Mans. He has been on a tear, and you take that good luck. Don't call him lucky. Take your good luck and move him along. And you want to plug that guy in, and the green flag flies again at Sebring. Oliver Jarvis in the number 1, looking for a little heat. You see him weaving back and forth. Those large front tires, the Michelins, need to get back up to temperature as they stream through. The 41 looked like a little off the pace. That's the Greaves Motorsports entry. Christian Zugel still behind the wheel, so he is the gentleman driver in that car for this event. This is a lot more calm than the initial start, and that's a good thing to see because, once again, we got a long way to go. 7 hours and 56 minutes of racing yet to go. Look at this, on board the 13, Besh. Around the outside, did he make it? Was that an Audi that he went around? It's kind of a late view up into there.
No, I want to say that was the 41 car. But again, those cars, Rebellion has done such an amazing job. You know, the way they perform at Petit, and the fact, I mean, what a blessing to the American Le Mans Series that they're going to be competing all season long. And you know what? If I'm muscle milk, I like that. I want somebody that's going to force me to raise my game.
And there you see the Audi forcing his way through, and it's exactly what got them in trouble earlier when Alan McNish had the penalty. Rebellion running well.
You mentioned how strong they ran at Petit. These cars are almost identical to the way that they ran at Petit. They actually have 3 cars on the premises here. These 2 cars that are racing today, they're going to go back to Europe after the race because the team figures they're going to be pretty beat up, not up to running at Long Beach. So they're going to bring out a new car at Long Beach, rebuild these 2. Then the car that's at Long Beach, it's going to go back to Europe as well. It's going to meet them at Le Mans. The team figures if they have it there as a spare, they probably won't need it. So the team going to be a team on the road. They learned that last year in competing in the World Endurance Championship, that it is possible to do well and travel back and forth. But as you guys said, it certainly is nice to see them out here full time.
Lucas Di Grassi trying to get past the Rebellion front. Oh, he gets chopped a little bit into the braking zone.
I like that little attitude there. Mr. Audi, it's not happening.
I'm not going to make it easy on you. You're going to have to work your way by.
And I'll do it again.
Oh, no.
There he is. He did it again. I was just about to say as they went up the front straight, oh, look at him pulling to the right, kind of just giving him some space. I was a little early on that one. But, you know, Di Grassi's had to come through some horrific traffic. And yet, while at the front, Oliver Jarvis is just able, pretty clean air and can just pull out and extend that lead. Remember, second place, same lap, but he's got an awful lot of work to do to catch up through the traffic.
So right on board with Mateus Besch. Oh, Mateus Besch close, almost contact with the P2 entry, the 0-1, I believe, of Guy Cosmo. Let's go back to GT, and there's a yellow flag waving down into the hairpin. Viper in front, BMW, Ferrari, Corvette. The Corvette not in the fight, but that's a good look at the manufacturers. And then you saw the 17 from Team Falcon Tire. Wolf Hensler behind the wheel of the 17, having a good run in fourth.
Yeah, you know what, Butto? What we need to talk about, that Corvette was not in the fight, but it's down a lap. So he can actually, if he attacks very hard right here, as we see our main protagonist here, Oliver Gavin, I believe, in the Tommy Milner now. He knows if he can get by these two positions, they're back on the same lap. One caution, they're back in this race. So you will see a very aggressive Tommy Milner here.
1 lap down at the Sebring 12 hours with 7 hours, 53 to go is nothing. No. This can be reversed instantly, and the Corvette are finding their feet again. I think they had such a diabolical start to this race, but the one thing with Corvette, you know better than anyone, Johnny, if any team can regroup, get the focus back, get the attention of the drivers and the team back on the job, they can. And you know what? It's this race is just going to be spectacular.
Look at this. Picking up the draft. You know, these 4 guys, they're hungry. They showed it last year by winning the championship.
Jimmy Bruni knows the Corvette isn't for position, but he's not willing to let him by either because he knows that they can make their way back.
Do the math. Watch the Corvette on the exit. He was trying to set him up a little bit. I don't know whether he got it.
The corner. And the BMW strong out in front. Joey Hand putting in another exemplary drive here at Sebring. Bruni looks to the inside and won.
That's going to kill his momentum. Milner in the Corvette. This is beautiful.
Dial leading in the Viper, but this battle right behind BMW and Ferrari. Joey Hand in the white BMW. Jimmy Bruni in the 62 from Risi Competizione.
Easy for you to say,
Easy
Brian.
for me to say. I'm getting excited watching Tommy Milner try to work his way back onto the lead lap.
Oh, look at that Ferrari. Fake left. Now go right. Go right. Oh, man. Ain't going to happen on the outside, brother. Oh, unless Joey gives it to him. Ain't going to work. Hello.
Oh, and we've seen it before. We saw it last year in that very corner. Look at Milner.
I'd stick it in there. You knew that math wasn't going to work.
Milner showing why he is a defending champion in class, why he's a Le Mans winner. He wants to fight his way back onto the lead lap. Jimmy Bruni showing why he has been so quick at this racetrack. 3 pole positions in a row. And Joey Hand, there's not a driver out there with any more fight as witnessed by the final laps last year.
Good run by Milner, but it was really difficult to do anything with it here.
You just give him a face full of mirrors or a millions full of face, whichever way around it is. You just try and set him up on the way down to 17 right now.
Yeah, but you know what? If you're Bruni, you're looking in your mirror saying he can't do anything. He can't do anything. You let him get on me, let him tap me. I don't care. There's nothing that he can do. I see what he's got to do. Milner right there has got to get out of 16 with maybe 1 mile an hour, 2 mile an hour faster, and that speed, Brian, multiplies down the straightaway. That's what you're trying to do.
A drag race from 16 to 17. Milner will see if he can set Bruni up. Joey Hand pulling out a little bit on that lap, but Bruni seems to be very quick through 17, especially on the way off. At least he was last time.
Oh, big moment.
He's pushing pretty hard.
Dude, how can you not
That's Bruni
love
in
this?
the Ferrari. Bruni.
Thank you. I know that.
Was that Ryan DL asking who was in the
No. That was that was Brian Hoy, the crew chief on the number 4 car. Okay. Let him know what's going on there. Wow. Good stuff. That was sweet.
And they are tooth and nail. It's the same stuff we saw in the final laps last year. We actually saw this very move, and it ended up exactly the same way.
It doesn't work, and if I'm Joey Hand, I'm saying, what are you, stupid? Because, yeah, I mean, all you got to do is bring it out there and then run it out wide like Joey does.
And Milner almost takes advantage of it as well.
Well, see, if I was Milner, I'd tuck inside. All right, now I'm going behind the BMW. Get behind that BMW. Play him tight, play him tight.
Just can't get a good enough drive.
Tommy would have got this if it hadn't been for the Ferrari jigging right a little bit.
Yeah.
So Tommy ran his wheel in the dirt.
Now Bruni back on the rear bumper of Joey Hand. The Z4 might end up with a little red Ferrari paint on it. Bruni pushing hard. Milner waiting to pounce. And all the while, Ryan Dial beginning to stretch away ever so little bit.
You know what? In real life, it's so much better than Forza.
But you're just better at this than Forza.
Bruni taking a peek to the inside.
And Jimmy now beginning to pay a lot of attention to Tommy, and he just doesn't want him to get into the fight between him and Joey, but perhaps if he gets there, Jimmy can take advantage of him and let Tommy battle with Joey Hand and use him as a pick to get by.
You know, and you look in the back there, that's Wolf Hensler, who's one of the most motivated Germans in history when driving a Porsche. You see Bruni taking a look on the inside here. Now Miller's going to try an outside line. Now watch him tuck back in and try to get a better run out. Oh, yeah, he got a good run.
Milner so loose at the exit of 17 last time, not this time. Tucks up behind the Ferrari.
And
yeah, lovely. Look at
Jimmy gives the little feint.
Yeah.
Tommy can't get it done, and Joey Hand still holding on. Wolf Hensler, though, you pointed it out, closing down. All season long last year, Brian Sellers, Wolf Hensler's teammate, went to Japan testing these Falcon tires, and they said, it's not going to pay off dividends this year. Look for gains in 2013. And right now, Wolf Hensler really driving the wheels off of that number 17 Porsche.
3 cars going so fast, almost the same lap times, but get it by very different means. Same sort of thing there. That was a bit half-hearted look, wasn't it, down the inside? He was just making look. Well, I tell you, Hensler's coming up at a heck of a pace.
Coming hard. He's looking at it. Imagine if we get a 4-car train here, these guys all doing battle. Now, what are you doing? Like, you know, you're
that's
to the inside.
nice.
Got him. Well done.
Now, what can Milner do? He wants to pounce.
Right there, he can stick inside. He can stick inside.
Not so much.
Crew chiefs right now, Justin, are on the radio saying, whoa, there's 7 hours. There's 7 hours, man.
Settle. Look at Hensler.
Yeah.
And the drivers are going, it's a bit like when I'm talking to my wife on the phone. Sorry, can't hear you, babe.
Yeah,
that's what they're saying.
Stop talking. Can't you see what I'm involved in? You're interrupting.
That scares me, actually, that line about Justin. But right now, the battle, it is intense. It's like it's the last 15 minutes of the race from here at Sebring. It's not. We still have a long way to go.
Oh, man, it looks like Milner got a run.
Milner with the run in hand. Looking to the inside, going into 17. He's going to get him, but can Joey Hand get him back on the way out of 17? Milner deep into 17.
Oh,
Gets loose.
So deep. You called it, Brian.
That's now he's in no man's land. Watch Wolf in the Porsche saying, see you, wouldn't want to be you.
Tommy Milner doing everything he can to get back on the lead lap. It's going to take some strategy. He now has to get the pickup off of his tires, weaving back and forth, and Hensler moves forward.
You know what, and Brian, these are one of those moments where the crew chief, Brian Hoy, needs to get on the radio and say, dude, chill, get position. You see Lee Keen now here on the Yokohamas. We got 3 different tire manufacturers. You got the Yokohamas right in front of them, the Falcon tires. But I mean, you got to talk to your crew chief, you know, and have him tell you, dude, settle down, get position, long way to go.
Lee Keen putting in an impressive performance as well. They're a lap down, but he wants to close in on this battle. GT will be intense to the end. A long way to go from Sebring. We've talked about history. We'll look at some more as we go to break here. And when we come back on the other side, Bob Varsha, Calvin Fish, Dorsey Schrader will be with you because Justin, Johnny, and I think we need to go get some oxygen after that excitement. Stay around. 1999 at Sebring was the dawn of a new era and the debut of the American Le Mans Series at the 12 Hours of Sebring. A mix of WSC cars and the new Le Mans prototypes dominated the field. The BMW of Jörg Mueller, Tom Christensen, and J.J. Lato controlled the day. In GTS, the husband and wife team of Melanie and Martin Snow became the first married driver combo to win a class. Up front, BMW held on for the closest finish in the 46 years.
Welcome back live to Sebring. As promised, Bob Varsha joining Calvin Fish and Dorsey Schrader. And we've got live action down in the pit lane. Alex Popov, and the number 9, former leader in the PC class, is serving a penalty for avoidable contact. That has been one of the themes of the race thus far. Mistakes, mechanical errors, and penalties.
Yeah, Paul Walter, the race steward, is really laying the hammer down here today, Dorsey. Let's take a look at this incident.
Caught it off in the brake zone, gets in the back of the car.
Down deep into the hairpin there and just tagged that car in front of him.
These are so costly. It's a stop and hold for 60 seconds, 1 minute. Better part of a lap around here is given up.
Yeah, you're looking at about 40 seconds delta just in terms of coming down pit lane at that 60 km/h speed limit plus the stop. So almost a lap you lose by that.
And it doesn't take much to get one of those penalties. We've seen that during the race.
Noticed also while the car was parked in the penalty box, the louvers over the left front wheel were breaking away. Those louvers are to remain in place by rule, or you risk a black flag.
Yeah, those blow out when you get big chunks of rubber debris off of the running on the outside of the racetrack, and it forms a big ball, and all of a sudden that ball comes loose, it chucks up and blows right through the top to the right. They'll have to come in. It's a quick fix.
So changes the balance of the car in terms of it allows the air to escape a little bit quicker. When the air stacks under those front fenders, that lifts the front of the car, so it gives it some understeer. When those louvers are blown out like that, it'll actually pin the nose a little bit better, so the front of the car actually becomes more efficient when those louvers break free. We saw it with the Audis for many years, particularly at Petit Le Mans. They'd literally run very thin louvers to try and have those things blow out. There was no rule that you had to do a pit stop, and they'd balance the car that way.
Being a PC car doesn't have to adhere to that rule. It can run with that broken piece or that black flag. But
Jimmy Bruni there.
Sorry. That's right.
He's catching Ryan Dial here, carrying a little bit of traffic. Then we've got Tommy Milner in the frame. He's a lap down. Forkay had some electrical issues, so he's just trying to get back on that lead lap, which is really critical, particularly if you have a yellow and the way the safety car procedure works. You want to be in front of that leader in class, have a chance of getting a lap back on the competition.
Jimmy Bruni put that bright red Ferrari on pole for car owner Giuseppe Risi. Let's hear from him.
Well, Giuseppe, this is why you came back to racing. What a fantastic battle with your boy.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, it's a long race, and we think we prepared the car right. So we'll see what happens.
Coming earlier on, you were a bit slower than expected, I think. Now it seems to be coming back towards you, and of course, Bruni's doing a fantastic job.
We just changed some tire compounds, and we've now got some different compounds which suiting the driving style under pressure more.
Thanks very much.
I mentioned the 93 having trouble on pit lane. They are still working on getting the left rear of that car back in working order. But talk about the beauty of location. They have been able to push it right behind pit wall, which is what the rule says. You have to go behind the wall into an approved location. They've done that, so they've kept the car there, bringing the parts to the car. But Dominic Farnbacher in the 91 SRT Viper watching on as his teammate Ryan DL continues to lead the GT category. Dominic, you've been with this team since the beginning. How much easier is it to drive this car this year than it was last year?
It's definitely a big step since last year. I mean, we made a great improvement on the Viper, and now it's competitive, and now we can actually drive for the lead, and as you saw earlier.
One thing that's still a little unclear is the reliability of the car. You did survive Petit without any mechanicals. What condition is the car in right now?
The 91 car is in a great condition. It just drives and drives and drives without any problems. On the 93 car, they just had an issue on the tire and on the wheel, and they just try to fix it now.
All right, well, the 91 SRT Viper still leading GT early on.
That's right, and that car will have an awful lot of support. Ryan Dial behind the wheel. His wife Jessica hails from Lake Placid, Florida, which is just down the road from Sebring.
He's about to get some heat from Jimmy Bruni, and Reese talked about the fact that they've done a tire compound change on that Ferrari, which is really giving it great pace right now. I just spoke to Bobby Rahal before I came back on the air about the BMWs. He said, we were struggling a little bit towards the end of the stint, so we threw some hards on for Joey. We're not sure how it's going to work out, and you can see he's backpedaling a little bit, so they're still tweaking on those Michelins. First time that Joey's ever driven on a Michelin tire, believe it or not, and certainly for the team that did some testing, very happy with their performance.
Amazing the parity amongst those 4-class cars right now. Any one of them could be leading if it was able. You look right there, and it looks like Milner's going to get around, maybe get a position. He does get by the Ferrari.
What an incredible battle. The Corvette goes around the Ferrari.
Now he just needs to.
Yeah, he just needs to get in front of Ryan Dial, and he'll be on the same lap as the GT leader, so this is critical, and the team will be pushing him hard.
What a spectacular battle GT has been all day.
Look at this with the Muscle Milk entry and the Rebellion boys.
A couple of P1 cars battling, 6 and 13.
That can be exactly what these GT guys need to break up their little battle too.
Romain Dumas behind the wheel of the Muscle Milk entry, one of the most aggressive drivers in all of sports car racing, trying to find a way by Besh in that Rebellion.
And this is what this kind of sports car racing is all about. Prototypes and GTs. Yes, there are speed differences between the classes, but there are great battles within the classes, and you have to wage those battles in traffic.
Look how much it helped Ryan Dial. Look at the open gap he's got now back to Tommy Milner's Corvette. Of course, there was a pass made back there on the Ferrari by Tommy Milner, so that slowed them up even more.
Look at Dumas. Besh has got hindered a little bit in traffic there, coming out of turn 5, and Dumas got to run. Look at the defensive move there by the 13 car. Paul Walter's been on the radio to these guys saying, watch the blocking. We've seen penalties for contact. He's also got his eye on some of the blocking maneuvers we're seeing here today.
He's teaching these guys a new way that he wants them to race, and they're going to have to adhere by that.
The reason that Rebellion Racing are here, they want to prove that they're not only the best over in Europe, but they can come here and compete with the likes of Muscle Milk and Dyson. Talking to the team owner, Bart Hayden, the other day, he said, this is why we're here. We want to compete against the best. They're going to run a single car entry for the full season after Sebring.
Great stuff. There's Tommy Milner. Looks like that battle has cooled just a little bit, so we'll stay with this one for 4th place in P1 and the overall.
Dumas. Talked to him earlier in the weekend. He said he's got a busy year. He's going to be doing 3 World Endurance Championship races in a GT car leading up and through Le Mans. And then he's going to be doing the testing on the new Porsche prototype, which everyone is anticipating will debut next season.
Watch the flags at trackside when you can see them. There's a pretty strong breeze at the drivers' backs going down that long Alec Ullman back straightaway.
See Dumas' helmet moving around under braking there for 17.
You can actually see them lower down when they really slam the brakes on it. They submarine down into the belts and it drops their height of their head. You get pummeled around here, there's no doubt.
The coupes look cool, but it's so great to be able to see the drivers working hard in these open cockpit prototypes as well.
Temperature about 83 degrees right now with a warm breeze. These drivers are really working hard, as you see Matthias Besch.
There we see the other Rebellion car, currently driven by Neil Yanni. They're currently running in 3rd. Couple of 1 lap down on the 2 Audis, and 1 lap ahead of this scrap for 4th.
We've got another break coming up, but we want to remind you the American Le Mans Series and Chevrolet Corvette have teamed up again for the sports car racing fans' dream. A grand prize, an all-new 2014 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray, and an expense-paid VIP insider trip to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Go to racetowincorvette.com. That's racetowincorvette.com for your chance to win the ultimate sports car fans' dream prize. Win a trip to Le Mans. We'll see you there here on Speed. Thursday here at Sebring, I had the privilege of hosting the reveal as the new name and logo of the new United Sports Car Racing Series was unveiled. Here's how it looks on a race car, as Grand Am and the American Le Mans Series will begin joint racing operations in 2014. Still to come, word on the 2014 schedule, detailed rules about the various classes. It all looks very, very promising for next year. As we welcome you back live to Sebring, there is the battle for the lead. Despite a penalty of a full minute in the pit lane earlier on, the number 2 Audi has caught up with the number 1. Oliver Jarvis leads, Luca Di Grassi second. Two great young drivers with a chance at a Sebring overall victory.
Yeah, Ollie Jarvis got a little bit balked there going through turn 1. I think Lucas was thinking about making a move down into turn 3 in the braking zone, but got to keep it clean. I mean, the race is theirs to lose, and you can see there the two different rear wing designs in terms of the aerodynamic. The wings are essentially the same, but the car behind has that high downforce, the 2013 spec, has those little winglets off to the side, which are not connected to the rear wing through the regulations, but via the rear bodywork. So just maximizing the downforce for these incredibly powerful hybrid machines.
They've caught up the sister car with over a minute, probably a minute and a half, to be honest, after they had that contact penalty, which is a stop in 60-second plus the delta time, 40 or so. So that second place car is definitely the quicker of the two.
Yeah, well, it's a question of when the track's a little bit slick midday. I mean, you put middle of the afternoon, you're going to have a little bit more grip with the high downforce setup. Talked to Alan McNish after qualifying yesterday, said had a bit more corner speed, but the one car was faster down the straightaways, and he got pit by 9 thousandths of a second, so there wasn't a lot in it. And here we see they're going to come through these final corners here on at that back Ullman straightaway, and this is where the car in front theoretically should be a bit quicker, but can Di Grassi do anything in the draft here? He's pulling up on him, pops to the inside.
Plenty of time left.
And he should have the downforce. Oh, Jarvis! Did they touch? We talk about you can't see very well in these cars, but you would think that the guys would have been on the radio alerting Ollie Jarvis that your teammate is coming down the inside. He makes the move ultimately, but that was close.
Looks like a little damage on the left front of the 2 when it goes by. We won't see it going through 1. It's on the wrong side. But right above the wheel arch, it looks like possibly has got a little damage there.
Wow, that was close, boys. We talked about how hard it has been for these drivers to get used to the low visibility that you have in this R18 chassis. Now, the 2 cars, there's new technology where it's almost like a front view camera, a periscope you can see on top of the roofline there. That actually gives them a little video camera and screen inside the cockpit. Ollie Jarvis, I don't think he'd have pinched a teammate like that if he'd known he was coming. So again, maybe that was a question of the visibility, Dorsey.
Absolutely. I mean, those guys are under only one order, and that is don't take each other out. Other than that, they can do whatever they want with racing.
And Di Grassi was alongside him right there, and Jarvis just takes him all the way down to the wall.
No question about contact. You can see the number 1 car on the outside got turned. And there's a damage I'm talking about, too.
Here we're on board with Di Grassi. He goes down to the inside. Now it's a braking duel. He's got more downforce. And look at that. Look how tight that was to the wall on the right.
That's a
clips the bodywork on the left.
182 mile per hour bump right there.
Boy, quick hands from Jarvis, who was able to straighten that car up. He could have gotten spun across the bow of the other car.
Take a look right here. This is the new periscopers are calling it. And that is the cameras. You see a lens here. There's one on the other side that looks out.
There you see the screen, Dorsey, as well.
Right there that the driver gets to look through.
Talking to the driver, they said we're still not quite accustomed to using that. You just want to be looking so far down the road. It's almost a bit of a distraction, but ultimately they will get used to it and try and utilize it. You see it.
Isn't it a lot to ask of a driver like Luca Di Grassi, who is in the car basically for only the 2nd time in his career? You're heading down into Sunset Corner, one of the most difficult corners in racing here at Sebring, and you're going to look down at the TV screen and not out the front?
Well, I think the thinking is, Bob, that you're actually looking down through that side of the cockpit as you're turning right, for example. But even so, talking to Alan McNish last night, he said, you know what, I'm not comfortable yet. He said, maybe with time I'll get used to it, but right now, you know, with the bumps and as busy as this racetrack is, you really got your eyes more focused through the windshield looking down the racetrack.
I would think so. Now the leaders in traffic.
Dr. Ulrich's heartbeat went up a little bit then.
Oh, you're not kidding. Probably got on the radio too, more than likely.
Di Grassi with his high downforce configuration. He's also got a new updated hybrid system that really tries to maximize the lower speeds that we see at tracks like this in comparison to Le Mans.
Now let's pick up the action in P2 with the leader in class. As you see the Audis continue to filter their way through traffic. Ryan Hunter-Reay in the level 5. There he comes.
He's about to get into that lead GT battle too and mess with it.
And you can see how difficult it is to get out of the way when faster cars come up from behind.
You literally can't at this racetrack. You use every square inch of the road, and there's some places you just can't disappear from.
Been a great year for Ryan Hunter-Reay, winning the IndyCar title in his off-season. He stayed busy. You think about all of the media responsibilities that the title comes with. And he and his wife Becky had their first child, little boy, born in the off-season, and also spent time over in Bangkok competing in the Race of Champions against the likes of Michael Schumacher. So times are sweet for Ryan Hunter-Reay, and he deserves it.
He deserves a Green X award. He's fast and efficient. Let's go to Andrew.
Hey, Marino, we're almost 5 hours into the race, and now you're about to get into the level 5 car for the first time. How do you motivate yourself?
It's quite easy. You've got to go drive a racing car at one of the greatest races in the world. It's not difficult. The trick of sports car is being ready when you're needed. You obviously got to make sure that you don't peak too early, get too much adrenaline going, stop being relaxing back at the bus. Watching Johnny O'Connell contradict himself on TV and generally having some fun. So, yeah, obviously Scott did a great start to the race. Ryan's continues good work. Ryan and Simon and the other car are doing great as well. So, just trying to make sure that we continue what we did yesterday and get on 1-2 for the level 5 team again.
And of course you're a new dad, a bit of a surprise, an early delivery.
Yeah, my little boy Luca decided to turn up last Friday when I arrived here, so I haven't had a chance to see him yet. Very much looking forward to getting home Monday and seeing him and my wife Holly, but I've been borrowing Darren Turner's baby, just having a little cuddle, so it's been okay.
Thanks very much.
A lot of newborns down in the paddock. Richard Westbrook, Darren Turner, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Nat Marino.
That's right. He doesn't have to walk far to find a new baby to cuddle if he's feeling lonely.
Must spend a lot of time off between the seasons.
Yeah, the back time, all of this. See what was going on.
Yeah.
Ryan Hunter-Reay on his own lap right now. The second place car in class, Guy Cosmo, in the similar HPD ARX chassis from the Extreme Speed Motorsports team. Number 8 in the pits. Let's see if it's routine. Down to Jamie Howe.
It looks like this is going to be just a fuel-only pit stop. They do not have any new Continental tires out over the wall, and it is indeed fuel-only, though the car has not refired yet. I would have expected to see him leave. He might have been holding and waiting for the number 81, who is also on pit road, to go past. We're starting to start seeing some pit stops happen of teams that did not pit under that last full course caution. It looks like Rebellion will be in pretty soon, the number 500. This is going to give Performance Tech the lead in the PC category. These cars almost identical. It all comes down to the team and the driver, so we're going to see a lot more of this back and forth leading the class as the day goes on.
Charlie Shears at the keyboard there in the number 500. Why 500, you ask? Well, notice visitflorida.com among the sponsors. This is the 500th anniversary of the discovery of what is now the state of Florida. There's a lot going on to promote tourism here.
Talk about ladder systems in motorsport. ALMS seems to have their own with the IMSA Lights Championship. Charlie's run a lot.
Oh, here,
27 Dempsey cars.
Right. Coming on to, that's turn 17, but the car's headed the wrong direction on the outside.
Joe Foster behind the wheel. Andy Lally put this car on the pole. They've had a little bit of drama during the race hours so far.
I don't know if he's got in that wall. That's an awkward position to have the car in.
Is that damage at the right front?
It might be right front,
yeah.
We'll see if he gets it out of here.
Nope.
Let's pop one of the little lights out there in the front fascia.
Yeah,
you can see the splitter is at a bad angle.
Across the hood.
He's got a lot of damage.
Away with one. Well, it could be
a lot worse than 17, yeah, for sure. And he gets to get in the pits, which is right here also. Well, he doesn't go in. I don't know why that would be. I mean, he was right there. It was handed to him. I would have gone in there and get that fixed.
And now he risks getting stranded on track. Watch the right side of your screen as he enters the corner.
Oh, he lost it early, Calvin, way early.
And just a light brush, obviously, from the damage that we saw. And maybe they're thinking maybe they'll throw a yellow. Try and keep out there and take advantage of creating your own caution, but he'll be feeling it out. Maybe say if it was a light bump, let me just try this, just take a mediocre speed lap and just feel it out.
Doesn't look that bad, to be honest with you, as long as it didn't smack that right front tire and wheel on the wall.
And we got debris on the front straightaway now.
Flare, I think.
Yeah,
something damage on that.
Joe's car.
Yeah, you were right. You would say the same thing.
Number 1 Audi is in the pits, and Andrew Marriott is there.
Yeah, and Oliver Jarvis just jumped out of the car. All the mechanics go to work here, as usual at the front. One mechanic lies on the ground and looks underneath for a visual check. The fuel is going in, and they are getting ready to change those Michelins. So Jarvis just already hanging up his seat. They've got a special way of hanging the seat up on the awning. He's already done that. Now that fresh set of tyres goes on, and the boys go to work. This pit stop should take them about 45 seconds. Down off the jacks and away it powers with the LED lights blazing away.
Well, they have to be careful about how they choreograph the pit stops on these diesel-electric hybrids. The mechanics have to be assured by the engineers that it's okay to touch the car without danger of electric shock. Then they wait for the fuel, and then they change tires as quickly as they can.
Yeah, they basically get told to go to a certain mode with the system, and it basically dumps the energy out before they get to pit lane to make it safer for the crews to work on. Rebellion is in.
And it's the number 12 that's in. The number 13 just left pit lane. It was a fuel-only stop for them. This is full service for the number 12, including a driver change. Nicola Prost now behind the wheel of the car. Fuel is complete. They take on about 21 gallons of the E10. You see the red wheel on the front. Here to drive away, the team with those tires being the same size, they have different color rims. It's red in the front, gold in the back. The team saying is red on the rear. It doesn't steer. Nice way to keep it simple there. Andrew, the number 2's in.
So now the number 2 car is in. These pit stops now running together. Remember early on the 2 cars split, but just watching this pit stop from up on the steps of Audi. And this looks a routine. They're going to put some tyres on it. Fuel is going in. This diesel fuel having transformed the image of this kind of fuel. Back in England, I run a diesel Audi these days, and it really is astounding how it is compared with the old days. See, as it goes away, not a wisp of black smoke at all. Remember those old trucks that used to belch smoke? Great technology.
You'll see the strategy typically is they'll change tires when there's a driver change, so it allows everyone a bit more time. When there's a no tire change, driver will stay in. You saw a couple of servicing things going on. We talked about no servicing during refueling. One thing they are allowed is to clean the windshield and the headlights, and also change that drink canister over on the left side.
Back out and quickly up to speed. Don't forget, tomorrow there'll be a throwdown in Thunder Valley. Find out why the Bull Ring always produces road rage, incredible racing. It's the world's fastest half mile. And NASCAR Race Day is there, live from Bristol, tomorrow, 10:30 Eastern, only here on Speed. Great look from on board one of the Rebellion P1 cars. There are your leaders in the 5 classes of competition. We'll be back to the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. 1988 at Sebring was the height of the GTP era, with swoopy entries from Nissan, Jaguar, and Porsche. But our eyes were all on the Roush-prepared Mercury Cougar, driven to the GTO class victory by Wally Dallenbach Jr. and our own Dorsey Schrader.
How about that one, Dors?
That's a cool little car, wasn't it? That was one of my favorite cars for sure. That Cougar was a big beast, but it was a lot of fun.
That was a beast, no question about it. And you drove it well, dude.
Thank you.
How many wins have you had here, Dorsey?
Just the one. You know, it was funny because you drove that same car, what, 2 years later and won.
Yeah. And, audio is not quite synced up on this. Either that or he's very, very brave.
Say that's right.
Word from the pits is now we're on board the 13. This car may be called in for a penalty for blocking Matthias Besch. Oh, he made the pit, okay. Updating the news from timing and scoring, he has served that penalty.
So the law has been laid down today. They're not going to handle any blocking, any rubbing at this stage of the game. Now, whether they change that towards the end, we'll have to wait and see, but this is a nasty little throng.
Look back there for the number 6, the muscle milk machine. Romain Dumas is just slicing through traffic. There he is going down the inside now, being followed by the number 2 Audi.
Watch this diesel power versus the petrol-powered car.
It gets really, gets really confusing down here with you got GT cars in there. They cannot stop at the same time.
Look at Dumas, deep on the brakes. Degrassi takes it even deeper there. Unbelievable action down in turn 17.
Boy.
That is really cool. That is a really bumpy corner. Dorsey to be taking it even deep.
Oh, there's that debris. Hope he didn't cut a tire.
Yeah, that's that air dam off the Porsche we saw before.
Got to be thinking about these things. That's been sitting there for a long time, and suddenly as the leader, you suddenly run straight over the top of that. That can cut down one of those Michelins in a heartbeat.
And he threw it up in the air, and all these guys with open cockpit tires is vulnerable to get that right in the face.
That's right.
I'm surprised they haven't stopped to fix that.
Well, Oliver Jarvis has climbed out of his machine. Let's join Andrew and hear from him.
Yeah, well, actually, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich just come to have a word with Ollie now. I think I can get it. Ollie, you were pushing really hard there, were you?
Yeah, I mean, the first stint was reasonably good. I thought we were a little unfortunate with the safety car because they allowed the number 2 car to pit and basically a free pit stop. And after that, they had fresh tyres, so a difficult second stint for me. But, you know, we're still in the fight, and that's the plan. We said stay on in there for the first sort of 10 hours and fight for the win the last 2.
Now, there was a little brush with Lucas, your teammate. Talk us through that, because we're just going to roll the tape.
I haven't seen it, but it was interesting in car, I have to say. We overtook an LMP mid-straight. I must admit, I didn't see him. I didn't think he'd make a move there. I turned in, and just as I turned in, he clipped the right rear. Fortunately, it was only a light brush, and we both managed to make it round. But, you know, a close call, and as you can see, we're fighting hard, and anything can happen.
And our viewers out there probably don't realise how bad the visibility is. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's very difficult in the car. I mean, we sit very far back. When you see the onboard camera, it's sat much further, so it's got a much wider angle of view, whereas the driver's much further back, and we're very limited to just in front, so it's very difficult to see sort of what's beside you. So it makes life a little bit harder, but you know, we're teammates, so we have to be aware, and hopefully nothing like that will happen for the rest of the race.
Young Brit doing a great job.
Who does Oliver Jarvis remind you of more, Blackjack Brabham or Harry Potter?
And Ollie Jarvis talking about the visibility. What you're looking at on the right side of the screen as we framed up the in-car camera there is about what the drivers see. It's that peripheral view goes away, Dorsey. You really don't have a good feel for cars down to your tight quarters there.
Couple of big penalties coming up now. Stop plus 20, the 5.52 contender in the P2 class for pit lane speed limit violation.
That's a stop plus 20-second hold.
And the 0.2, Johannes van Overbeek in the ESM Tequila Patron car for a pit stop violation.
Right front tire down on this car, the 66.
TRG machine.
He's limping that back around. He's aware of it. And what you don't want to do is have that carcass fly apart and blow the bodywork all off that car. He's just doing all you can do. You want to get back as quick as you can, but you can't risk blowing the bodywork and all the chassis. There's also a radiator in front up there that you can damage on that Porsche.
Absolutely. I mean, an extra 20 seconds getting the car back to pit lane can maybe save you 10, 15 minutes with a fix in pit lane. So this is where the discipline comes in. Long way to go. This is Ryan Hunter-Reay serving his penalty for a pit lane speed infraction. They've been struggling a little bit with the ECUs and various electrical systems on those HPD machines this week, so I'm not sure if that was just an error by the driver or whether there was something going on electrically that should hold them to the certain speed there.
They're going to have to pay this official more. He's working harder than anybody out there.
Great little battle yesterday in qualifying between the two IndyCar boys, Ryan Hunter-Reay and Ryan Briscoe. As Chris said at the front of the show, Ryan Hunter-Reay, the defending IndyCar champion, and Ryan Briscoe, the Indy 500 pole winner last year. Still searching for a full-time IndyCar ride, but things are getting late. First race is next week at St. Petersburg.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to make it to pit lane without any damage, so good job done by Mr. Faulkner.
TRG stands for the Racers Group, Kevin Buckler's operation, long associated with Porsche, but they will be in the United Sports Car Championships next year, running an Aston Martin-based program. Here comes the number 4 Corvette in behind. Here's your leader in the GTC class. From Alex Job Racing, 8-time class winners here at Sebring.
Just like last year, running one car for the full season in GTC and one in GT. They've switched out from the Lotus to the Ferrari, of course, over in the GT category. And Cooper McNeil comes back to try and retain his title that he got last year. Lee Keane did the majority of the legwork, helping him in, when I say legwork, in terms of the majority of the races, working with Cooper McNeil. But even so, this team really knows how to win championships and had so much success over the years here at Sebring.
They have an amazing resume, including 4 titles, as you pointed out. How'd you like to be the parts guy at Alex Job Racing? They've run Lotus, Ferrari, and Porsche, sometimes simultaneously in the same race over the last year and a half or so. Up the backstretch he goes.
Talk about Jerome Bleekemolen being one of these studs that we're seeing appear in this GTC category. 31 car. Jamaziak currently running in second. This NGT team are really doing a brilliant job in this class.
He's trapped between a couple of GT cars that are having their own war.
This is Maxime Martin, disposing of the GTC car.
He's a new recruit for the BMW squad, has run BMW race cars over in Europe for a number of years with great success, but he has really talked about him being one of the quickest guys in a GT car worldwide, so BMW are very excited to have him. They're going to have him run full season alongside Bill Oberlin. Jörg Mueller assisting that driving crew here this weekend as the third.
He's the number 12, trying to get around. That was fairly neatly done.
Yeah, you got to be heads up about that for sure, though, because the prototype car has a lot of downforce, a lot of grip, but when you go back through there with those with the GT and the GTC cars, they're not nearly as well stuck.
Down the long back straightaway.
These cars really have great straightaway speed because they don't have a lot of aerodynamic dive planes or anything on them, so everyone says, oh, I can't even pass a GTC car down the straightaway. Well, guess what? These things are little bullets.
Absolutely.
As we pan back now for the next car in line, which is the number 45.
I'll let you know when we're getting close.
They're narrow on their bodies and they're narrow on their wheels and tire, and it makes them really fast for the top end wise.
This car driven by Nelson Canache Jr., the Venezuelan driver who actually won the newly debuted GX class at Daytona back in January, so he's already had success in one of the big enduros this year. And going to be great to see Flying Lizard campaigning in this category this year.
And it's a new era of Flying Lizard Motorsports. The team was founded in 2003 and they began racing in the GT category in 2004. They ran their first full season of competition, and by 2005 they already had their first podium at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Take them forward a couple more years, in 2008 they were strong enough for both the team, the driver, and the manufacturer championship, which they repeated in 2009. But now we're in 2013. Things have changed. Going forward, we have the new merger happening next year in 2014. So to commemorate the new era of racing, Flying Lizard made this poster. 2004 to 2012, a look back at all of their cars, all of their victories. You see 21 victories, 63 podiums. We're about to see a lot more good things, but new things from Flying Lizard Motorsports.
It truly was just about a Flying Lizard back there in turn 1.
Yeah. But they're very excited to be in this category. We've regarded them as one of the best teams in the business, the way they execute a race. And they said, so often we're worried about performance of balance, having too much speed and getting the cars handicapped. Now we can just go out, run as fast as we can. It's not going to have any effect on the rest of the season.
There's a beautiful view at the massive crowd assembled here at Sebring International Raceway. Here are your class leaders. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
Sebring International Raceway kicks off the 2013 season of the Porsche IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge by Yokohama, North America's premier racing series for a driver looking to develop sports car racing skills and a career in the profession of motorsport. The field for round 1 and 2 was one of the largest the series has ever seen, with over 40 Porsche GT3 Cup 911s battling it out across the two classes. Last year, we saw rookie Sean Johnston embrace the Development Series competition, eventually clinching the championship with Wright Motorsports. That success landed him a full-time seat in the German Carrera Cup for this year. That leaves 2012 gold champion Angel Benitez Jr., who is now racing in Platinum, to battle it out with the likes of Michael Mills of Effort Racing and Madison Snow, Sean's former teammate at Wright Motorsports. The action is intense, the victories are authentic, and the entire season of the Porsche IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge by Yokohama can be watched at youtube.com/drive and IMSAchallenge.com.
Pits are wide open, right on the box.
Back live at Sebring. GT class pit stops, driver change going on the Falcon Porsche.
Pitting out of the third positions, they're having a very strong run here. They were scratching their heads a little bit after some preseason testing got here. Didn't really feel that the tire was right, but was hoping that the racetrack came to them come race day. Been showing some good pace, Dorsey.
Yeah, and they've stayed out of trouble, Calvin. You don't see them mixing them up. You've been watching that GT class go at it, 3 or 4 cars pushing and looking like they're going to get in trouble. This car is real quietly, stealthily coming on up into the top 3.
He's certainly got one of the best people in the world on the pit box in terms of Derek Walker, in terms of calling the strategy. So much experience.
Go, go, go. Clear behind. Clear. All the way out.
That's the kind of information you want. Don't worry about your mirrors. You're clear all the way out.
This gives a driver so much confidence when you have that experienced voice in your ear, Dorsey, just talking you through things.
Yep, you can't have enough eyes or ears and people that are really experienced that you can trust 100%.
Pace car coming. Reset fuel.
You say pace car coming?
P-car.
P-car coming.
Here comes a prototype.
Yeah, here he comes.
Number 6.
He's right. There it goes.
Duma, or Doodah as Brian likes to call him.
While we're in break, by the way, the 93 with Tommy Kendall in the controls is now back on track after that long repair. 29 laps down to the class leader.
This is the position, boys.
Yep.
Absolutely.
John Edwards getting his first laps of the day in the BMW, taking over from Joey Hand, had the car in the lead for a couple of times, takes it down to the outside, try to take advantage of the hot Michelin tires. Once that Falcon Porsche gets up to speed, gets to the inside, I think he's going to get him.
Yeah, Nick Tandy's on cold tires, remember, he just had those put on.
Side by side through here, but John should have the inside line for the braking zone right now, down into 10, Cunningham corner.
Takes it.
Good job. It'll take long for John to find his feet in this BMW.
No, that you're sitting duck for about a half a lap while you've got those tires. Did everything you could, Nick, blocked and did all the things, and still got past.
Nick Tandy was just nominated as the 10th official Porsche factory driver. Big accolade for him as a young British driver.
Yep. And a team owner back in Britain. Runs Formula Ford cars, as many as 4 and 5 at a time. We had dinner with him the other night. Great fun chatting with him. Sister BMW is in. Is that Bill Auberlin going in?
Yeah, Maxime Martin jumping out, Billy Auberlin getting in. They're going to be regular teammates for the year. Spoke to Bill. He said the car was good on the initial run. Rear tires started to go away a little bit towards the end, so we've got to manage that. We know that the team has been working with different Michelin compounds. The sister car has been trying the hards. We'll have to see how those go, but this is a tough driver lineup. He said we don't quite have the straightaway speed. We've been seeing that right at the very end of the straightaways, Dorsey. The Vipers and the Ferrari seem to have a little bit on them, so they're having to defend pretty vigorously.
Watching Bill right there systematically go through all the things that he had to do, plugging in his electrics and making sure his transponder was on, getting his cooling line set up, resetting the fuel mixture, watched him do all those things.
20th career start here at Sebring for Bill Auberlin. Make him number 3 all time. Hurley Haywood has a record with 28. Butch Leitzinger, who was in this race, is making his 21st start. So he and Bill will battle it out to see who can catch Hurley Haywood, if anyone.
Bill coming off a huge weekend with his teammate over in the Grand Am Series, Paul Dallalana. They won both classes on the same day. Both races, should I say, the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge race and the Rolex GT, in a fierce battle with Andy Lally.
You know what's amazing about those numbers, Bob, that you just put out there is that when a guy goes 21 races here, unlike in NASCAR, that's 21 years of your life.
That's right.
You only get to do this once a year. So those numbers are big numbers.
I've been following Bill for a long time, called some of his races in the old Formula Atlantic series. Gosh, he's gone a long way. Let's hear from another member of the BMW team, Joey Hand with Andrew Marriott.
Joey, you got out of the car a few minutes ago, and it was a tough double stint with the double tires. Don't you feel a bit beat up?
I feel all right. I mean, a little bit. It was a long double and a half stint, but it's already pretty racy. I think that's hopefully the fans at home and the fans here at Sebring are enjoying it, because this GT class, it always brings a race. We have this Crown Plaza BMW Z4 was running pretty good, and we did this second. We tried to double stint a set of tires and learned a lesson there. That wasn't the right thing to do. So, otherwise the car's been pretty strong. I feel really good in the car, so they kept me in there.
Earlier on, Joey, you were in a big battle with a Ferrari.
Yeah, it was like a circa 2012 finish. It felt like we were racing at the end there. Everybody was battling for position. It was dicey. It was a good show, but it wasn't. We weren't going to tear anything up. Like Big Bob says, don't do anything stupid. We want to get this thing to that last hour, 2 hours, so we can go racing. Right now, we have a car that's consistent. We don't have the pace. We definitely don't have the straight line speed. But if we just keep throwing down laps, stay out of trouble, we'll be good to go.
Joey looking for his 3rd straight win here for BMW.
Yeah, certainly a great stint there by Joey, and this Z4 is certainly a lot different to the M3 that they've campaigned for the past 4 seasons, and here we see a comparison between the two. You can see the engine displacement with this new car, 4.4 litre versus 4 litre, a little less res, about 700 less. Big difference here, though, Dorsey. Front-mounted gearbox versus the transaxle, so the weight distribution is dramatically different. And another major change, of course, of the tyres, Dunlop to Michelin.
Wow, look at our lead battle overall. Two Audis have found each other once again.
That's right, Benoit Trullier able to close up on Luca Di Grassi. Last lap, Trullier was 3 seconds quicker. And now he makes the pass. Something held up Di Grassi on that last lap and allowed his teammate to close up on him.
Trullier has now got the lead, and one car's at the front of this battle now, so he's got his way around Di Grassi somewhere on this lap. So change of positions here as we speak, and we believe Di Grassi might have got held up a little bit in traffic.
Got around him.
Trullier is certainly on a charge here.
Got around him and made up 3 seconds on top of it, so something happened. Take a look and see what we can see. A lot of speed, you can see that. I mean, he's got a big run going. Works to the inside, going down the straight.
Sets him up there down into Cunningham corner. There's a reason that the gap got down there so quickly, and here's the reason why. We're on board now. This has gone back about a lap, and Di Grassi there having problem with that Viper, got pushed out wide down into Tower corner.
We knew something happened. That was big, too. He centered the tub across that outside. See it right here? That's what I was talking about.
Went for a ride. You have to think about, A, did he damage the splitter? And he's probably got a lot of garbage on those tires, which meant when he did get back on track, he lost a lot of pace, and that allowed his teammate to close.
That was Tommy Kendall in the Viper who moved over.
It's a risky maneuver, though, there, because when you're driving through there, Tommy's looking to the right. You know what I mean? Looking down towards the next corner, and if you go to that left side, that driver that you're passing is not looking in that left side mirror. He doesn't expect you to go there.
And you're doing 80 miles per hour right there, too.
Let's hear from Jamie Howe on the subject of the Vipers.
And you saw it was Tommy Kendall in that number 93 SRT Viper that was the traffic in that P1 battle. I just spoke with Bill Riley. We saw the 93 back behind the wall repairing that left rear because of the metal shavings that came off. What's happening right now is we talk about how brutal the Sebring circuit is, and they're actually putting too much pressure. They're making the wheel pins work too hard. They're making the wheel pins work too hard. The 91, they're having the same problem right now. They might be battling up front in the GT category. However, they're going to have to come in and get these wheel pins fixed.
Oh, boy, that's not a good thing to hear.
Well, the other Viper's doing well. I think behind the ALMS may have just taken the lead away from Jimmy Bruni in the Ferrari. Traffic may be a factor, but look at this. Is that Ferrari slowing a little bit? I mean, we've got different classes there, but typically they're at the same pace of the PC cars, and he doesn't have it. Dramas maybe.
There's drive pin issues on the other Viper. I mean, that's a really bad situation, too, because it takes a long time to fix it.
Pit lane entrance coming up.
Inherent problem, obviously.
He's staying out.
He is.
Swings out wide, so maybe it's something that he's just recycling inside the car to get the car back up to speed, but it definitely looks like he's losing some straightaway speed. Let's take a look here.
Earlier.
This is a replay.
The 81 comes up alongside. Gets him at the right rear.
Got him on the right rear tire. Almost hit him again. If didn't hit him, I'm not sure, but he's probably just now checking out. Make sure there's no damage to that chassis.
Yeah, so that would account for the lack of acceleration off that final corner on the back straightaway. Here we see a replay of a pass for the lead. Ryan Dial. Johnny O'Connell talked about it. Ryan Dial is on a tremendous winning streak at the moment. Everything he touches seems to turn to gold, and he takes this Viper to the front on debut.
I'm sure they're feeling a vibration from those drive pins. The bad news there, Calvin, is that if he shears those in a pack like this, it could be catastrophic.
Even the way that DL went by Jimmy Bruni there, that Ferrari doesn't seem to be up to full speed to me.
May have some tire rub or something from that contact.
Hit right on the wheel, or it certainly appeared to have.
Maybe he's got a vibration. On board the 91. We approach another break. Lots of action in the pit lane. Lots of highlights thus far. That was the exit of the Delta Wing. A lot more to come here on the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Back live at Sebring International Raceway. Dorsey Schrader, Calvin Fish. I'm Bob Varsha.
This is a battle for the lead. Look at this. Lucas de Grassi has made his way back by his teammate Treluet in the #1 machine, and it is getting awfully close in traffic.
Well, they're
the Audi squad have got to be sweating. These two boys are battling hard.
And just ahead of them, you see the number 12. That's the third place car in the race. Nicolas Prost in the Rebellion Lola Toyota.
Who's not giving him any easy way to get around, I guarantee that.
But if he goes down to these guys, he'll be 3 laps down to the leaders.
Well, I think the lack of cautions here today has really hurt the petrol-powered cars. It's allowed the Audi camp to do their thing and just keep chugging away from the petrol-powered cars. Here we see the battle down in the brake zone. That one car should have a bit more straightaway speed with that different rear aero. As de Grassi tries to fight his way by the Rebellion. Look at the fast exit that the #1 car gets onto this front straightaway.
He's going to be a bulldog in turn 1. Watch this. We've only had 2 cautions today for 6 laps. That's unheard of at Sebring, but car count is down a little.
Well, as Curly said in City Slickers, the day ain't over yet.
That's the truth.
Well, really wide there through turn 1. He's wringing its neck. He is on a roll, got great momentum. Fessler and Lauder have won Le Mans the last 2 years and now the current World Endurance Championship. He's looking for the lead again, coming through turn 6.
Side by side down the straightaway to the brake zone for the hairpin.
He wanted it badly. You can just tell in the language of the car. He's really driving hard through turn 1, trying to make up that gap. Sensational stuff as Audi allow their 2 boys to go at it.
Good for the fans around here. A ton of people watching this race on television and also here. This is a huge crowd, as it always is in Sebring.
Audi have had 10 victories come their way here at Sebring, but boy, oh boy, you'd think they got the race in their back pocket here, but not if they let their 2 boys beat on each other.
Sweeps around the outside. That's total commitment. I mean, you have to be so confident of your car and the cars around you to make a move like that, because one miscue, it's over with.
And I think they do have a lot of confidence, those drivers in that machine. They've had so much success, and that makes confidence.
Here's your P2 class leader. Guy Cosmo brought in the Extreme Speed Motorsports HPD ARX to Andrew.
Routine stop here down with the 01 car. David Brabham just climbed aboard and Guy Cosmo got out of the car. I think I detected a little bit of a limp, maybe just got a little bit of cramp in his foot, but Guy been doing an excellent job. Of course, he hasn't been used to high downforce for a little while and going to get a few words to him in a little bit, but there the car is now. It doesn't want to fire up. Yes, it does. And that's why I do this job. You hear that engine, that HPD engine just roaring away. It's a fantastic place to be.
Fantastic to see Guy Cosmo back in action. He was having a problem with his Severe nosebleeds leading at the Daytona 24-hour race. He was supposed to race there with AIM Motorsport, ultimately took a podium finish, but guy was not feeling well enough, and good to see he's on top of that condition and back in the saddle.
Boy, Calvin, in our case, that could be fatal.
All right, break it up.
There's not enough cotton wool in the world.
Let's take a look at the pass.
There we go.
Oh, trouble ahead's at the Flying Lizard car, GTC. Yes, somebody gets a nose down the inside, and there he goes.
De Grassi got back by Trellier, and he returned the favor. Here's the outside look. Becoming a problem down there in that corner there. Everyone seems to pick the wrong way, and the traffic's not reading it. We're on board with Trellier here, and he just sets it up perfectly. He reads it nicely. I'll take that.
Love when that happens.
It didn't take long, did it? As Lee Griffin likes to say.
As you watch the race leader getting back to David Brabham, who took off in the class-leading P2 car. He's got some unfinished business here. Both of his brothers, Gary and Jeff, have won here at the 12 hours.
Okay, no big deal.
But David, despite all of the success he's had, right. That was about the balance of the car, but David would certainly like to go to the next family gathering and say, I got my 12 hours now, too.
Well, Tommy Kendall tells a similar story. He said at one of the Christmas dinners, there was a trivia question put out, which of the Kendalls have not won at Sebring? And it was Tommy. His brother Bart and his father have won here.
Yep, and of course, Blackjack Brabham, three-time world champion, drove in the Formula One race, the one and only Formula One Grand Prix of the United States here at Sebring, 1958, and ran out of fuel. His Cooper teammate beat him. Young Bruce McLaren, who at that time became the youngest Formula One race winner of all time, until beaten a couple of times. Currently, that honor belongs to Sebastian Vettel.
Dorsey, you were in that race, weren't you?
I was alive back then. I thought he was going to say Bruce McGinnis for a while. Who's also here this weekend.
Good friend of all of ours,
yep. Saw him downstairs earlier on. Taking care of the Skip Barber display, trying to get some new customers for that.
Anyway, it was 9/10 faster than De Grassi on that previous lap, so he's found the sweet spot. Just maybe running different tire compounds or something, but his car is really, really hooked up right now in this lower downforce configuration. Okay, they whistle through here. These prototypes just generate masses of amounts of downforce. Dorsey, it almost boggles the mind for them to go through these corners at these speeds.
It was so much fun driving that section with that Audi R8. I mean, it's just barely a lift at the end of that thing, and you just hold on, and it tears your head off as you go through those lefts and rights.
Uh-oh.
So much grip.
Somebody called BS on my comment about David Brabham not having won at the 12 Hours of Sebring. Turns out he has in 2006 in the GT2 class.
Well, your story is much better.
Yeah, I like some of the facts getting away with a great story.
This lap, fuel only.
I won that year with Sebastian Bourdais.
He did, yep. And Scott Maxwell in a Panos Esperante.
See, I wouldn't correct you, but Rick Ratwell from the back.
Hey, listen.
That makes him happy, though, when he gets...
It's good for him to get one right.
It'll save me a lot of emails. There's the view from one of the most dominant sports cars of all time. Well, a lot of fans are going to miss these P1 cars and all of their space-age technology in the future.
Lap, fuel only.
Sports car racing is generally the province of well-heeled enthusiasts, and so it will be going forward.
Box is terminology for pit, so we're going to see that lead Audi, I believe, pit this lap. I think that's at the point of the race circuit where they try and dump the energy from that hybrid system so it's safer for the guys working the pit lane. There we see Tommy Kendall. Really hard, Dorsey, when you lose many laps like they have. Just keep fighting, but this is a development process. They're still going to learn here today.
They're going to be happy nonetheless because the performance of that Viper is on song. It's led the race. It's got all the speed over the other GT cars, of course, coming a long way from just last year when they started their program and had such unhappy years.
It's our colleague Tommy Kendall at work, doing what he loves to do best.
Bill Aublin there looking to the inside. Tommy had slowed a little bit to let the traffic through, and Billy Aublin came charging up, and then suddenly Tommy wanted to get back on with the program. So these are the things you have to read. So easy to miscommunicate with the other cars out there on the racetrack, Dorsey.
Absolutely. I mean, speeds don't show on TV like they are behind the wheel of these cars. You come rushing up on people. That's why we have so many of these little skirmishes with nose to tail contact, so forth. And here is our Audi. We know with no tires, it's not going to be a driver change either.
All the way down the pit lane on the speed limiter, Andrew Marriott awaits him.
And as you throw to me, it stops right at my feet. As ever, this well-drilled Yost crew goes to work again. We have the man lying on the ground, looking underneath, just checking out the underneath of the car. We've got the fuel going in. There's a set of tyres just for the left-hand side, I think, waiting ready. No, just to the left front, waiting. I don't think they will fit that. They're cleaning those lights, and we're keeping the driver in. And of course, we got the number 2 cars come in at the same time, and the 1 car goes out, hardly makes a noise as it goes. The 2 car up on the jacks now. That is getting a set of fresh Michelin rubber, and that pit stop, of course, will take a little bit longer because of that. Probably about 10 seconds, and it whirs out that unusual noise of the diesel as it goes past me and back onto the racetrack. And well, I would say the race is very much still on between those 2 Audis. In a while, I go and talk to Dr. Ulrich, find out if there's any team orders.
Tom Christensen, you can see the familiar face and helmet. 6-time winner here at Sebring overall. Also has a 7th victory, that one in class when Penske's won back in 2008. And of course, the 8-time Le Mans winner. What a record he has in this style of racing, Bob.
He is perhaps the most decorated endurance driver of all time. And a terrific guy on top of it.
Lots of fun. There you see him fighting the wheel there. I'll add those heated tires, so it's very important for these drivers to get used to the feel of these tires. Well, Tom got into Sebring a little bit late with the sad news that the 6-time Sebring winner, Tom's dad, Carl-Eric, passed away last week at the age of 70. I mean, I had the privilege of enjoying Carl's company here at Sebring a few years ago, and he has a great spirit. He was a wonderful man, and you can certainly see where Tom gets his great personality from. Carl-Eric was a European Rallycross champion. He was very proud of Tom, but I think most importantly, Tom was equally proud of his dad.
From high above Sebring International Raceway, welcome back to our live speed coverage of the 61st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Now, aside from some of the coolest cars around, the American Le Mans Series takes pride in the fact that technology transfers down from race cars to street cars. Justin Bell takes a look at a prime example.
You often hear us talk about the transfer of technology from racing to road cars, but it's not always about what you can see, it's as much about what you can't see. Take this for example, a modern 6-speed racing gearbox capable of shifts in excess of 40 milliseconds. Now, obviously that creates a lot of heat and energy. So, to combat those demands, in a unique technology partnership with the folks over at Mobil 1, they've created special oils. So how do they do that? Well, with the engineers need the oil on the way in the car, but the Mobil 1 engineers need it afterwards. So they take a sample, take it back to their labs, and improve it for future races. So you could say, up and down the pit lane, the benefits of sports car racing here at Sebring are felt long after the race wraps.
Back to live pictures now on board the number 3 Corvette. That's who's been so star-crossed from the beginning of this race. This is the 9 car in the PC pits.
In a factor all day long. Alex Popov looks like he's jumped out. Did a great job. Duncan Endy now behind the wheel. Was only drafted in this week. There was no third name on the entry list as of Monday, but Duncan has been drafted in. He has good experience in these PC machines, and looks like a routine pit stop so far. Andrew, what do you see down there?
Yeah, the 9 car has just roared back on fresh Continental tyres. Remember, this category now running on the Continentals. They seem to be working very well. And the 8 car has pitted and then it's just gone out again. And he is on sticker tyres, I can see as well. And the 13 has just made a pit stop. All of a sudden, it's a busy place down here in the pit lane. And that PC battle, I think, is going to continue for a long, long time yet.
Took a little extra time there on the 9 to fix those louvers we were looking at before that were blown out. They put some bare bond over there and got those tacked back down for now.
You can see it over to the left there, what Dorsey's talking about, where that bare bond has been used to stick those back down. And as we said, when they disappear, it's actually a rule in the PC class, we believe, where they don't have to come in and fix those, but even so, it would change the balance of the race car, and that's the last thing that you want to deal with for the last 6.5 hours of this race.
Here's the number 12. Third place in the overall and P1. Nicholas Prost brought it in. Jamie Howe has the story.
And it was a quick stop for Rebellion Racing. Nicolas Prost stayed behind the wheel of the car. It was fuel only. He is double stenting the tires, so Rebellion pretty happy with their tire setup as this race has gone on. That was one thing that they struggled with earlier in the week. They actually at one point abandoned everything they had done, took the setup from their sister car, the number 13, put it on theirs, and then began fine-tuning. So even in the heat of the day, they're being able to double stent tires. They've certainly found something with that Toyota Lola.
Nicholas Prost is your kind of guy, Calvin, a golfer and an Ivy Leaguer. Played golf at Columbia University in New York, won some tournaments. He plays to a very high level.
I thought you were talking about our noses again for me.
And of course, son of a 4-time Formula One world champion.
Now that is a guy, Alain Prost, who does have an uglier nose than me.
That's true. That's a fact.
Matt, I didn't touch a nerve with that one.
I think his nose got in the way of a pitching wedge or something.
New leader. The 500 car goes to the lead in the PC class. There he is.
Annemar Hansen, who had so much success over in the P2 ranks, narrowly missed out on the championship last year. Real character, this man. Resides in the Chicago area and is going to be running a lot of races over in the World Endurance Championship this year. But he is just playing fast in one of these prototypes, really the sensation of the 2012. Oh, drama here for DB, David Brabham.
Yeah, he's real slow. Can't tell where he's at on the racetrack.
Yeah, he was slow leaving the pits, too. I wonder if there was some kind of problem. Remember, he couldn't get the engine to fire.
And in Cunningham Corner, that's where Alan McNish had his spin and crash.
He's not going to make it back like at that pace, Cal.
A lot of dramas for the HPD folks earlier in the week. Level 5 popped a couple of motors last weekend. Testing started really early here in preparation for this 12-hour event. Working with some new ECUs, they reprogrammed those and got everyone back out there, but basically stopped the ESM guys from getting on the track as early as they wanted to.
Any suggestions?
Ooh, you see the Corvette just get loose there when he had to pinch
Well, you're in gear. You can try second gear. Is the engine still running? Fine.
No, all gears don't work.
Gearbox issue. ECU is an acronym for electronic control unit, which basically drives everything on these race cars these days.
James Hunt would say I have a box full of neutrals.
Dangerous spot.
Yeah, it is. You see the line off that corner, and it's blind.
Much we can try.
Yeah, this, and particularly if you two cars who are duking out, I mean, there's a waving yellow there, so you shouldn't be, but even so, you know what race car drivers are like, they still like to push it.
Yeah.
If you come through here racing and suddenly you're blinded by the car alongside you,
well,
this is not a good spot.
The Corvette actually had to tighten his hands on the steering wheel through the middle of that left-hander and wag the tail as a result, getting the back end loose. So I was just saying, I like that corner. I love driving that. As we get our third full course caution of the event.
No option but to do that.
No, I agree.
Now, typically you'd want to try and wait, see if you can get this car moved without going to a double yellow, but that's just too dangerous in that situation.
Well, I thought David would pull off right there, right past where he's at. There's a road there, but I think he's done this on purpose.
Yeah.
Because he'll get his way back to pits this way, won't he?
How dare you suggest such a thing?
I mean,
who'd have thunk it?
I could pull in over there, but then if I do that,
they're going to leave me here. Let's see what we can learn from the Tequila Patron pits with Andrew.
Yeah, I just spoke to Steve Bunkle. You've seen the back of his head, the engineer on this car, and they're not sure exactly what the problem is. If he can refire it, and obviously going through a sequence to try and refire it, they will take it right back behind the wall immediately. But this is obviously a major problem for this Patron car.
More importantly, there's the big picture. Everyone comes here to win the 12-hour race, but this is the first round of a championship season, and we've talked about it before. To score points, you got to do 70%, and to do that, I mean, you can't afford to have any lengthy drama here, because otherwise you just dig a big hole in the points.
Well, the bad news is if they lost total drive, if no gears work whatsoever, it's probably not the transmission, more along the lines of an input shaft, which is much, much more difficult to fix.
Well, they have the hook on David Brabham's car. They'll make their way around to the pits. We remain under caution. We're going to take a break with a look back at the second year of the American Le Mans Series here at Sebring. The new millennium brought the name Audi to Sebring with the R8 prototype. The now legendary car dominated the 12 hours with a dramatic 1-2 victory, the first of 6 straight for the R8 model. In the GTS class, the Dodge Vipers from the French Oreca team dominated the race. Olivier Beretta, Carl Wendlinger, and Dominique Dupuis driving the winning entry. The victory was the 8th for Viper in the ALMS over a 2-year period. We are back. Here's a great look down on Sebring International Raceway, packed with, I said 100,000 fans at the top of the show. I'm going to guess it's closer to 150,000 fans. They've been partying hardy, and who better to go out and sample the charms of Sebring International on 12-hour weekend than our own man about town, Justin Bell. And I think you'll agree he is the man for the job when it comes to finding where the action is.
Well, hello everyone. Yes, it is that time again. Justin meets the fans. And I asked my Twitter followers what they wanted to know from the infamous fans here at Sebring. And this is, oh bugger, this is what they came up with. So, should beer be considered a food group?
Yes, absolutely. Beer is the only food group.
It's because it's got carbohydrates and base minerals, important minerals that you need.
You have to take a look at, there's no words for this. That is one of the most beautiful tattoos I've ever seen, and it really does look, with that girl on top of the brain, like the inside of a racing driver's mind.
It is. We've always got it on the mind.
Perfect.
Oh, gosh, we hardly gave Justin time to get started there.
Thank God he didn't find any of my fans like he usually does.
I think our boss has pulled the plug early on.
Yeah, I think so too.
We'll have to send him back out again with a, I don't know, company of Marines or something.
About 9 o'clock tonight. I guarantee you that's the right time to send him.
Need about a 3-minute bleep button when Justin goes out.
Here's the hairpin turn. I want you to notice if the cars went straight rather than turning into the right, they'd go down about 40 yards later to the old hairpin. There you see it.
Problem with that is there's only from here to here, there's the road there now. It didn't used to be to that road.
And notice,
now it is.
If you follow the straightaway, you can see where the old original track went before it was modified.
Came up here, up this way for quite a long, long way. The original track I drove in '73 was 5.2 miles as opposed to where we're at right now at 4.37. 5.2 put you way down right where the industrial park is now.
Easy to get lost at night.
At night back there, if you spun around, you had to actually wait for another car to come along so you'd know where to go because there was no markings on the airport runways.
That's right. They used 2 complete runways on the airport, and they did not close down airplane operations during the race.
There were also out there cows if you went far enough off.
Pit lane has been closed, but we do understand that the 552 did have to hit pit lane, so there are some ways in the rule book for emergency service. What happened down there at level 5, Andrew?
That emergency with the 552 was the fact it was running on the fumes in the tank, so they just had to put some fuel in. If they hadn't have done that, it would have stopped halfway around the racetrack. So that will come back in again. Everyone waiting here. Marino Franchitti, we talked to him earlier. We thought he was going to get in the car, but in fact he had to hang on for another stint, so he's finally going to get into the car. He's waiting ready here. I think Hunter Ray is going to continue. So anticipation's the word down here at the moment.
Yeah, and it's a great rule because if you have a flat tire or if you're running out of fuel, which unfortunately the level 5 machine was, you're only allowed to put about 5 seconds worth of fuel in there to get enough to do a couple of laps and come in when the pit lane opens.
And he's going to have to come back in again and do his regular pit stop, which is the penalty instead of getting a penalty.
Well, otherwise the race teams will take advantage of a loophole in the rules like that. Yeah. You see the P1 cars coming in by the Audi. Treluer coming in. I don't see TK coming. So maybe splitting the strategy here a little bit. 500 cars in. Running second in LMPC. They're having a great run here today. Let's see what this pit stop looks like, Jamie.
This is a perfectly normal fuel-only pit stop. It looks like it might be, though they do have new Continental tires out and ready. The team checking them right now. David Heinemeier Hansen, though, will stay behind the wheel of the car, and he has been so impressed with Performance Tech Motorsports. This is a team that we're used to seeing run the number 18, but since they're running that Visit Florida sponsorship on it this weekend, it's the 500th anniversary of the state of Florida, so the IMSA let them switch that number, and they are going to take new Continental tires. It's been a busy weekend for this team, who's owned and managed by Brent O'Neill, and the crew chief is Frank Forshek. The engineer, Ty Shaman. They're running 6 cars in IMSA lights as well, so busy weekend, but great running today.
Well, here we see the Audi, and we thought it was just a split strategy in terms of fuel, but there's something adrift here with the front of the car. It seems like they're checking out the front of the monocoque, maybe the skid plate there, so I'm not sure if the one car's been off.
Well, every time you see these cars come in, you'll see that guy lay on his stomach right in front of there, get the turtle-eyes view of the bottom side of this car, so obviously that they are concerned.
This is where the experience of teams like Audi have so much success, because what they do is they recognize we may have a little problem. Let's do it under yellow. It's not going to cost us a lot of time. It's all about having a very healthy race car for the last couple hours of this race if it turns into a shootout.
And remember how rough this racetrack is, and remember that these curbs are high. This is what we talked about before. Remember when he high-centered this tub coming across that curb when he was put off there with another car? That's not the car that we're looking at pit lane, but that's what they're looking for, damage to that same area.
Here's the number one.
So they stay on the lead lap and just checking things out, and that's what it's all about. I mean, we've seen it so often, particularly at Daytona. It's all about staying in the game and making sure that you keep servicing that car. If you think there's an issue, if the driver's reporting something. We did see something early in the race, but remember we had that angle on the front of the car. We thought there was something adrift at the front of this car.
Yes.
But I haven't seen it since, so maybe something came adrift. They needed to replace it.
Obviously, they were aware of their potential problem there, because this is routine for their pit stop. Every time the car comes in, there's somebody down there looking to make sure that there's no problem. Or if there is, they'll find it. It does look like something almost hangs down under the center of that car. See it there.
I think I speak for television announcers everywhere when I say, I hope this 3-digit number thing doesn't catch on.
Yeah, me too.
I'm sure all of our folks who do the graphics down in our control truck probably agree as well.
I can only see the need for that. There's 3 digits numbers of cars out there in volume.
Right. I've been to some of those races.
Yeah.
With the merger for next year,
Yeah,
we may need it.
Now next year in GT you might have that problem.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be exciting times in 2014, bringing those two series together. The United Sports Car Racing Series, I mean, it's going to be unbelievable. I mean, I feel that we're going to have 50 to 60 cars on a regular basis. It's going to be phenomenal.
It's going to change racing around, because certain racetracks, Lime Rock for instance, doesn't have enough pit lane for 70 or 80 cars to run.
When I stood up at that press conference on Thursday and looked out of the room, the place was absolutely packed. The ballroom over at the Chateau Elan Hotel.
GT boys in for their scheduled stops now, those who want to take them. Pretty much everyone, I guess. Be pretty crowded down there, boys and girls.
Yeah, that's a really cool shot. And, you just need the luck of the draw there. You don't need someone to get into their pit box a little bit wrong that brings you into yours at the wrong angle. Just need the cars to be able to get into their spots. The crews do their work. Jamie's down there with the Viper.
And the Viper team, the number 91 car, they have it easy because nobody's in pit lane around them. You guys talk about all the cars coming at once. As I mentioned earlier, pit lane, each pit stall is 3 feet shorter than what the teams are used to. Only 25 feet allotted per car. So pit work and the drivers hitting those marks is very important. It's exactly what happened here. Mark Goosen's now behind the wheel. Andrew?
Well, the racing car. Did you know that? Did you hear that? That actually shook me as that car went out. The team applauded themselves with a good pit stop there. And I was just in Audi as that car started to come in. I just talked to H. Houghton, who's a famous engineer at Audi. He said, we just had a bit of time, nothing to worry about. We're just looking under the car at something, but we have nothing to worry about at all.
Busy down there.
Oh, boy.
Well, one thing I saw, if the Viper was having those drive pin problems that we're talking about, they would have taken that time, you would think, under yellow to address that. All I saw the guy do is shake on the wheel to make sure it was on the solid, but no change.
On board with Sean Edwards, his crew got him out ahead of the 22 of Dion von Moltke, so we have a change in the leadership in the GTC category. We'll be back with more from Sebring. 3 minutes and 45 seconds away from the halfway point in this 61st running at the 12 Hours of Sebring.
It's a great battle, but meanwhile in P1, look at this. The Muscle Milk entry is now caught up to Nicholas Prost in the number 12 Rebellion. This is a battle essentially for the lead in the petrol-powered cars as one of the Audis. And the second place car is looking for a way through. This is really, really something else.
That Muscle Milk car is definitely pulling both front wheels off the ground, coming across that bump. Klaus Graf giving it all he can, trying to get around. And that Audi in the middle mixing it up with him is making me nervous.
Yeah, just so much grunt with that hybrid system. Regenerates that system under braking, and then there's 6 points around this racetrack that it really relaunches and accelerates off these turns. It's about 120 horsepower boost. Not like it's going to spin those front wheels or anything dramatic like that, but it's a nice piece of acceleration. Yeah. Gives you about 3/4 of a second a lap.
Who wouldn't give something for an extra 120 horsepower when needed?
Well, it's going to be a great scrap all season long between the Rebellion car, the Muscle Milk car, and the Dyson car. Unfortunately, the Dyson car shown as retired right now with a litany of problems, electrical and otherwise.
Klaus Graf there now hounding Nicholas Prost once again as the Audi clears them. This will let this battle to resume. Now this team started the week, the number 6 Muscle Milk entry, with this wider front tire. They weren't sure about it. They didn't want to start their championship year, the 12-hour race here at Sebring, with an unknown and unproven quantity. So they ripped it off, changed the whole front end, all of the aerodynamic, all of the suspension, and went back to their regular setup, Dorsey.
You should give it some top end too, Calvin, with that narrower front, with those smaller front tires, a little less rolling resistance. Should help it on top end down there before you get into the brake zone at 17.
On board with Nicholas Prost to the right. That's the lead car that you see on screen there right now. So you're on board inside the cockpit with him as he manhandles this prototype car through turn 16.
Boy, and you have to manhandle a car around here because of the bumps. I mean, you got to hold on that steering wheel twice as hard as you would normally have to in a regular smooth circuit. The kickback is amazing.
This is going to be a great battle between these two teams, along with Dyson in this prototype category for the 2013 season.
There you see it. Watch his hand. Watch all that energy getting kicked back through.
People ask, are race drivers athletes? When you put them through the paces like this, it is something else. It is torturous on the body.
You're preaching to the choir, brother.
You can't, you can't imagine the strength required in the forearms to hold on that wheel through that turn 1 at 3.5 G.
Prost doing a great job. Really has come a long way as a sports car driver. And a really nice young man. Very polite, very respectful.
That helmet view is uncanny, though.
Really?
The resemblance to his father.
Absolutely. I was looking at that and noticing once again how little he blinks.
Yeah, that's something that's pretty across the board amazing when you look into a driver's eyes as he drives around these circuits. The concentration so deep that you don't even blink.
I think he'd be doing it constantly. Now Graf right up on the gearbox.
Got a good run there.
Terrific battle. Kelly, what have you got?
Even though we're watching the 3rd and 4th place cars overall do battle, let's remember how important this is for the season-long implications. Dyson is now retired. They haven't met the 70% completion to get any points at all out of Sebring here, which is going to be devastating on their championship hopes throughout the season. And now we see that Rebellion car and the Muscle Milk Honda doing great battle here. This is going to be important. Now we've reached the halfway point of this race, and we said it, championship won't be won here, but the points they'll take away from this 12-hour race will be crucial for those championship hopes.
Yeah, and it's only the full-time entrants that really score points in the championship here, so there's 20 points for a win, plus everyone who scores points gets a 4-point bonus. Doesn't matter if you're in the points for everyone, but if you don't get any points, that's a further 4 points you're behind at the end of the day.
Just past the halfway point in this race, and is it me or things just suddenly get a little bit darker? Sunset scheduled for 7:35 p.m. Eastern Time. Less than 2 hours from now.
It's heating up here in the G. I don't know if I should say heating up in GT battle because it's never been anything.
It's never cooled off.
No, it never has cooled off.
Nick Tandy doing a great job here in the Falcon Porsche, and he's feeling the pressure from John Edwards, but Westy is there lurking And you see Goossens right behind him, so it's the big American muscle battle right here that you're looking at going down into turn 17.
Like those two muscle cars back there. Two really good drivers, both of them. And there's your pass.
It's a pass for third, first in the petrol-powered division.
Yeah, finally gets around. Prost, that was a hard-fought battle.
But really clean and just measured approach by Klaus Graf there. He wasn't overdriving, he just took his time, very measured. Noticed the weakness maybe somewhere around the racetrack on the Rebellion and pounced.
A good run off that corner, you can see.
Down into Cunningham corner, just nice and clean. Prost didn't defend it too aggressively, Dawes.
No, he let it happen. He'd been watching the mirror for a while.
Klaus has really come into his own, and hard to believe that his first professional championship was last year here in the ALMS Championship, winning the 2012 title with Lucas Lowe. Look at this battle. We talked about it heating up. Edwards wants by on that Falcon Porsche. Westy is defending from Goossens.
Well, you got to kind of think that he's being held up because look at that stack up behind him. And you don't want that behind you because it just makes things complex. Every time you get to a corner, you got to keep looking in the mirror.
Leeds is in there, but he's a couple of laps down.
Good fight going on in GTC as well.
Who'd have figured?
John Fogerty now in the number 11, that beautiful gold chrome covered Hertz-sponsored Porsche 911.
It's Dominic Farnbacher in the 31 Porsche, the orange back end one there. Like I said, the name of the look at the drivers' names in this PC. It's actually his brother, I'm sorry. But look at the names of the drivers on these cars. It's quite amazing as this class has really come into its own.
Oh, it's incredible. Guys like Edwards, Bleekemolen, Lally. You know, it's just some of the best Porsche drivers in the business.
There's your GT battle.
Look at this.
Count them up. Porsche, BMW.
It's a dyno run down that back straight away.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yep. Correction on that sunset time, 7:35, just under 3 hours from now. Oh, the 17 goes wide. Will we get a lead change?
Corvette's coming too.
Yeah,
Edwards.
Edwards really tucked it in tight to 17. He had the grip to do it. Now he's on the outside for the approach to turn 1. How defensive will Tandy be? Edwards putting it on the line around the outside. What a beautiful move. Takes second spot.
That was
chasing that Ferrari.
A double setup as they came out of turn 17, and it worked.
Leeds wants to hang in there. He's trying to get a lap back, but he's 2 laps down and basically being an aggravation for these guys in the battle.
Yeah.
You can see the sun beginning to get low in the sky, and that means glare in the eyes of the drivers as they come down here between turns 6 and 7.
It's really bad down the back straightaway into 17, boy. I tell you, it's just smacking your face. And this Florida sun is quite bright.
April 4th on Speed, Barrett Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction, sizzles here in the Sunshine State. See the most amazing cars all in one place, all up for grabs. Barrett Jackson, Palm Beach. Live coverage begins April 4th, 2 Eastern, only here on Speed. We'll be taking you up to 7:30 for live Supercross from Indianapolis. The sun will set shortly thereafter. We'll be back to Sebring in a moment. Welcome back to Speed's live coverage of the 61st Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. I'm Bob Varsha with Dorsey Schrader, Calvin Fish, Kelly Stavis, and Chris Neville down in the pit lane. Let's get you up to date with some of the highlights of the race thus far as we begin the second half.
Well, here we see a bit of a controversial penalty here with Alan McNish going around the outside of one of the LMPC cars, and there you see a stop and hold for 60 seconds, but they have bounced back and currently lead that car now in the hands of Tom Christensen.
Here's number 4 Corvette, had smoke under the dash. They pulled that dash out to find a warning light, shorted out, they fixed it.
Come in for a pit speed penalty. You need to come in and go to the penalty box.
Penalty for exceeding the pit lane. That's a stop and go back in the penalty box.
Salt in the wound. Huge problems for the former championship winning car, the number 16 from Dyson Racing. One electrical problem after another. Eventually they pushed it behind the wall and retired the car.
Car is retired. It's going to be 24 points behind at the end of the day. Then Tommy Kendall jumped behind the wheel of this Viper, sheared the rear drive pins on the left rear corner. Lengthy fix has really taken them out of the running for a podium finish here today.
Meanwhile, the other Viper, the 91, makes its bid for the lead. First time the Viper is led, and it does it handily, passing the Ferrari.
Ferrari definitely seemed to be a little bit off song there, and then we saw a scary moment here. Ollie Jarvis pinching his teammate down in 17. This was scary stuff. Admitted afterwards, just didn't see him coming.
Boy, that could have been a complete disaster for the dominant team in this race.
Lucas deGrassi goes for a ride there, trying to get around Tommy Kendall down into Tower Corner. That allowed his teammate to catch him up.
Then the input shaft fails, unfortunately, on the Extreme Speed Motorsports. That car stranded with David Broughton behind the wheel, and Brett brought out our third caution of the event.
Just 3 caution flags thus far, which has to be some kind of a record for the first half of any 12 hours of Sebring. That gets you up to date. Tom Christensen leads the overall and P1 for Audi. Marino Franchitti in the P2 class leader from Level 5 Motorsports. Olivier Beretta in the Ferrari from Risi Competizione is the leader in GT and just 11th in the overall running order.
Christensen's last lap, 1.5 seconds off his previous best, and he's cleared traffic now. He has about a 6-second lead on his teammate, Trellier, who actually has a different pit strategy. Let's move on to P2.
Franchitti right here on the 551. Oh, big
away by. Level 5 cars currently running 1-2, led by Marino Franchitti. He's finished second here a couple of times. Desperately wants his first Sebring victory, following in the footsteps of his brother Dario, who he won here.
And then go home and meet his son.
Yeah, it's got to be exciting times for Marino, certainly.
Our challenge class leaders, Kyle Marcelli, currently 9th overall in his Orca chassis, and in GTC, Mario Farnbacher leads that class, 24th overall.
The sun's setting a little bit, Dorsey. That's going to start to become a problem. Oh, look at this.
Left front tire.
But he's at pit lane, so he's at pit lane in. Got lucky on that one.
Yeah, if you're going to have a problem, that's a good place to have it.
Dion van Malka behind the wheel, coming off a sensational victory for Audi and Alex Job Racing at the Daytona 24-hour race. Really bright young prospect in our sport.
And one of his teammates in that victory was Oliver Jarvis.
Sometimes you're lucky, Calvin. This is a long way around. If that happened going into turn 1 with 3.5 miles to go to get back, whole different outcome.
Seen a couple of punches now in the GTC category. So the TRG group, Damien Faulkner behind the wheel when he had to limp around there.
Got to assume there's a lot of debris out there with all this going on. We saw it earlier on, a lot of parts out there.
Let's get down to Chris Neville in the pit lane.
Well, it looks like Dion van Malka is going to stay behind the wheel. The team looking for some damage on this left front corner. I don't really see anything other than just a cut down Yokohama that's come apart. And the team peeked into the wheel well there real quick to see if any suspension damage from this tire coming apart, and it looked good. The team got that left front on pretty quick there, so I think they're keeping their fingers crossed. Maybe it was just debris on the racetrack.
little waving from the driver inside. I think he's having trouble getting the car started.
Yeah, he's having trouble getting the car started here. He's telling the team it won't fire. So the team's saying that they're going to try and push start it.
Open. Try now, Dion. Try now.
The starter motor isn't even turning, guys.
Yeah, if the starter motor is jammed, they'll do that.
Right.
They'll put it in gear just to try and rock it. But
by rules, it's got to start on its own, and what they're trying to do is unlodge a stock starter, like you said, Calvin, but I don't think that's the problem. They can't just pop start it because it's got to start under its own.
You can't push start it, not without stopping it and
Okay, come on, guys. Let's push start it even.
They got to go.
We got it going.
It's going to be a concern, though. You hate those unknown problems.
Long, costly stop. We've got a driver change coming up, as it were. Calvin, Dorsey, and I will be leaving. Brian Till, Justin Bell, Johnny O'Connell are up.
In 2001, the Audis returned to Sebring looking for the double. Yost Racing teammates dominated the action with the Audi R8 sweeping the top 4 positions. In the end, victory went to the trio of Dindo Capello, Michele Alboreto, and Laurent Aiello. Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring live on speed. 5 hours and 42 minutes left to go. Welcome back. I'm Brian Till along with Johnny O'Connell and Justin Bell. Chris Neville, Kelly Stavis down below. Good to be back. I know Bob Varsha, Calvin Fish, and Dorsey Schrader had a good time the 2 hours that they were here. We've got a new leader in the Continental Tire Prototype Challenge category since the boys have stepped away. The 52 moves to the front. David Estella, the 52 from PR1 Matheson Motorsports. Bobby Orgel and that team They've come through all of, it seems like, the entry-level classes, whether it was Formula 4 2000, Formula Atlantic, some of the GT categories, and into the prototype category a couple of years ago. And they always put a good car under these guys. Ostella, the former Formula Indy Lights driver, doing a great job right now behind the wheel of that Orica prototype challenge car.
You know, and again, with Kyle Marcelli, over the past 2 years, we have seen Marcelli shine and shine and shine. He is a very gifted driver from Canada. And so these two are obviously, you know, two young guns doing battle here. And I guarantee you, Marcelli is not going to enjoy running second here.
I was very impressed. I did a little Porsche, I won't say little, we did a Porsche young driver development talent thing earlier in the summer with Patrick Long at Barber, and Kyle was one of the drivers, and I was so impressed. You know, he was, all of them had an amazing application, but he had an intellect about it and really approached it in a very studious way. And it hasn't come easy. They don't come from you know, a ton of cash, if you know what I mean. It's driven on talent and an application rather than writing a big check. And so he deserves everything he's getting right now in terms of getting this coverage on speed and showing his pace. I'm a big fan of his.
Well, it's interesting. During the break, I was having a conversation just maybe a half hour ago with a former McLaren and Ferrari Formula 1 driver. Also did a little driving with Ligier and certainly knows talent. And he spoke so highly of Kyle Marcelli. And of course, that driver is Stefan Johansson, who is teaming with him this weekend. And he said he is the real deal. He's been around. He represents drivers. He recognizes talent when he sees it. And you know, for Kyle Marcelli to get words like that from a man like Stefan Johansson, those are high accolades. David Ostella has worked his way by Marcelli. Take a look at how it happened. Down into turn one. Right up underneath the back of the 8 and then makes the move late. Classic, textbook.
Nicely done. He probably got a run out of 17 that allowed him to get in that toe, slingshot by. Marcelli, though, keeping him honest and keeping him close. And you know what? I mean, getting back to the whole thing. You know, in this game, we're so used to guys only making it if they bring a truckload of cash. And you know, when you see that young guys without money can still make it based on their determination, their desire, and their talent, it's really nice to see.
Well, Marcelli doing a good job in that Bar 1 Motorsports Prototype Challenge entry. And now the 2 is in. Tom Christensen brings the Audi e-tron Quattro to the pits.
He's a 6-time overall winner here at the 12 Hours of Sebring. Tom Christensen running in the number 2 Audi as he was doing to get some fuel. It looks like they'll also give him some fresh Michelins. Remember, he's running the new aero package on this car. You'll see most notably in the wing, 7 overall wins here at Sebring. They did not change tires. They had them ready to go, but Tom went out on fresh tires. He's only had 1 stint, so they left those on. So he's going to be double stinting those tires.
7 wins, as you said, for Tom Christensen. The man who has the most wins here, he is sitting beside me, Johnny O'Connell, at 8. And all right, this is closing down, and obviously the Audi is strong. If Tom Christensen walks out of here with another victory today and ties you, I know you like records, Johnny. What's that going to do at the end of the day if Tom Christensen takes another victory?
I'm going to the TV people and saying, don't count on me next year.
He's going to put you back in a car for sure?
I'm going to talk to the people at Cadillac and say, hey, you got to do this race car.
There's this little race down the road.
Yeah, you know what? Tom is just so gifted. And, you know, one of the things we spoke about in our previous segment was that the whole concept of mechanical sympathy, but also, you know, when you're in a race like this, Justin, you know, that ability to keep clean, not hit people and not let them hit you.
It's actually a gift, and it's also a developed one. And it's about application of pace. There's a lot of very fast drivers. And we see Tom get it on pole when he needs to. We've seen him have fastest laps and battle the other best in the world. But if you had to identify one of his key strengths, it's like a man that can keep hitting a right hook time and time after again. I do want to bring up one thing. I was talking with him in the driver's autograph session, and I said, hey, I saw Alan posting all the pictures on Twitter and Facebook about the driver training session. Those of you at home, they go out and they work out in the Alps, and I think it's terrifyingly tough and demanding. And I said to Tom, it must be so rough with these young hot studs coming up and you have to compete against them. And he said, I annihilated them. He said, I was
still #1 in terms of fitness. There was one other driver that could hold it to him. He said, but he's half my age.
Tom Christensen, the Great Dane, looking for win #8 at Sebring. If he's going to take it, he's got 5 hours and 37 minutes of competition left. Down the front straightaway one more time for Tom Christensen. There's plenty more to come from Sebring International Raceway. It's the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, a great event. We've got plenty of great coverage left to go. Make sure you stay with us all the way to the end. On board the number 91, Mark Goossens, giving chase to the Corvette right in front here at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Goossens in the Viper, running 4th in GT, trying to chase down Richard Westbrook. And this Viper has been strong since the drop of the green all throughout testing. Very impressive. Problems for the 93 car, but the 91 so far has been running flawlessly, and the team, the management at Viper must be pleased.
We'll find out. Ralph Shields is the head of SRT Motorsports. We spoke to you last, Ralph, at Petit Le Mans when you guys were finishing up really the development phase last season. You must be really proud of what this team has accomplished in such a short time, at times leading the GT field here today.
Absolutely. We're all very proud of the team. It's gelled. We worked really hard through the winter and to see the results real time, but it's, we had some issues today. Everything went too well over testing, and we're finding a few gremlins, but the team's not falling apart. If anything, it's making us stronger.
What's been the reaction from fans and consumers to have Viper back out on the racetrack?
I'll tell you what, nothing but love. A lot of positive commentary, even from our competitors at Corvette and Porsche, and the Ferrari guys are all shaking our hands and just glad to see us in the sport again.
Let's talk about that rivalry because I hear it is alive and well. I mean, it's the real deal, Viper versus Corvette.
And it's the best race I've seen in so long. I mean, there's less than 5 seconds covering the field. So everybody's racing hard, and it's a real race. We're still on the lead lap, and we're 6 hours in. Nothing better for the fans.
We also asked you way back at Mid-Ohio, where we find an SRT dealership. You're really going with the SRT branding. Where does someone go to get one?
We have 430 specified SRT dealers, but just about any dealer can get you an SRT, but only a few can get you the new Viper.
Well, good luck out there. We're enjoying having these guys back out here. Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
I saw the logo on the roof of the Viper, Fast and Furious, and GT has certainly been that.
They talked about the Viper world, and Johnny, I think, we both experienced on both sides, but I'm going to talk on the Viper side of it now. And I used to go to the Viper Invitational. And remember, Corvette had been around 50 years, Viper, or 40 years when Viper came out. Instantaneously, this car became a cult. And 1,000, 2,000 people at these events, and I still get amazing communication from them, emails, letters, and asking to sign stuff. I really found that family amazing. And so right now, across the country, are a lot of very, very proud Viper owners. That car's gone off a lot in the last couple of laps.
And we talk about debris and pickup offline, and you see why with the multiple classes out here, 5 different classes of cars. Cars get pushed wide here or there, rejoin the racetrack, and all of this sandy soil gets brought back on in addition to the rubber, in addition to the oil, in addition to the bits and pieces of race cars that get strewn around the racetrack. And it's hard to find some grip from time to time. And the number 30, the Momo entry from NGT, off in the grass there at the exit of the hairpin, and looks like he may have done some damage to the splitter or the undertray on the right-hand side.
Right here's the hairpin, everything looks good. And he got a little bit of help.
Excuse me. It was a strange place to go off driver's right without being helped, and you certainly heard the contact from the back. The question was, who was it?
And will they get called into the principal's office?
You see it right there. There's the number 30, and you see the damage. Enrique Cisneros behind the wheel right now. Front splitter damage, and that's a problem. So we'll see if someone's going to get a strike against them here for that contact, that's for sure. Cisneros continues on and will continue on. And Fox Saturday Baseball returns with 3 great matchups as the Yankees battle the defending AL champion Tigers, or the Angels outfielder Josh Hamilton will return to Texas to take on the Rangers, or Cardinals take on the World Series champion Giants in a rematch of the NLCS. The debut of Fox Saturday Baseball is April 6th. Plenty of action from Sebring International Raceway, and still a long way to go. We'll be back right after this.
Cut it.
Benoit Trillier leads in the number 1 Audi, and that has been a familiar rejoin that you've heard. The Audi's so strong, but not particularly smooth sailing. As you look there, as he comes towards you, the under tray on that front end shot, you can see it beginning to flap. You also see smoke out the back, black exhaust smoke. That is against the rules. That diesel smoke is required to be collected in a particle filter so that none of it comes out. And if you see more black smoke, you think that they're dumping more fuel in, and that is against the rules as well. So we'll see what happens with that. Maybe Kelly knows more.
Well, the officials are taking a look at that black smoke, but the concern for Audi, as we've watched them on all these pit stops, really taking a good look under there at that underfloor, they're worried it's come a little loose. Remember that one car took a bit of a rough ride early on in this race, and since then there's been a little bit of aero vibration, and on this rough track, that underfloor keeps hitting the track, and they think it might be getting sort of tipped away a little bit by bit, and there is a regulation of how thick that needs to be at the end of the race. So they keep checking to see if there's been more damage done to it. The fix for it, if they need to, they'll have to take the nose off to get to it, but then they can fix it. They've practiced it before in their testing, so they know the procedure. Should be able to do it pretty quickly. Right now, they say they think they're still in pretty good shape, but they're keeping an eye on it because the last thing they want is to finish this race and then get disqualified.
Listen very carefully. You hear that under tray bouncing down the straightaways. It's gonna affect the way the car handles, but as Kelly said, by rule, it has to be a certain thickness. That is gonna be something that they're gonna have to fix, and I don't think it's gonna be a pit lane fix.
And unfortunately what happens is once you get air in there, it starts to vibrate to the point that it will come down at some point. And then, as you just mentioned earlier, off air, it can go under the rear tires, big problems.
Number 6, the Muscle Milk Picket Racing entry is in. Klaus Graf behind the wheel.
Yeah, quick stop down here by Muscle Milk, just taking fuel, getting Klaus Graf a quick drink of a sports drink down here. And this team trying to fight back from problems early on in this race. Still down 2 laps right now, but that car working very well. They've done quite a bit of development. Klaus was telling me earlier this weekend, a lot of differential development, really trying to give that car more braking stability heading into the corner and then trying to get that car off the corner better. And he said they've definitely made some big improvements there. But those problems early on this race, unless the Audis have problems, they're probably not going to find the top step tonight.
Wow, I don't know. I mean, I think about the problems right now with the Audi. I think about the black smoke, and they were looking at the black smoke out of both of them. If the Audis have to turn down the diesel, and that is what makes the power in that. It's just how much fuel do you dump in that diesel power plant. If they have to turn down the fuel feed, remember, they have less of it. They cannot go as far, and they have a smaller restrictor this year. That may begin to back them up towards the Muscle Milk entry, and if they can keep running those good pace, the number 6 car, they may have something for him at the end. It just takes a hiccup, and we're already seeing a chink in the armor on the number 1.
Well, speaking, Brian, with Lucas and Klaus on the Muscle Milk team, that team did a great self-analysis over the winter, looking at where they needed to improve, those issues that cost them races, cost them, championships, and really have addressed it. And as we watch them, Justin, running today, you can't help but say this is a team that showed up extremely well prepared.
Yeah, very well prepared. You see the 13 pulling out after serving some form of penalty there. But I've got a great idea, and I'm sure that Dr. Ulrich and co have come up with it. Wean it off now. You're 2 laps ahead. Wean it off the power. No one can see the smoke. Darkness comes. No one can see black smoke at night. I've just solved a $100 million problem.
Like we've never seen that happen at Le Mans.
Exactly.
I mean, that has always been the supposition at Le Mans when they've run the diesel-powered cars, whether it was Peugeot or whether it was Audi, was that at nighttime, yes, the cars go a little bit quicker because of the weather conditions, but at times they went a lot quicker, and there was some question as to whether it was because they were putting more fuel in. The P2 leader in the pits.
Yeah, Marino Franchitti just taking fuel on this stop of the HPD cars. We've seen problems with ESM. We've seen problems with the 552. They're working through some electrical stuff. But this 551 car, everything running flawlessly. It was Scott Tucker who started in this car earlier today. He ran 3 hours and 20 minutes before he got out. So he did his allotted amount of time. The minimum amount of time is 3 hours and 15 minutes. He covered that by 5 minutes. Took about an hour and 15-minute break. And now he's doing a 3 hour and 15 minutes in the other other car, the sister car, so he's going to fill his allotment for both of these cars, but that 551 looking very strong in P2.
And then once he's done, he doesn't need to get back in either one of them. He's got 2 good shoes in each of those cars. There's no reason to climb back in, and Scott Tucker can sit back and watch, hopefully, one of his entries claim the victory in the P2 category.
But giving him full credit, Scott Tucker is not a man who often backs down from spending his time in the car above and beyond the call of duty. And there are 2 Franchittis here. Dario is here, who's on the grid watching Marino get ready for his car for the start of the race. And Dario's such a hard weather fan. He's actually been in his motorhome since the start, watching this on the sofa, about 100 feet from here. So Dario, we know you're watching, and we know you're exerting 0 effort while you are.
And he hasn't come up to visit us. Benoit Trillier leads. Marino Franchitti having a good run. More to come from Sebring International Raceway. The epic endurance contest, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, continues under beautiful skies here in Central Florida. And the Audi's working his way through traffic. The number 1, driven by Benoit Trillier, leads, working his way through some other P1 traffic. GT cars in there as well, and this is what the drivers have dealt with all day long. A little bit earlier, we saw a great battle between Corvette and BMW, and Corvette, the number 4, takes it in deep into 17, gets a little wide.
And that's all he needed. That little mistake of bringing it in too deep. He runs out wide. He can't pick up the proper line. It's a real challenge.
So let's use Forza Motorsport 4 and show me how to do it the right way.
All right, well, this is going around the track using Forza. This is turn 17. We bring it in, and right there, what happened? He brings it in too deep. He can't get slowed down. He's got to turn. He's lost all his momentum. He's probably lost 5-10 miles an hour, and that speed exiting the corner is going to magnify itself as you go down the front straightaway here. Proper line. Again, as we enter the corner, we leave a little bit in reserve because when we enter a corner, we always want to think about the getting out part, and this is it. We've gotten to our apex. We accelerate, we open up our hands, use all the road. Hopefully, if we've done it right, we carry a lot of momentum past start finish.
And if you've done it right, you don't have to hit the reset button.
Well, yeah,
that's the good thing about the video game.
I admit to being the worst person in the world with a joystick, so that's as smooth as I could do it. That took about 3 hours.
On board the Corvette, you'll see the number there on the dash. That's telling the driver which gear he's in, and when the 4 car had problems, and problems for the number 6, and it looks like one of the prototype challenge cars. Could that be the 52?
It really did look like
it does look like the 52. That is the 52. That was our leader. David Chang behind the wheel now of the 52, and a problem with the 6 and the 52 in one of the braking zones.
We have seen a lot of contact in that area.
Oh, this is out of turn 10.
Chang is offline there.
Oh, and he just
totally checked up, and Klaus was not looking for that big of a speed differential.
Well, and that's the exact same thing that happened earlier that we saw in there when Garcia ran into the back of John Bennett, the prototype challenge car just braking earlier than the following car suspected. Here it is, real time.
And yeah, he just put out the brakes way too early. You know, and again, that's one of the challenging things about this type of racing. That car, the 52 car, has been really quick. You get the slow driver in it, and you've got issues.
Well, I've been listening to Klaus Graf on the radio talking back and forth with the team, and he's telling the team that the car feels fine. He can't see any damage. Obviously very difficult in the cockpit to see that, but the team looking at our television cameras and also looking at their telemetry coming off that car, and the team also saying they aren't seeing anything there, but they're very concerned that they might receive a penalty. They told Klaus, just be ready. They're handing out a lot of penalties today, and we might have to come to pit lane for a stop plus 60.
Well, it's interesting. It was the outlap for David Chang in the 52, so he doesn't have tires up to temperature yet, and I'm sure that Klaus is closing in on him at a pretty great rate. Hadn't been behind him for any period of time, thinking that he's going to brake where you normally would on warm tires. He doesn't know that he's just come out of the pits.
We've seen it
taken by surprise.
Completely by surprise, and I think a penalty would be very, very unfair right now because, you know, yes, Klaus is the overtaking car. The responsibility is on him. The onus is on him. But, you know, when you're catching up from David Chang's point of view, he's just gone out. He's on his out lap. He's trying to get in. We've seen a lot of issues with these cars getting up, their tire temperatures up, even though it's hot out there right now. And you know what? He hasn't got a ton of experience in these kind of cars, and he braked early. But, you know, Klaus was coming like a man on muscle milk, I'll tell you that.
Well, you know what, and he was being very, you know, aggressive on his approach, but again, you've got to maintain consistency. Boy, I don't know whether there's a cone stuck in that nose or not, looking at Klaus going by there. And once they laid the rules down, when Garcia got into the back of John Bennett very early in the race, that is what dictated that they also give it to McNish for that light deal. I mean, it really, There we just heard the 6 car, stop plus 60, avoidable contact.
You see, that's it. I know exactly what's happening here. That's why you guys play American football and we play rugby. You keep stopping every 5 minutes just to deal so you can all have a break. Rugby, we keep flowing while we beat the doodah out of each other. So, no, I agree. It was certainly not fun for either of them, but you know what? I don't think you and I could have probably done much different if we were out there.
And I think, unfortunately, consistency, and that's what, Johnny, you're alluding to. I mean, the one thing that you can say, whether you want to argue the calls or not, is that they have been consistent, whether it was intentional, whether it was accidental, whether it was an intelligent move, whether it was a dumb move you should have never tried. They have been consistent. If there's been contact that has affected another person's race, the person who made the contact serves a penalty, and that has been consistent.
Well, and Brian, you know what I mean? Everybody out there knows I'm biased towards the 3 car.
No.
And I am.
Really?
And, well, why keep it a secret? And so, you know what? I thought that was a bogus call, but once they did that, that kind of mandated, okay, that's how they're going to be making all these calls. You got to maintain their consistency. So, you know, they are doing that.
And for David Chang, you talked about it. He doesn't have a lot of experience in this type of car. He is a PR1 Matheson kind of protege. He has come through their Formula Car ranks, has raced with them for most of his career. He's now made the move up to the Continental Tire Prototype Challenge category. And, you know, he was just taking his time to get up to speed and got bit. The 91, the Viper, just on his way off pit lane. Mark Goosens was having a good run up in the top 3 and then came to the pit road to serve what looks like a routine pit stop, and he'll be back out. That GT battle has been intense, and right now it's Olivier Beretta who leads in the 62, the Ferrari from Risi.
You know, Brian, let's address that pro versus AM thing again real quickly.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later.
Pros
All right, just go down to the penalty box. Go down to the penalty box,
on
shut the
sticker
car
tires,
off.
they go super fast.
Some radio transmission there, and Klaus won't be happy, but his team explained it to him. They've been consistent. This is what it's been. That's the way it'll be. Well, Klaus Graf goes to the principal's office, so we'll take a quick break, and as we do, we'll look back 11 years to the action from Sebring.
2002 saw Audi complete a three-peat at Sebring. This time, Dindo Capello took his second win with new teammates Johnny Herbert and Christian Pescatori. In the GTS class, 3 years of frustration ended for the Corvette factory team as Johnny O'Connell, Ron Fellows, and Oliver Galvin claimed their first Sebring victory as a team. In GT, another set of teammates started a good run together. Sasha Masson and Lucas Luhr used a Sebring victory to launch a season that saw them claim 7 of 10 races.
And the veteran Olivier Beretta is out. It'll be the young Italian Matteo Malucelli, who's in his first ALMS race, taking over duties for this car that was leading the GT field coming in. They're still working on the fuel and now headed to give them 4 fresh Michelin tires to take on this stint. Olivier brought it in and hit all of his marks, so it looks like it should be a smooth stop. It is, and Matteo is
on board the Viper of Mark Goosens from Sebring International Raceway as he gives chase to John Edwards just in front in that white BMW from Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. The Z4, brand new to that team and the series this year, but John Edwards new to the series as well, and he is doing one heck of a job behind the wheel of that BMW, just 21 years old, and he has shown why he was drafted in to partner with Joey Hand and take Joey Hand's place when Joey has to go race in the DTM series. John Edwards will be with Dirk Mueller for 6 races, but now we understand there will be a penalty for the BMW for working on the car while refueling. Want to make sure that that's the 56. It'll be a stop plus 20, and those are the costly mistakes that can take you out of the lead. It is the 56. Let's take a look. So the engine must be off while you're fueling, and then the tires can go on. So someone other than a driver's helper or someone who can clean the windshield must have been doing something to the car while the fuel was going in. That is forbidden by the rules. It'll be a stop plus 20 seconds for the BMW squad. Painful.
Well, it was just great GT pit stops down here in pit lane. The Corvette and the BMW came in. Corvette behind the BMW by about 200 feet, and it was the Corvette boys with a great stop down here, about 2 seconds quicker than the BMWs. And then on the next lap, it was the 62 Risi Ferrari that came in, and they had the longest stop for the tire change. They were about 12 seconds compared to about 9 seconds on the Corvette guys. So that's where you see Westy out there right now on the tail of that Ferrari.
Well, John Edwards just came to the pit lane to serve his penalty, but a great battle here as Goosens on hot Michelin's got the better of Matteo Malocelli, who had just come out of pit lane. Malocelli trying to hold on as best he could, but just did not have temperature and pressure yet, and Goosens able to pounce.
And we were talking about that before the previous break. One of the things that your top drivers can do, they can push really hard on cold tires with low tire pressure. You know, Malocelli really pushed hard on that lap. Goosens had a couple laps, more pressure on in his tires, able to make that move going into 17, and there you see a frustrated BMW.
But you know, it is that extra, that working tire temperature through 17 is probably more noticeable there than anywhere else, and it happens to be the most important corner almost on the track. So that's why the pass was relatively simple but brilliantly executed. And you can see the Ferrari now has got the Porsche between them, but as soon as he goes by, I think you'll start to see him get himself into a rhythm.
This Risi organization very impressed with Malocelli. He has been quicker at times than his more experienced teammate throughout the week, Olivier Beretta, and they've had nothing but praise for the Italian, and he's showing what he's made of right here. I mean, a great battle. He just couldn't hold him off. It was Olivier Beretta who climbed out of the 62 and handed it over to Malocelli. A good run on his own.
Olivier Beretta was in the lead coming into the pits. The car has dropped to third after a bit longer of a pit stop than some of your competitors. You look a bit worked over, though, Olivier. How's the car handling for you?
Well, the car was good. I have a very good team. The team Risi did a very good job. The Ferrari is working well. I just have a little trouble at the first stint because someone hit me, and to avoid the wall, I have to take it large. Otherwise, my second stint was great. I think the race is still long, but we are in good shape.
With your history in the American Le Mans Series and this being the final 12 hours of Sebring under that banner, been a few years since you've had a class victory here. What would it mean to grab another one today?
Well, right now I'm focusing on the race, and if we can win, it will be great for Risi, but right now the race is still long, but for sure we are here for winning.
Thank you, Olivier.
And I know the Risi group has experimented with different tire compounds, and they were trying to get a balance on the car early. Remember, we saw Jimmy Bruni move backwards in that first stint, and I think part of the problem was just trying to find a compound for the temperatures, and they seem to have found something that's going to work. So right now, Matteo Malocelli out in the prancing horse from Risi and prancing hopefully back to the front, but he's got a Viper he's going to have to work past if he wants to get up front. For Benoit Trillier, having a great run. Marino Franchitti sits in the lead in P2.